man. Am I driving okay?
Check 1 2.
I think we're back, man.
It's so much fun. It's Harry and Highfry, screaming in your baby's face. Hit you with mace. Highfry on the case. It's Harry and Highfry.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Harry and Highfry. It's Harry and Highfry. Harry got them on the run with custom anime guns. It's so much fun. It's Harry and Highfry, screaming in your baby's face. Hit you with mace. Highfry on the case. It's Harry and Highfry. Harry and Highfry. It's Harry and Highfry.
Party time! Excellent!
This stream is made possible by viewers like you. If you guys would like to support this channel, you can check out the links in the description below, or simply hold up your phone to the screen. Can't get more convenient than that. Shout out to Toxic Anubis. Yo, Anubis, I don't know if you saw this, but you're on this list, bro. I'm sorry, I just wanted to show Anubis. Look at that shit. Top chat, baby. Top chat. Got you, dog. Got you. Yo, what's up, folks? Welcome to the stream. I'm HeadshotH4rry. And today, I'm going to be playing some Minecraft. I've been postponing the stream for at least an hour and a half, waiting for Highfry to get on, but Highfry is still missing. Please do not call the cops. That's per his wife. So I don't know. I'm in a pumpkin. Somehow. I think I was clearing up the top. There's a bunch of debris up here. But this place needs some lights bad. Let's see if I could get some lighting up here real quick. This is all precursor. Anubis, if you are in Discord, maybe I will hop on. Oh God. Your wrists are sore, dude. Chat doesn't want to know that, dude. Whatever you do behind closed doors, it's your own business. Oh, from the wheel. Anubis got a racing wheel. And in turn, and now has carpal tunnel. That's smart. Pro gamer move. Pro gamer move. Toxic Anubis 1. Non-gamer 0. With their perfect wrists. Shame on them. I'll hop in Discord if you're in Discord. Just give me a second. Give me just a moment. I was gonna play a podcast, but I will do that. I will do that in a little bit. So welcome to the stream. Yeah, let's get this shit started. Ah, I could see up there. Maybe I should put one more on each side. I might as well finish what I was doing. Man, it's hard to stream Minecraft without music. Or something going on. I'm gonna play this podcast, okay? So yesterday I was playing a podcast from YouTuber Chime. Check out his stuff. He does great work. Yeah, we'll be talking a little bit about UFOs. I mean, they will. I'm not gonna be saying much. I'm just gonna be listening and building in my Minecraft world. But by all means, feel free to say whatever you want. I'm here. I will be here. I got chat open. But yeah, I might as well just get this podcast started because it's tough to carry a Minecraft stream with no music.
Why don't you tell us about the Bethune encounter from 1951?
Right. So that encounter happened in 1951. Graham Bethune was he was a Navy pilot. They were summoned to Iceland, to Reykjavik, because in Iceland they were having problems with a UFO operating in the area. And I think it was operating in maybe near an airport or somewhere sensitive. I don't recall exactly what the difficulty was. And they were summoned there to basically check this out and help them out with this problem. They got there, didn't see anything. The thing was gone by that time, and they were heading back across the Atlantic from Iceland toward Newfoundland. And while they were flying, they saw lights on the surface of the water, on the ocean below, and it looked like city lights. And at first they thought they were out of off course, and so they double checked their course and realized no, they're on course. And they thought, well, there must be ships, maybe naval ships operating in the area or something. And as they got closer, these lights was a disc-shaped light, a ring, I guess, and it appeared to be under the water. And as they approached this thing shot up from the sea surface to their altitude in very short period of time, like a matter of a second or two. And it was basically a large disc. I think he described it as being 300 feet across. I actually printed out my paper here to remind myself some of these details. There's a lot of cases, and so it was several hundred feet across. The disc was slightly below their altitude, so they could actually see this disc. It had like glowing around the periphery, and as the object moved, the color of the light would change. So, and I think it's been described as looking like a plasma. So this object basically was with them for several minutes. They basically steered one person wanted to steer toward it, so they steered toward it, and eventually the thing took off. But it was seen by pretty much everybody on board. I think there were like on the order of 20 people or so on board to witness this thing. So this thing then took off, and they estimated its speed as it left to be about 1,500 miles an hour, which is about what was picked up on radar. They were close enough to Newfoundland that they were able to detect this on radar, and they confirmed that later.
When they say that it changed colors of the lights as it moved,
Yeah.
is that akin to the Doppler effect, or is that something different?
It's something different, I think, because it would go from like a red violet to a yellow, and basically within those ranges. And I don't remember which way it went. When it was moving, it was yellow. When it was stationary, it was red. I think that's basically how it was. That detail I might not recall properly.
What do you attribute as the cause of that, or the reason for that?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to figure out. I try to treat these observations as evidence, right? We're basically trying to do some kind of physics detective work to try to figure out what is this thing? How is it operating? How does it fly? These are all the questions. How does it move so fast? These are the questions that come to me as a physicist. And a lot of times the light emitted by these things appears to be a plasma. So it could be that the object is ionizing the air around the craft, and that's what's emitting the light. And then as the object moves, maybe it's changing the electric fields around the object and then changing the excitation in the gas.
Okay, Professor, how did you get interested in this subject? You're not what someone would think of as the stereotypical person who studies alien encounters or professes that aliens exist or UFOs or whatever it may be. How did you get what started you off on this journey?
I'm a physicist, so I'm curious. And I'm often surprised at how uncurious some of my colleagues are. But so I'm curious about these things, and I've always been curious. And when I went to graduate school, it would have been in the fall of 1988. It was probably about our first or second week in graduate school. So it was in September of 88. There was a cattle mutilation. I was at Bozeman, Montana. And there was a cattle mutilation, and I'd never heard of anything like a cattle mutilation. I grew up in Wisconsin, and we have cows in Wisconsin, and I've heard of cow tipping, but who's going to mutilate a cow? That's horrible. So I was pretty shocked by this, and there were a lot of people concerned about this on the news. They didn't know whether it was alien or if there were Satanists involved, and there were lots of theories floating around. So we were discussing this in the hallway. The new graduate students, the ones who basically moved to Montana and had never heard of this before, were discussing this, and it was a very heated discussion, very passionate, and everybody's upset and worried and wondering what the heck's going on. What kind of crazy place did we just move to? And are going to have to spend 4 or 5 years here. So this was really our concern. And while we were talking, one of the professors came out of his office and came down the hall to see what was, we were so excited about. And we told him what we were discussing. And he said, yeah, that's interesting. He said, this happens here. We don't really know. They never figure out how the cows were mutilated and why. And there's very often UFOs seen in the area around the time, so it's interesting, but it's never figured out, and we just move on. And I don't think that helped calm us at all. And he then said, but what's very strange, what's even more interesting, he said, I have a number of friends in the Air Force up at Malmstrom Air Force Base, and they have trouble with UFOs flying over the missile sites, shutting down our ICBMs. And
this was in 1988?
This is 1988. I was told this by a professor at Montana State University. And now I'd never heard this before. In fact, I didn't hear about this publicly until I think around 2010 when Robert Hastings had a press conference with people from the Air Force from Malmstrom Air Force Base.
Yeah. Congratulations.
So, to be honest, when the professor walked...
What up? What's up, Anubis? Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I'm here.
What up, dog? What are you doing?
Fucking racing.
Racing? Yeah. How's that wheel, man? You got a new wheel?
First feedback on it is really good.
That's pretty cool. What kind is it? A Logitech?
No, it's a PXN.
A Mad Catz? Oh no.
No, PXN.
PlayStation.
Yeah, well, not really. It's got a fucking Xbox setup.
I'm just kidding around.
But
That's
no,
cool, man.
it's a pretty nice wheel.
Hell yeah.
I bought the PXN V99, and I fucking love this thing. It's great. Force feedback on it is fucking hella strong.
So you pretty much play Mario Kart on that thing, huh?
Oh, I haven't even fucking tried that shit yet.
Dude, I would love to play some Mario Kart right now. I need to build like a racing track with ice block.
Don't do that. I'm gonna have some difficulties with that one.
No, in
I'll barely
Minecraft.
learn how to wheel.
In Minecraft.
Oh, in Minecraft, yeah.
Yeah.
It's gotta have like a full-on track. It's gotta go through tunnels, out of tunnels.
Yeah. That would be cool. Maybe through this mountain. That's a good idea. Anubis, I think you're on to something. Dude,
Oh, if you think I'm onto something, I could give you some good idea.
I think you just did.
A racetrack that goes throughout your entire theme park.
I see something that I didn't see before. It's a wave. A way out. I can't believe your wrists are sore from using that thing.
Yeah, it's got fucking force feedback. It fights you, man. It fights you. Shit, earlier I had it turned up to 100. It had my whole desk and my TV shaking. Damn it.
Can you actually, like, how accurate is it? You know, to like
Pretty-
real life cars. Like, do they got that shit dialed in?
Yeah, it's pretty fucking dialed in.
So you could probably drive one of those cars and handle it okay?
Yeah. If I get to driving it, yeah. Right now I'm driving a Toyota Supra. Yeah, you can also feel the track. It'll jerk with the track to simulate like the tire conditions.
That's pretty cool. They should
I
do
like
that
those.
with fighting games. So that when you punch someone, they get punched. That'd be fun. Damn it. That would be fun. Haptic feedback. It'll just go wreck.
Coming out of a video game with black eye.
Yeah. I can't wait for that. Give me a fucking UFC sim. Beat up some little kids.
I'm better at fighting. Or not. Fucking fight.
Look what we got here.
Damn it. Okay. No.
Is your girl like, why don't you come pick me up?
No, she's asleep right now, bro. She doesn't know I bought this shit.
Not yet.
Not yet.
my god. Time to go. Another one. Run. Dangerous back there. No lights back there. So, Anubis gave me an idea. It's a combination of ideas. A culmination of ideas, I should say. Yeah, that's gonna work just fine. It's gonna be sick. It's gonna be so sick. I am going to start this podcast back up.
The way we laughed about it. I mean, there's UFOs shutting down nuclear missiles, and
He was a professor of what? What was his
he was
specialty?
he was a physics professor.
What particular field
I
of physics?
Don't remember who it was because it was my first week there and I didn't know all the professors.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I have a guess who it could be, but I don't want to say because
Yes.
I don't know for sure.
Yeah. Have you ever tried to reach out to that person afterward?
No, I haven't. It's unfortunately I'm at that age where a lot of my professors have passed away, so I didn't try reaching out. It probably would be a good idea though.
Okay, continue.
That's a good suggestion. Thank you. Yeah, so we laughed about it, and then it was kind of a running gag through the whole semester, and there are UFOs shutting down our nuclear missiles, and we would always giggle about that, but it really just seemed unthinkable because these are restricted areas. If we have somebody coming in shutting down our nuclear missiles, our military, if a foreign nation did this, we would go to war over it, and probably nuclear war because the nuclear missiles are involved. And so it's unthinkable that we wouldn't do anything. And so it was really hard to believe. And it just, I just remember the event. It was just something somebody said once and went on. And it wasn't until maybe 2015 or so that I was preparing for an astronomy class. And we were going to talk about astrobiology, and I had some students asking me about the possibilities of aliens visiting Earth and wanted me to talk about that. So I was online looking for papers, anything that I could use to put together a reasonable lecture on the topic. And I stumbled on the Robert Hastings press conference, and where he had, I think, 6 people all working at nuclear missile sites. I think 3 of them were from Malmstrom Air Force Base. And I started watching this, and I was just watching with disbelief, thinking, oh my God, I heard about this in 1988. And the professor who told me then said it was going on then. It was in the present, happening in 1988. And these people in the press conference, Robert Salas was one of the prominent people. He was talking about an event in 1966. And I thought, well, wait a minute. You can't have a crazy story like this. If somebody's making this up in 1966, it's not going to persist until 1988. These are professionals, and they're serious professionals. They have to have, clearance and specialized training, and these are secure areas. They're not nutcases, and they're not going to joke about things like this, and certainly not for 20 years. And I thought, there has to be something to this. Something must be going on. And I thought, this really has to be real. I can't see any other way around it. And I can imagine, and at that point, I could imagine that we don't do anything because the assumption is that it can't be real, so it's not doing anything. and I think that's why there's been a lot of inaction and lack of interest.
I'm going to share my screen, and then you're going to, if you don't mind, please tell me what is going on here. Okay, with this.
Ah, right. So basically, what I'm basically doing here is if you, let's see, so they were estimating, so Graham Bethune said that it took...
Yeah, this is from 1951. This
right,
is not from Japan or Nimitz.
Right. So here, the panel C, I work from panel C, because so they estimated the distance to be about 5 to 7 miles away. So he wasn't exactly sure how far away it was. And so what I did basically is I used a, basically he's estimating this looking out from the plane. He's looking down at an angle in front of the plane. And so I treated that angle to have some uncertainty. So he's going to be off by, I think I say what it is in the paper. He's off, potentially off by so many degrees. So what I did is I did a Monte Carlo sampling, where I basically randomly sampled angles with a Gaussian distribution about the angle that he would have been looking, or thought that he was looking, and that gives you a distribution of distances. So I'm basically doing a Monte Carlo sampling to take into account potential errors. My question, the question I've always asked when pilots are confronted with these stories is the question that comes to my mind is how wrong could they be? These are trained individuals. Millions of dollars go into their training, which doesn't mean they're perfect. But then that begs the question: how imperfect are they? How wrong could they be about some of these facts? And I can imagine for instance, if they estimate the size of the object as being 300 feet across or something, how wrong could you be with that? Well, maybe it was 100 feet across, but it certainly wouldn't have been 30. I mean, nobody's going to mistake a 30-foot disc for a 300-foot disc.
Well, you wouldn't even be able to see that if you're 5 miles away approximately. So he's 5 miles away and he's looking down and he's able to discern it?
Yeah.
5 miles away, huh? And he was able to see that it looked like city lights?
Yeah, it looked like it was a circular group of lights.
Okay. Now let's look at this. Then you estimated the altitude. And also, by the way, just as a technical aside, why are you using Monte Carlo? It seems like, just help edify me here, it seems like you have a Gaussian distribution or some sort of distribution. Why not just use that distribution? Why do you have to then sample it so that it's spiky at the edges?
Oh, I could have used that distribution. The problem is that you'd then have to, in estimating estimating the speed of the object, I then have to basically use the uncertainties in each of those quantities that go into calculating the speed of that object. And so it requires transforming, all of these probability distributions, which is quite tedious.
Okay.
And so doing it with Monte Carlo, I'm going to get appropriate answers, and it's a faster way to do it. Otherwise, I might have to take approximations and things like this to pull it off analytically, which I didn't want to have to do.
I see. The computer can't do that? It's not as simple as putting it into Wolfram Alpha or Mathematica?
No, not always, because you've got to, you're taking derivatives and inverses and things like this. You've got, so.
Okay, and if you see me looking off over here, it's that I also have some of the studies on this side as well. So please,
okay.
You're the only thing I'm paying attention to.
No, that's fine.
Then you got times going on here. You have altitude, and you have minimum log 10. Okay. Well, that's the acceleration.
That's the acceleration.
Altitude. Okay, altitude and times. And these are referring to, the altitude is referring to what?
The altitude is referring to basically the altitude of the craft, so how far it went up from the sea surface.
Great. And then the time is referring to how long did it take from the sea
That's how long
surface
it
to that
took.
altitude?
Yeah.
Okay. Simple. Great. Now let's get to Japan Airlines Flight 1628 in 1986.
Right. That's another instance where I knew about that incident in 1986. I remember watching it on NBC News with Tom Brokaw, and I remember him discussing this and then playing some of the audio from the pilot and the air traffic control. And I remembered thinking that this is really pretty amazing. You've got a large jet. What is it? 747, I guess it was. And it's basically they were flying from Paris to Tokyo, bringing Beaujolais Nouveau. So here, now we can all have a giggle. Ha ha ha! He's got a plane full of wine, right? But so
that's what the aliens were after all along.
That's right.
And you were an undergrad at this point?
I was an undergrad at the point. Yeah.
Studying math and physics.
Math and physics. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So the and you can actually still find the news reports online. The videos, people put them online, but the so as they're flying, they're approaching Anchorage, Alaska, and they see some lights in the distance, basically approaching the plane. And so they're concerned, so they call air traffic control to see if they have any traffic for them. And air traffic control says negative. They said, well, we see traffic. There we've got several craft approaching. And so they're very concerned about this. As they're approaching Anchorage, they have two craft approaching, and then shortly thereafter, a larger craft approaches, and the thing is walnut-shaped and glowing. And at one point, it's in front of the aircraft, and the pilot described it as so big that they couldn't see out of the windscreen. So, I mean, you're a pilot of a jet, and you've got something in front of you that you can't see beyond. That's a scary prospect. So he's panicked and calling air traffic control, and they're not picking anything up on radar except his plane. And at some point, the military is contacted and gets involved, and on military height-finding radar, they pick up the larger craft on the plane and the airplane. So they pick up both objects. So the military is able to detect this with their radar.
Were you able to estimate the size of the craft?
No. He estimated it to be the size of, I think it was 3 747s. So it's basically the size of an aircraft carrier. So you've got
in the sky.
You've got a flying aircraft carrier shaped like a walnut. Now you have to ask, how wrong can the pilot be? I mean, it's all right. Maybe it wasn't as big as an aircraft carrier. Maybe it was just the size of a destroyer. Still, that's pretty amazing, right?
He said it was glowing.
And glowing, yeah.
And this was at night?
I don't know what time it happened. I don't recall. That's all recorded, but I don't recall off the top of my head.
Is that it with the Japan Airlines flight, or is there more?
No, well, the interesting thing is the object follows him for 40 minutes. So it isn't just like, I saw it, it was gone. No, this thing basically kept along with the airplane for 40 minutes. And it basically moved around the airplane as time went by. So it would go, so the military height finding radar, and this radar data exists. You can look at this. The military height finding radar is sweeping every 10 seconds. And the craft is about 7.5 miles away from the airplane. And in one sweep, it'll be at 1 o'clock. In the next sweep, 10 seconds later, the thing could be at 6 o'clock. And so the thing is literally jumping around this airplane, and the pilot's panicked. He actually takes some evasive maneuvers at some point to try to evade the object, and thought that he didn't see it. And the Air Force comes on and goes, no, it's behind you. It's still following you. It's behind you. So the thing basically followed him for 40 minutes. And then he went down and landed.
When you said that the pilot said that he couldn't see beyond the ship, if it's 5 miles away and it's the size of a carrier, why can't you see beyond it? You can see the edges of it, no?
Oh, well, this one was moving around. So at one point, it was very close, he had said. And
I see.
it was...
Initially,
he couldn't
okay.
see. Initially, he couldn't see beyond it.
So initially, how close do you estimate it was to him?
I have no idea.
Let's say it was the size of a carrier, then it would have to be... I'm sure that's a simple trigonometry. Okay.
Yeah, you could figure out how close it would have to be. For much of the event, it was about 7.5 miles away, according to the radar. And the sweeping, I'm sorry, it wasn't 10 seconds, it was 12 seconds. So it was every 12 seconds.
Great. Okay. This data exists, meaning that it's public.
Yeah. The radar data, yeah.
How does that go online? Does someone leak it or does someone release it?
Right. It was John Callahan, who was FAA Chief of Accidents and Investigations at the time. They basically reenacted the situation in one of their testing centers, and they record, and that's where the data comes in, so they can reenact it. And then he recorded that and basically saved that himself. He saved a copy for himself. And he claims that at one point, the President Reagan's scientific advisory team met with him along with CIA officials and FBI and a number of people. And they confiscated all of the data he had. Although he didn't tell them about everything, he had some of it stashed away. But they met with him and they were very excited because they said that this was the longest encounter that they had had any data for.
Okay, let's get to the Nimitz encounter. I'm sure many people are familiar because that's David Fravor, if I'm correct.
Right.
Okay, and that's in 2004, I believe?
Right.
Okay, why don't you give a brief rundown for the people who are unacquainted with this?
All right. So in 2004, you had the Nimitz carrier group was off the coast of San Diego, California, about 100 miles, 150 miles off the coast. And Senior Chief Kevin Day was operating the radar for much of this time. And for overall, for a period of a couple of weeks, he was picking up anomalous radar targets basically just appearing on his radar at about 80,000 feet, which was really very high altitude. Jet airplanes, passenger jets fly around 35,000 feet. So these radar targets are appearing at about 80,000 feet, and they typically were appearing south of Catalina Island or near San Clemente Island, and then they would track south at about 100, 120 knots down to Guadalupe Island in Mexico, where they would then drop off as radar. And so nobody knows what happened to them after that. So having an aircraft flying at 80,000 feet at only 100 knots is almost impossible. There's not much air up there, so you need to go much faster to have lift. So that's already anomalous. So this is anomalous in the other direction. They're moving too slowly, right? And Kevin Day had observed these, and they weren't they weren't where they were operating, so this wasn't really a big concern at this point. And at one point, he said that there were times when they would drop from they came in at 80,000 feet when they appeared. They would drop down to 28,000 feet, and that's when they would track south at 100 knots. So even at 28,000 feet, you aren't going to be flying at a plane at 100 knots. But from 28,000 feet, they would periodically drop down to the sea surface, and that amount of time to go from basically at a constant altitude, 28,000 feet, to sea surface, which is 0, they would do that in about 0.78 seconds. So it was less than a second to go from basically rest in the y direction at 28,000 feet to rest in the y direction at 0 feet.
Okay, now to interject, how long would that take if it was free falling?
I'd have to do the calculation, but it would be...
Let's say, estimate it to a significant digit. It's fine. You can be off by a factor of 10.
Right, so the time is going to be basically twice the height divided by the acceleration. The acceleration is about 10 meters per second squared, 28,000 feet. 2 times 8,000 is 16,000, and now I'm going to divide that by 10 meters per second squared, and I'll get, so that's 16,000 divided by 10, which is 1,600, and then we take the square root of that, so that's going to be 40
seconds?
40 seconds.
Okay.
I,
They did it in 1 second. So that means...
yeah, less than 1 second, yeah. And they came to a stop.
Let's say our fastest accelerating technology downward, whatever that is, whatever kind of craft that is, how fast approximately do you think we could do it?
Right. If you could dive at 10G acceleration and then slow down for the other 10G, then you're basically you're accelerating halfway, so we can find the time to the halfway point. But if you work this out, it's 1/4. It'll be 1/4 AT squared. So the total time is going to be basically. So we've got 32,000 divided by 100, so that's 320 seconds squared. So then now we have to take the basically the square root of 320. So it's less than 400. The square root of 400 is 20, so it's going to be a little less than 20 seconds.
Okay. Let's take a look at some more. I'm going to share my screen with you. So what are we looking at over here? This is the Nimitz video. Then we got different models. So we have what is log Z, what is log L, what is A, and so on. So
right. Yeah. So what we're doing is we're testing different dynamic kinematic models. These are basically in this section of the paper we're analyzing the video that was released by the U.S. Navy. And the last few seconds of that video, 32 frames or something, the object is locked on, begins, the targeting system is locked onto the object, and it loses lock, and the object takes off to the left. Now, it's not a very impressive departure, and none of these videos are nearly as interesting as what the pilots describe these things as doing. So I'm convinced we were given probably the most boring videos they could find, and very possibly videos they didn't expect anything anomalous to come from. So that acceleration doesn't look very dramatic, but so we basically tested several models. One of the models is that it accelerated, just accelerated off the screen, so it's constant acceleration. Another one was it accelerated for a shorter period of time and then just coasted off the screen at constant velocity. And so those are the basic models we were testing. And so...
And why do you think it is that they didn't... You believe that they have more interesting footage and they chose to release this? They being the U.S. government?
Yeah, I'm just guessing that based on what the pilots have what numerous pilots have said in these types of encounters, these things behave much more amazingly than the footage they released. So David Fravor, when he encountered the Tic Tac object and it finally took off, he said it accelerated like it was shot from a gun, and it was gone out of sight in 2 seconds. So, clearly this acceleration isn't that fast. So that's what I
Why
mean
do you
by
think
that.
it is that they released the video, if you were to speculate at all, the U.S. government?
That I don't know. I know that Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon were working on the inside to try to get some of this information out, because they weren't able to freely discuss this, amongst the intelligence community. So there's probably multiple concerns there. I mean, one is that if you're not able to, the Navy is having problems with these things, right? But they're not able to discuss, these objects and have it taken seriously. So now what do you do? In 2015, for example, they were having nearly daily encounters with UFOs. And so you've got pilots who are not trained for these types of encounters. Some of these were happening in the Persian Gulf area while they were operating, so you've got a military campaign going on. These guys are going on bombing runs in Syria, and they've got to fly through UFOs over the Persian Gulf and then go to Syria and then conduct their military operations and come back. And that's a huge hazard. I mean, you don't need a pilot shaken, from a UFO encounter and then go into a war zone. That's extremely dangerous. And so that's one reason why when people say, oh, they're just drones and the U.S. is just testing them, no, you're not going to test them by putting pilots in danger in a war zone. That's not going to happen.
What are some other arguments against them being drones?
I mean, first, their accelerations that we estimated are way off the charts. People can't handle much more than 10 to 15 Gs for any period of time. 13 Gs. The new F-35 fighter, I think, is rated for 13.5 Gs. And at 13.5 Gs, its wings will rip off. So you can't accelerate an airplane more than about 13, 15 G. Some missile frames can handle higher accelerations. They can maneuver up to about 30 Gs of acceleration. And some can structurally withstand up to about 60 Gs. So most of our equipment can't handle more than 100 Gs. And
that's in one direction, let alone stopping and then turning around.
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't matter whether you stop and turn around because you've got so many Gs here and then so many Gs again. So they're doing it over and over again. It's insane.
And what are the Gs associated with these craft?
Well, the highest one we estimated was about 5,700 Gs. That was the one picked up on radar by Senior Chief Kevin Day while he was on the USS Princeton with the Nimitz Carrier Group. That's the one that drops from 28,000 feet to sea level in 0.78 seconds. So you're looking at over 5,000 Gs of acceleration in that case. The other situations were a bit lower. I think the lowest ones we had were maybe, I think the video from the 2004 Nimitz video when the targeting computer loses track and the thing takes off to the left, you're looking at about 78 Gs. The object's moving to the left and away from the airplane at that point.
See, what strikes me about this paper is going through it. The mathematics isn't beyond high school or beyond first year, that's for sure. And I'm wondering, why hasn't an analysis like this, which seems like anyone could have done it, why hasn't it been done before? Is it simply the stigma against analyzing aliens?
I think that's the problem. I mean, you've got numerous capable physicists who have commented on these things, and you've got enough information to basically do a back-of-the-envelope estimation of the acceleration, and they're more willing to say, well, it's probably an atmospheric effect. Who knows? Who knows what it could be? That's usually the response you get from a professional physicist, which is problematic. This is a calculation they ought to be able to do.
Who else in the professional physics community, is studying this, besides you and your co-author?
Well, let's see. My a colleague of mine, Matthew Shadagas at University of Albany, is also studying this. Other physicists, I know of a few people. Let's see. I don't know if they're all physicists. Some are engineers.
Do you know of any physicists who are interested but tell you this behind closed doors?
Yeah, that's basically the situation. You've got a number of people who are interested in studying this, and the problem is there's a paucity of data. We don't have any real data to work with, for the most part. You have, witness testimony, and some of that paper is based on witness testimony, and we did the best we could with it, and I think it gives you a ballpark estimate of what was observed. But you really want radar data. You really want to be able to triangulate positions with multiple cameras. You want to do all sorts of things like this. That would be ideal.
Are these spacecraft getting faster with time? What I mean by that is, let's say someone was analyzing Earth's crafts. I imagine that what they would see is our top speed would increase over the decades, because it has. However, with these crafts, do you see them as being predominantly the same since the 60s or since the 50s? Since you guys,
that's a good question. I mean, I don't think that we have that information. You'd have to look at them for a very long period of time, and there have been sightings of objects like this, and if they are alien spacecraft, which we really haven't proven that that's the case yet, if they are alien spacecraft, then we wouldn't know, from some of the Roman reports of flying shields. We aren't able to estimate speeds and accelerations in those cases. We don't have that detailed information. So,
what's the Romans' report of flying shields?
There's several reports in Roman history of Orbis Clypeus, I think they're called. But they're flying shields, basically. And so I can send you references for this. There's a couple of papers, one on UFOs in classical antiquity, and another paper on the same topic.
Yes. Do you mind making a note to send that to me later?
Yeah, certainly.
You're only sending me about Romans, or are you sending me? Is there a list of UFO sightings or potential UFO sightings across history?
There's a book by Jacques Vallée.
I keep hearing about this person.
Called Wonders in the Sky, and he has a compilation of curious accounts, basically, that could be interpreted as, maybe the same type of phenomena.
Jacques Vallée, huh? Is he still alive?
Yeah.
Maybe
he lives in the Bay Area.
Okay. I know that this is... as a physicist, you want to stay within what you know, but if you don't mind speculating, why do you think they're shutting down our nuclear devices? Do you think that that's just a side effect? It's inadvertent? Like maybe when they accelerate that happens for whatever reason? Or do you think it's purposeful? Why do they selectively shut it down in this area and only at certain times?
That's a good question. I don't know the manner in which they were shut down. This stuff is still, I don't think the military has admitted that that's actually happened. You have people who worked at these sites who claim that it happened. The most detail I've heard was from Robert Salas, and he said that, I believe it was him, and he said that it was a failure of the, basically a failure of the navigation and guidance systems, and that then led to a shutdown. So that's curious, because now if you have the inertial navigation systems failing, could that be due to how the craft operates? So maybe it's just a side effect. I at this point, this is extremely hypothetical, so I am just making up stories here. But if you have a craft that basically is somehow warping space-time or affecting space-time, and you've got an inertial navigation system sitting nearby, that could affect it. So And then if their systems are set up so that they shut down whenever one of these things goes haywire, then the UFO flying over it could be enough to trigger that to shut down. Is it on purpose? Is it an accident? I mean, these things have to be studied. And we have just gotten to the point where people are admitting that they're real. I mean, after 80 years, I think that's a little, to me, I find that a little scary. I mean, we've had this going on for about 80 years, and it took us 80 years to decide that they're real. But we still don't know what they are, or know what they're doing here.
80 years, you're referring to the 50s?
40s, yeah, late 40s. Yeah.
There aren't any reports from the U.S. government of UFOs prior to the 40s?
I don't know about from the U.S. government. There are reports of the UFOs prior to that. Easily into the 1800s, numerous ones, yeah. By ship captains and things like this. These things have been seen for a long time, which is another argument against them being American or Russian, Chinese drones. They've been observed well before people could fly, so...
There's someone who came out recently, I believe they're Israeli, talking about UFO. I don't know, I forgot the person's name, I don't know the story. Do you mind edifying me as well as the audience?
Oh, yeah. Well, that was an interesting story. I don't remember his position, and I don't remember his name, but he was high up in the Israeli military. And he claimed
Ham Ashed or Haim Eshed.
Yeah. Is he the one who
Israeli
claimed...
director of the space program, it said.
Right. So is he the one that claimed that they were in contact with alien civilizations?
I have a question here for Avi Loeb from earlier today that talks about this. So the question was, okay, I would like to hear Avi Loeb's opinion on the claims of former Israeli director of the space program, Haim Ashed, brought forward. He must have heard about this, so-and-so. They went through the news briefly. Was it a hoax? I guess this person isn't recapitulating what Haim Ashed said, because he's assuming Avi Loeb already knew about it.
Some government officials, have had some pretty exciting or interesting claims, and it's, these still aren't substantiated. So it's difficult. It's difficult to know how much of it is a claim, how much of it is a mistake, how much of it is a problem with the individual. We still have all of those questions.
The best kept secret, and it's about a case of the recovery of an object that was never identified by the Army and the Army Air Force. This was before the Air Force existed in August 1945, within days of the capitulation of Japan. And it's hard to imagine that that particular event wasn't in some way linked to the end of World War II and to the first atomic bomb and to the emergence of our civilization into essentially the nuclear age. What happened is that simply two boys were working in a field for their father on a large property in New Mexico, within 20 miles of ground zero. And they saw something fall. So this is an exceptional case because the witnesses were there before the object happened. This is not like Roswell where, debris was found a few days later. They were there, they saw it happen. We have corroborating evidence from a pilot that was going in for a landing at Alamogordo and saw the whole thing. The object was essentially an egg-shaped object. It was not a flying saucer like people describe. It was egg-shaped. And the two witnesses, one of whom is still alive, very much alive and part of our investigation, were there on the spot for the next 8 days while the military were recovering that object and taking it away. So it's an exceptional story that gives us an opportunity to do at least some good physics and to tie together all the parameters of the testimony, of the evidence.
What do you mean when you say gives you the opportunity to do good physics?
the object was intact when it landed. It crash landed, but under control, which is, it didn't blow up like an airplane would have. It hit a communication tower, which was one of 3 communication towers around the whole White Sands area. The area is still technically within the military confines of White Sands, which, as you know, is as large as 2 American states. It's a very, very large test area for the military. This was, again, 3 weeks after the explosion of the first A-bomb. And the 3 people actually entered into the craft while it was lying there. So we have testimony not only of people who saw it, the traces, some of the data that was recovered from inside the object, but we also have day-by-day accounts, which is in the book, of what happened, what the military had to do to recover it. So we have a good approximation of the weight, the volume, the size of the thing, and we can compare it to other cases in the literature that have been studied by, officially by the Air Force, the French Air Force or the American Air Force at other places. So again, I come into this as an information scientist, not as a physicist, although I am a lapsed astrophysicist, from my days at the University of Texas and at Northwestern. But most of my contribution here is as part of a team of people looking at the information structures among a number of cases like that.
What is its weight and volume compared to others? And also, when you say physics, do you mean to say material engineering or physics as in theoretical physics?
Well, the theoretical physics part is left to the student, to develop. We don't know where it comes from. It was not tracked, as far as we know, by any radar as it was coming in. According to Mr. Jose Padilla, who is our main witness today, he believes that it came from the south, which would have been the direction of the test site, where the atomic explosion had taken place. It seems that, given the traces, I mean, the thing, after hitting the tower, the thing fell, hit the ground, started a fire in the vegetation. If you know New Mexico, we're at 5,000 feet altitude, and the vegetation is mostly creosote and cactus and that kind of thing. It burned. The object did not burn. The object kept its identity and actually plowed a path down the prairie, down that field, made a turn, apparently under power, and stopped against a hill. So that gives us an idea. We reconstructed the weight only approximately, that it certainly could not be moved by men. They had to build a crane, and we know everything that the military did because witnesses were there all the time in successive days. They had to actually bring an 18-wheeler, a lowboy, army truck, and build a crane to lift the object. So the weight would be in the area of about 5 tons, 5 or 7 tons.
I recall you talking about the outside material being extremely light.
Some of in the impact against the tower, there was material that was ejected. There was one panel from the object that was destroyed, and that material was recovered by the kids later on. There were actually 4 types of material that the witnesses described that we hope eventually to maybe recover from some of the people in the area if they kept some of it as as a souvenir. But remember, it's 80 years ago. And the reason the book is called The Best Kept Secret is that it's not in the Air Force file. As you may know, as part of my work on the subject, I've built various databases of the Air Force files, both here and in France and elsewhere. It doesn't show up anywhere. So that secret was kept very, very well within the atomic files, not within the Air Force files or the Army files, where we would have found it. I mean, as you know, I worked with Dr. Hynek, who was for 25 years a consultant to the US Air Force. We never heard of that case. The other reason we never heard of it is that the witnesses never came forward, which is astonishing until you recall the conditions in 1945 after the war. We went from a shooting war to the Cold War. There was intense secrecy and classification on everything going on in New Mexico, you know, from Los Alamos to Alamogordo and everything else. And the young men, as they grew up, decided they would never talk about it. Also, some of the things they had recovered could have been very controversial. They are controversial today, and there is some physical evidence in connection with that recovery.
Is it all right if I admit Kevin Knuth now?
It's your show.
The more the merrier.
Hello. Sorry for being late.
That's all right. Thank you so much for coming. I know that you're under a bit of stress right now.
That's all right. Thank you.
Okay, Jacques, do you mind recapitulating what you said in about a minute just for Kevin Knuth to bring him up to speed?
So this case is unique. I've gone there 5 times. I'm working with Paola Harris, who actually initiated the research on this when she interviewed the 2 main witnesses. We actually have four different witnesses to the case that are firsthand, where we have firsthand testimony. The case is unique in the annals because it has to do with the crash of an object in New Mexico 2 days after the capitulation of Japan, in an area that was a military area, part of the Manhattan Project complex around White Sands. The 2 witnesses were there at the time when the object came down from the sky, hit a tower, was partially damaged, and then made a crash landing under power. They had the opportunity to examine the object when it was sitting there on that property, which was their father's property. And 3 people, including 2 adults, including a state officer, actually went inside the object. So we have testimony from both outside and inside. And the 2 young men were there for 8 days afterwards and observed the entire process of recovery of the object, which was taken away on an 18-wheeler back to White Sands by the Army. So we have an extraordinary amount of information just on that one case. Now, again, I have to repeat again, I'm not a theoretical physicist here. I'm mainly an information scientist with a background in physics. And so I've tried to relate that particular case with a pattern of other cases in the literature that have been studied by government agencies, both in the US and in France, and enable us to come up with at least some parameters of what the problem is.
So, Kevin, the way I would like this to be would be more of a conversation between both of you, and I am just an observer or a fly on the wall. So what thoughts occur to you or questions occur to you when you hear that? Directed to Jack.
Right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for having me join you, Jacques. It's good to see you again. And I read about this case briefly, so I'm really excited to hear about it from you. let's see here.
Well, a question that occurs to me is, Jacques, do you have any ideas as to why they're falling from the sky? Because the skeptic would say if they're so advanced, then why are they not necessarily crashing, but hitting some of these earthly objects when our planes don't necessarily do that, at least
Yeah,
not
there are a lot
frequently?
of crashes. That always there are a lot of purported crashes. That's always worried me. But
Yes, and I must admit, in the book, I make it clear that I have not been very involved in the study of crashes, because I remember discussing Roswell with Dr. Hynek and with Professor McDonald and with other people, and with people at the Air Force when I consulted briefly for Project Blue Book at Wright-Patterson. They had material that witnesses had brought to the Air Force, the Project Blue Book in those days, saying, this crashed on my property and so on. But we never could get to real evidence from primary witnesses. If you remember, Roswell, of course, is a very prominent case. It happened. The testimony is more and more clear as people are reconstructing the history of it. But there was nobody on site when it happened. People, came upon the wreckage later. They reconstructed a number of investigators, including Franklin Friedman, others, that reconstructed what the Air Force did. But there wasn't a case where there was really evidence that we could touch and we could hear from live witnesses who had been there while it happened. In this case, we do. And that's why, I devoted time to that. I went to the site several times. I had a chance to interview the people there and to reconstruct the history of it, because it's, and then we can put it in the context of other cases that were not crashes, but were hard landings that are in the official government files of France and of the US, namely the Socorro case, which took place just 8 miles north of there, and the case in Valençol in France, in Provence, which I've investigated also. I've gone there with French government officials, and that case is still unidentified in their files. And Socorro, as you may know, is still unidentified in the Air Force files after long investigations by a number of agencies, including the Air Force, including the FBI, including Project Blue Book, and including the local police, of course, and the state police of New Mexico. So we have all of that, and all of that is in the book. So again, think of me as an information scientist who is a servant to, the physicists and the biologists who are going to look into this. And I'm trying to bring you a pattern that makes sense.
You mentioned patterns. Is there a pattern or a correlation between some of the hot spots of UFO locations that you discovered?
The pattern I want to mention is, on this page of the book, in those 3 cases, namely the New Mexico case, Socorro, and Valençol in France, we know pretty much everything about the object, at least the size and the weight, because there were hard traces in the ground that could be measured, were preserved at the site in minutes after the case happened. And in all 3 cases, it's not a saucer, it's not a disc, it's not a flying saucer, it's an egg-shaped object. The witnesses in New Mexico called it an avocado. So there was the typical shape of an avocado. So it wasn't a perfect oval. In Socorro, it was somewhat smaller, but again, we have a very precise description by Lonnie Zamora, who's a patrolman who saw the object arrive. And in Valençol, we have the main witness, Mr. Maurice Mas, whom I've interviewed The object was about 13 feet. Again, it was an egg-shaped object with some sort of dome on top. So those are three very similar cases. In all three cases, the witnesses described occupants, presumably the pilots of the craft, as being about 3 to 4 feet tall, breathing our air.
Breathing.
Breathing our air, yes. They were breathing normally. They didn't have any, any helmet. They didn't have anything around their heads. They had apparently a suit covering their body that was close, tight to the skin. And in one case, I couldn't tell if it was the skin or if it was actually the suit. There were anatomically very similar to humans, all human. They had 2 eyes and a mouth and a nose. The nose was smaller, but essentially the witnesses could relate to them as close enough to us that they thought of them as human and or humanoid. Although in the New Mexico case, there was more. There was a communication, and I know your group is interested in consciousness. There's a lot between the lines about all the feelings, all the psychological impact that these 2 kids. Remember, the witnesses were a 9-year-old and a 7-year-old. But remember, this was at the end of World War II. I mean, the 9-year-old was driving the truck. They had binoculars to read the markings on the brands on the cattle for their father. They were taking care of the herd on this property, which was 80,000 acres. So these were kids in very special conditions. They knew the territory very well. They had horses to go over this terrain. They knew how to hide when they were watching the soldiers recovering this object and loading it on the truck. So they're able to give us very, very good testimony. One of them has passed away a few years ago, but my co-author, Paula Harris, was involved in the case 5 years before me, and she had interviewed him. She actually is the first one to have recovered the whole interview from both of them, even before I got involved in the case. I got involved because of the correlation, the historical correlation with the atom bomb, and which, again, we have to ask, why would, and that's implicit in what Kevin was saying, I mean, why would you come from Alpha Centauri and why would you hit a tower, and crash? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Well, we don't know if they came from Alpha Centauri. We don't know where they came from. They didn't necessarily drop from the sky. They flew over, as far as the witnesses could tell. They flew over this landscape, apparently coming from the Project Manhattan, a test site. They hit the tower. They crash landed under power and then came to rest in this landscape, setting the bushes on fire. So when the witnesses arrive, their eyes are tearing up. They think. Remember, the expression "flying saucer" is not in the English language at this point. This is the end of World War II. So their first reaction is, something crashed, we have to help. You're the first witnesses on the site. They knew that they had to get help for the pilots or whoever had crashed. They didn't know what it was. They assume it's some sort of airplane or some sort of prototype, and they are going to go there and help whoever may be wounded at the site. That's the motivation. the term flying saucer doesn't exist. Roswell is 2 years away in the future. Kenneth Arnold has not done his report. There isn't even an Air Force. I mean, there is an Army Air Force, which is part of the Army. There is a pilot named Brody, whose testimony we have, who was coming in for a landing at Alamogordo. He sees the smoke, contacts the tower. The tower tells him to look at the control tower, tells him to look at the communication tower because they've lost communication with it. He flies over what they called in those days the Fermi Tower. They observe the damage to the tower, and then he sees the fire, and he sees two little kids next to it. He calls Indian kids. They're not Indian. They are of Mexican and partly Spanish origin, but they are not technically Indians. But they are on their horses, and they are there at the site. And the pilot describes them. And we believe the pilot is the one who came back the next day to retrieve some of the data on the site. The next day is the only day when the two kids were not back on site because they were working for their father in town. After that, they were on site every day during the entire recovery. So that's the overall scene. That's why I became involved, because, I mean, the story was complete. I mean, we had the witnesses, we had the testimony, we had the traces, and we had testimony from 2 adults and 1 child who actually went inside.
Kevin, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but if you can, you look like you were thinking, and I'm curious to know what's going through your head. You can direct it to Jacques.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I didn't know about the pilot being a witness, and I think that's excellent that you were able to get his testimony as well, and that he can confirm that the 2 boys were there. That's really fascinating. And yeah, so this is 1945. Is that correct? It would have been
August 1945. Everybody is still in uniform.
Right.
The army has not been demobilized. They are about to be. Japan has just capitulated 2 days before.
Right. So, all right. Yeah, and I'm thinking about all of there was a lot of UFO activity around White Sands Missile Base, during the Manhattan Project as well, if I remember right.
There were
sightings there. I mean, what do you know about that? I mean, I don't know much about that, so that's a good question. For you.
If you look at the Air Force files of Project Blue Book that went back into history, this case is not mentioned anywhere. It just doesn't exist. It was never reported to Project Blue Book. And that's an interesting question about why it wasn't, and why nobody knew about it for essentially, almost 80 years. There were, of course, around the Manhattan Project, there were a number of radars, including long-range radars. And wherever you have radar, you'll have, things that are reported by the radar people that as unusual things, and usually you send an aircraft to verify what it is. So yes, there were reports. Certainly there were many reports around New Mexico around that time, but to me, there was nothing like this. It's only after 1947, Kenneth Arnold talks about what he saw, the very credible pilot, that creates the term flying saucer. The press, the American newspapers get all excited about it. The Air Force starts its investigation, and then, of course, there is the Roswell crash. So around that time, people start reporting everything they've seen. But for in the Air Force files, that I have a complete record of the original files. There are only 4 cases reported in 1945 around that time, including one remarkably from a citizen in El Paso who actually saw the atom bomb. He saw the test of the first A-bomb. He saw the mushroom cloud and reported it as something in the sky that he couldn't understand, that he had never seen before, which is remarkable. So yes, there was a lot of scrutiny of the sky, just because they had to be aware of spying or anything, going over the test site, just because there could be accidents if some civilian pilot went over the military test site. But there was nothing like this. So again, we don't know where it came from. Mr. Padilla told me that he thought, and his argument is, I mean, he didn't see it coming. He saw the crash, but he didn't see it coming when it hit the tower. But again, you're dealing with very clever kids who were entrusted with, guarding the cattle and the property, fixing the fences and all the chores on the farm. And so this 9-year-old, after a few days, decided to climb the tower, the Marconi Tower that had been hit. He climbed about halfway up this about 70-foot high tower to look at where the impact had been. I mean, there was one leg of that tower, and I've been there, you can still see where the legs were. Well, it must have been a very large tower. And it was there because in the north, the landscape goes up to a cliff, and airplanes had been hitting that cliff. So it was there to preserve, to warn pilots. Remember, you're at 5,000 feet there, and then the cliff goes up from there. And so that tower was there to protect the northern area of the Manhattan Project. And so this kid goes up the tower, and he watches where the leg is bent, and that tells him what direction the object came. Again, those were clever kids. I mean, you learned quickly in those days. Now, I grew up in France, in occupied France. Okay, I was born 1939, so I'm in age. I'm close to those witnesses. I was old enough at the end of the war to understand, to be able to place myself in similar conditions, watching, the liberation of France and what people were doing around that day and those days, and what was secret, the things you couldn't talk about, the things that, even as a kid, I mean, it was clear, about how you had to behave. And remember, the 9-year-old was driving the family truck. I mean, everybody else was in uniform or was too old to drive the truck.
Jacques, you mentioned that there was an aspect of consciousness associated with this event. Do you mind explaining what you mean?
It comes up again and again and again. And remember, I worked initially from the transcripts of the interviews that Paola Harris had done very, very well. She's a very good, investigator and trained journalist. She recorded all those conversations with both Mr. Padilla and Mr. Baca, Remy Baca, who by then was an entrepreneur in Washington State. In the interviews, I was trying to reconstruct, going word by word, reconstructing the scene. And they say, well, they were there for maybe 15, 20 minutes. And then when you put the testimony together, they were there for like an hour and a half. Well, I don't know if you have kids, but my kids, when they were 7 or 9, you couldn't make them stand still for an hour and a half, let alone 20 minutes. What were they doing? So I've had the privilege of re-interviewing Mr. Padilla about this, and he said, well, he wanted to go and help. They are there, there's an opening in the object. Through there, they see three beings who are about their size. They think of them as little men or kids, although they also look a little bit like a large insect. They are not completely human. They have a large head, narrow shoulders, long arm, and they walk not by walking, but by just moving around,
Shuffling?
willing themselves to move around.
Do you happen to have a picture of it in your book?
No. Well, I have pictures of what you could compare it to, but they felt. Mr. Padilla told me we felt sorry for them. He wanted to go and help, and he said, if I had done that, I probably wouldn't be here talking to you. Going into that craft, they were always inside, sort of moving back and forth, crying. And
crying?
Yes, and he compared it to the cry of a rabbit when you kill it. Again, these kids are growing up on the ranch, okay? They are very familiar with animals, with, preparing food and everything else. They are sort of crying, they are in distress. And they are moving around. He wants to go and help. The 7-year-old says, no way, I'm not going there. He's crying. He is really terrified. He doesn't want to get involved. They are 200 feet away from the object at that point, okay? This is their land. I mean, they know the territory. But they see this thing. There is no more smoke, no more fire. The object was never on fire, by the way. The object is intact, which is kind of remarkable after what it went through. The only thing missing is that panel. A lot of material that they talk about, light material, a lot of that light silvery material that they will compare to fiber optic. They will compare it to things you'd put on the Christmas tree, silver, silver material, very light aluminum, and just shiny stuff. In fact, some of the fiber, they recovered. They filled a big sack with it, and they gave it to their neighbors to put on their Christmas trees. I mean, again, this was what a kid would do. I mean, they recovered it. They thought it was wonderful. It was mysterious. They didn't have many toys in those days,
Where does consciousness enter into this?
So the consciousness is that they feel that the beings are communicating with them.
So the beings were aware that, sorry to interrupt, the beings were aware that they were there 200 feet away, or did they come closer?
We asked that question. The beings were not looking directly at them, but they felt that the beings were aware that they were there. Remember, they had binoculars, so they passed the binoculars to each other, staring at these creatures and feeling sorry for them, feeling pain, feeling that they should help, and they were helpless to really help. They knew the time was passing, night was coming. Their father would be angry, would be concerned. They had to get home, which was half an hour away on the horse. And then images came into their heads, and they were sort of mesmerized and frozen to the spot. They saw big buildings falling apart. Of course, they had never seen a big building. They are on a farm in New Mexico in 1945. They see things falling from the sky, and then in later years, they have recurring dreams about things falling from the sky. people dying, people falling from buildings. And that lasted, in the case of Mr. Padilla, this lasted about 2 or 3 years. He had these recurring dreams afterwards. But they are essentially mesmerized and frozen to the spot. They, Jose, Mr. Padilla, wants to go and help. And Remy says, no way, I'm not going there. And the older one defers to the younger one, and they don't go there. They go home at night on horseback, crying all the way.
So, how did you get started in this field, and what is this field? How do you characterize it?
Sure. So I started when I was 15 years old, utilizing the Freedom of Information Act. I was just essentially curious, excuse me, about what the government had. Didn't know exactly what I would find. I could tell you back in 1995, when I started filing FOIAs in 96, the internet was a different beast. I mean, there was something a lot different about the internet then than what you see here in 2023. And UFOs was still a popular topic even back then, even prior to the web being a popular thing on the internet. Prior to that, there were more chat rooms, file sharing sites, and stuff like that. UFOs was always one of these bigger topics that was distributed online. And I was hooked into that. I loved it. I loved going to the chat rooms. I loved seeing what was there. But what was difficult was to try and figure out what was real, what was legitimate, and what was something you could trust. And being 15 years old, I had no idea. I mean, I'm a lot older now. I still have no idea, but you get a little bit more of an understanding of what's going on. But again, back then, I didn't know what to believe. But I read about this government document, 4 pages long, said to be from the Defense Intelligence Agency. And I thought, you know what? After I read it, there's no way that this thing is real. And this website, if I remember correctly, was called the Computer UFO Network. And they were distributing some of these files way back in the day. And they said, if you don't believe its legitimacy, you can file a Freedom of Information Act yourself, request yourself. And I was like, what's that? I have no idea. But it wouldn't cost me anything more than a postage stamp. I did it. Got the 4-page document. It was real. It was a UFO incident known infamously as the 1976 Iran incident. And past that, I was hooked. And went back online and looked for any more websites, any more government documents, anything that I could find. Because even though I knew the government was lying even back then, there was some type of legitimacy to a government document versus seeing someone's story written in a blog or article. The government documents had a different feel to them. And there was no website with it, just a few documents scattered here and there. So I started the Black Vault when I was 15. I figured if I was looking for documents, other people would be too. So I was
Party time! Excellent!
Hey folks, welcome back. I'm gonna be continuing right where I left off. You're just getting here. I'm listening to a podcast, just playing some Minecraft. Enjoy, please. I'm not gonna be doing much commentating. I'm just listening and building. Feel free to say anything.
Utilizing the Freedom of Information Act, I learned from that first request and just taught myself how to use it, and was sending out 10, 20, 50 requests at a time. And we're getting these documents, and then I was getting documents that had never been released before. And so I was putting them online, and the Black Vault just kind of grew from there. So that was 26 years ago. This will be my 27th year, I guess. And it's been a crazy ride because I had no idea it would turn into this.
You said you have no idea. Is that still true? You have no idea.
Well, I mean, I say it a little bit facetiously, but seriously as well. I don't have any idea what UFOs are at their root. I think that there's many answers. No idea who to trust. That's true. I mean, you look at UFO history going well beyond my time in it of 26 years. It's hard to know who to trust. In relation to the Freedom of Information Act, I'm still learning after 26 years. So my I have no idea still statement applies to all of that because it's true. I mean, I hope I never get to a day where I feel that I've figured it all out, meaning understand it. I want to continue to learn. I want to learn along the way and get answers, but I want to still have questions to back it up. And here we are 26 years later. And again, I don't have final answers for you on what these phenomena are. All I can comfortably say is that there is a massive cover up. I feel that no one really has the ultimate answer. And on top of all that, yeah, I aim to continue to learn for myself because, look, anybody who tells you they figured it out is lying to you because I don't think that's possible at this point.
When you say that you still don't know, do you have exclusions? For instance, that you know it's not so-and-so. You can't say what it is, but you can say it's likely not this and this and this.
Are you talking specifically to the UFO phenomenon?
Yeah.
So I think when you talk about the phenomenon, or I use plural phenomena, I say that because I think there's multiple facets to it. I don't think there's any exclusions because you have to drill down on a specific case, a specific experience, and you have to deal with it in a very minuscule manner to figure that particular one out. I think a lot of people approach this topic wanting an answer. Is it alien? Is it not? Well, you can't do a blanket explanation. And in the same respect, I feel like you can't do a blanket dismissal either, because I can't say that I've excluded classified aircraft from being the root cause of this. Why do I say that? Well, because you can only exclude that in certain instances, not in all of them. So if somebody is in their backyard and they see something streak across the sky and they happen to live, in Las Vegas, well, that could absolutely be attributed to their experience. When we're talking about military pilots, military experiences, that's a little bit different. Maybe something is classified flying in their airspace and they're not aware of it. That's also a possibility, or it's something else. So I think that the blanket answers, blanket dismissals, incredibly hard to do with this, because this topic deserves a microscope. I mean, truly, you have to zero in on every single facet of it and figure that part out, and then go on to the next one, whether that be cases, whether that be unanswered questions, whether that be the physics behind it, whether that be consciousness questions. I'm sure that plays a role in a lot of this. You've got a wide range of things to zero in on, so it's very hard to do exclusions.
When people say that this is related to consciousness regarding the phenomenon, what is it that they mean?
Well, it varies on the person. That, for me, is a little bit out of my wheelhouse, per se. I'm a nuts and bolts kind of guy. So I approach this topic on, I want to be able to research something, whether it be documents, photographs, videos, or material. I'm a three-dimensional physical, I need to see it, touch it, feel it if I can, type of person. But others find a much more spiritual aspect to this topic and these phenomena. They feel that it's not necessarily about the nuts, bolts, proof, science, or whatever. It's more about the experience, the love, the light, the they're here to save us. Again, that's not my wheelhouse. That's not how I approach it. But I think a lot of people do approach it in more of that metaphysical way, because that's their experience, that's their mindset, that's where they are on their journey to figure it all out, and that's fine. But you have to essentially rely a little bit less on science, or a bit less on science, and more so on faith. And again, that's not why that's my approach, but for some it is, and for them it works for them, and I, it's just a different approach, I think, to a phenomena that's still a mystery to us all. And it's, if it works for them, I support that. It's just not my angle.
Yeah, so they mean something spiritual? Because when people say it's related to consciousness, my question is, well, what's not related to consciousness? If you take your experience as primary, everything is related to consciousness, including a pen, including a table.
Yeah, and the way I took your question was more of the spiritual aspect of this, those that are finding answers within themselves versus actual science, or again, those nuts and bolts that I'm talking about. With that, I think that there's a very dangerous part of this conversation as well. And you see this a lot, I would say more in the last 5 years, but even prior. You talk about the Heaven's Gate cult and so on and so forth, that they attribute UFOs, extraterrestrials, alien life to spiritual followings, and then sometimes very dangerous followings. Heaven's Gate obviously was a mass suicide, thinking that a UFO was behind a comet. You have others that are much more cultish in nature, talking about aliens and so on and so forth. The Raelian movement is one that comes to mind, that's been around for quite some time. But then, you again have, in the last 5 years or so, a much, I would say, much more dangerous part of this. Not the majority, but there's a part of it where people just believe. And they sacrifice, I call it the I want to believe syndrome. They sacrifice all logic, common sense, our basic form of investigation, asking questions. They sacrifice all of that for the want to believe. And they want to believe so much that they will make sure that you do not harm that you do not get in the way of that. And if you do, There's hell to pay.
They want to believe in what?
They want to believe that there's a higher, more intelligent life form out there that is wanting to talk to humanity, that they're here to take us to another level of consciousness, another place in the cosmos, that we're going to join some kind of cosmic brotherhood. I'm not saying that's true for everybody, but that's out there. Those beliefs are out there. And then you have the debate of good aliens versus bad aliens. Are they here to save us from destroying the planet and destroying ourselves with nuclear weapons and so on? Or are they here to kill us all? That debate is rampant out there. That brings up a whole new aspect to this conversation, which I'm fascinated by. But to sum it up, why would they care? Because if they are there and we are here and they can get here, the likelihood of us being the only two life forms in the cosmos is nil. So why would they care? It's to me, I attribute it to the anthill analogy. Do we care that there's an anthill in the middle of the Sahara Desert that's about to go to war with another colony or a termite hill, whatever? Do we go out there and plant our U.S. flag and go, we will save you? We're hiring, we've got bigger weapons. We're much more intelligent than you. We probably can't talk, but we will save you. I'm sorry, the intelligence gap between us and an ant is likely closer than us and a civilization that started 2 million years ago. I believe that because I think that their intelligence will be so far surpassed our own. Why would they want to come here and, number one, even talk to us, but number two, save us? Does it matter? You know, the only reason they would is if we are the only two in the cosmos, you know, or if there's just a handful of civilizations in this vast universe. To me, that's not even likely, but, you know, that's the only reason they would. And if that is the case, how would we ever find each other? Right. So there's a lot of questions that I think we have to ponder here. It's not about, was that UFO an alien spaceship going across the Pacific Ocean? But rather, we have to really drill deep into a lot of these pressing questions that you have to tackle if you want to believe in extraterrestrials are here.
See, for the anthill analogy, I don't think people think about it carefully enough, because if the ants were able to communicate to us, there would be teams of scientists. There would be news stories about, look, we can now communicate with ants. Further, virtually every single species on the planet has a professor whose sole job it is to study it. It's difficult to find a life form that we're not interested in. And then third, we are concerned with species preservation. So if the ants were going to war with gorillas and one of them were going to be wiped out somehow, we would care about that. Like, we already care about that. And there are some people who care about extinction, so there's both sides. So I don't see this dispassionate assessment because it's an anthill and we're so much more advanced as holding up to indicate that we don't want to intervene or communicate back. Because if we could, that would be, firstly, we're teaching gorillas to try and communicate to them. Same with parrots. And we're super excited when they can say a syllable or string together a verb and an adjective. And it's like a revolutionary. Chomsky gets involved.
Yeah. You bring up a great rebuttal. The only reason I would push back is not every human being studies. You're talking about a very small percentage of humans that make that study and that care. I'm one of those that care, right? So I'm an animal geek. I love that. I love that kind of stuff. But sadly, humanity doesn't. So the reason I bring up the analogy is talking about life forms as a whole here on Earth, humanity as a whole. What's the percentage that cares? Broaden that to a wider scope in the universe. To find a full civilization that would, again, want to come here and speak to us and save us. That to me is more of the point, that it would be a much smaller, if a percentage point at all. But on top of all that, using what rebuttal you just brought up, which was great, we want to save that life form because all we know is one planet and that's it. Right. So life is precious to us and I agree with that. Right. Like, I believe life is precious. But if then the universe and cosmos is teeming with life, would another advanced civilization have that same appreciation and that same care to go, okay, people of Earth or creatures of Earth, we don't want you to be extinct. We want to coddle you. I want to believe that that's true, because I'm the type that in my backyard, I will save a hummingbird in my pool, which there's pictures. We do that all the time, me and my kids. We'll save hummingbirds, so we do that, right? But it's because we have that appreciation for life. Would a civilization millions of years ahead of us in a cosmos teeming with life care? And that's I think the bigger question here, is that we want to think they would because of humanity and where we are in the infant stages that we are. But the reality is it could be a machine that we run into when we talk about an extraterrestrial. And that brings up this whole other debate wherein we are operating off the assumption that we are going to run into a biological creature of some kind. But that unanswered question is, when that happens, if it hasn't already, will it be biological at all? And then that brings up a whole other slew of questions. So I get your point, absolutely. But for me, I remove myself as much as I can from humanity and try and look at it as a bigger picture. And that's where I feel the anthill analogy then comes into play.
Yeah, I see that. I'll say some thoughts that occur to me. Number one is that if they're sufficiently advanced, then they would have something like auto GPT. So right now we have AIs and they can run automatically without our intervention. So it could be that even though the average person doesn't care about a particular animal, like you mentioned, there's a subset of people who care about a particular animal. Even though that's the case, it could just be, it runs automatically. So it doesn't matter that all of us as a whole aren't. It could be that you're sending out probes automatically. Secondly, this is something I think about. We tend to think that what's valuable is what's rare, so like diamonds and gold. But it may be the case that we have that backward, and that's based in something like materialism, and that what may be the most valuable is what's the most abundant. And that is to say, like our consciousness or a meaning or significance. It's a difficult concept to parse out because we tend to make an equivalence between what's valuable and what's rare and what's uncommon. I don't see it as being completely obvious that what's precious is what's most rare. It may be the opposite. What's precious is what's most common.
Yeah, and you bring up an interesting, I'm not sure if this will connect to your thought at all, but you bring up an interesting point about the gold and the precious metals that are precious to us and therefore valuable. If we were able to go out, those precious metals to us humans is completely abundant. Like there's that one, I forget exactly the value of the comet that they said is worth like quintillions of dollars. And the idea is that if you go out and actually can rope it and bring it in and you can start mining it and so on and so forth. It brings up, I guess, an interesting concept that which kind of plays into my point earlier, is that what is essentially rare to us, that we value it more. Gold is much more valuable than dirt, because it's much more precious to us, and so on and so forth. And therefore we coddle that and we hold on to it. It's got value. It grows in value. But using gold as the example in the cosmos, that's one of those precious metals that if you rope one of those comets, you completely crash the gold market here because you are just overflowing with it. And it's not precious anymore. It's just a metal. It's just dirt. It's not worth anything. That, I think, plays into what I was saying earlier, where here on Earth, humanity values what it does because we're small and that's all we know. But once that broadens to literally a cosmic scale, those values change, both monetary values, but also what's here in our mind and our heart. So it's a mind-blowing topic because you can go so many different ways. And like you said, does the abundance create value? I'm not sure. Maybe with a higher intelligence that would come into play. But sadly, for humanity, as you and I chat right now, that's not the case. And that's how we have to, at this point, think about how it might be out there, just because we don't know where we're going to be in 1,000 years.
How much do you think the government knows? And when I say the government, that may be a misnomer because we say the as if it's unified.
One all-powerful, all-knowing entity.
Yeah, and even ourselves, we're disparate. We have different goals, like you mentioned. Despite that, despite those caveats, interpret that as you wish. How much does the government know?
Well, I get myself in a lot of trouble here because I said this first years and years ago, and I couldn't believe the hate mail that I got. I said it's quite possible the government has no clue, that they're just as clueless as you and I. And forgive me, I don't mean you're clueless, but humanity itself on unraveling this whole phenomenon, right? These phenomena. What is it? What's the root of it? It's possible that the government doesn't know either. And I couldn't believe the hate mail that I got from that because a lot of people think that the government is this all-powerful, all-knowing entity that knows all. And they're bad people and they're covering it all up, which I believe there is a cover-up, but they're covering it all up and they know the secrets and they're stashed away in some warehouse somewhere, but they're not going to tell you about it. That's the easy way to think about it. The harder way is to think that the government doesn't know either, that they just, after all these decades of researching it, cannot essentially figure out really what the root is, or at least the final answer. Maybe they have clues, maybe they have pieces of evidence, maybe they have material. And let me say that, and let me take that back. It's proven they have material. There are declassified documents that prove that are connected to UFOs, post-Project Blue Book era. So that's all provable, right? That's not conspiracy talk, material of some kind. So they have physical objects. What does that prove to them? That's what we don't know. They could be studying it for a week, figure it out, and hide and cover up the answer. Or they could be looking at it for decades going, yeah, we think that this is manufactured by extraterrestrials, but we're not really sure because we have zero clue on how to figure that out. We'd like to think that we could with our 21st century technology and most brilliant minds that have security clearances, but there's a possibility that we just kind of can't. So going back to your question, it's a possibility they don't know. But on top of that, if they did, would they ever tell us? So let's operate off the assumption that they really do know and they've found ultimate connections to extraterrestrials. It's undeniable. Maybe they don't know how using the nuts and bolts thing again, they don't know the nuts and bolts behind it, but they know that it's manufactured by an extraterrestrial entity. That's an assumption, right? If that's true, then they wouldn't tell us. I truly believe that. I think that they would keep that under wraps. You have too much working against society that would allow a world government to come clean. So what do they know? It's kind of a crapshoot on what they know, but either way, it's not good.
If there's a cover-up, how is it that you determine which documents that you receive from FOIA requests are credible and which ones are not?
Well, that's a great question, because do I believe the government fabricates the material that comes to me? And I would hate to think that they would. I mean, the easy out for them is to essentially just either redact it or deny it. So to create these disinformation campaigns, I'm not big on those types of stories, even though I doubt some individuals that have come out and had these stories and so on and so forth. And some of the UFO community will say, he's on a disinformation campaign. You can't trust him. You don't do that. I've long outspoken against that. I just don't think the government will create more work than they have to. They don't want to do the work that they're supposed to do. So creating this massive disinformation campaign to essentially fabricate documents and throw off FOIA researchers, I've never seen any indicator that that's going on.
Do you all have any reason to believe that UAPs and or what may be behind them may intervene at some point to prevent nuclear holocaust or some large iniquity, for example, with Russia?
I personally don't have any evidence of that. We have a great deal of evidence that they didn't stop the testing of the first device, the use of it twice, and the subsequent testing by numerous nations on the Earth during that period of time. So I don't see why they were choosing otherwise. I don't have any evidence to point towards any kind of motive. I can't even identify who's behind the craft. So getting to their motives would be a very hard, very much longer stretch.
Yeah, I'll go even a little more pointed than that. Look, they did nothing. They didn't interfere with Chernobyl. They didn't interfere with Fukushima. They didn't interfere with the vaporization of 500,000 people during World War II, Hiroshima, Nagasaki. They didn't interfere during the Cuban Missile Crisis. They didn't interfere right now in the Ukraine. So the question is there any evidence to substantiate that they're here to stop mankind from hurting ourselves? Well, they haven't stopped COVID. They haven't stopped climate change. They haven't stopped World War II, Korean War, or anything else, and they haven't stopped world hunger. So, it'd be nice if that was the case, but I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that. What I have seen is evidence to suggest of some sort of ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance of our nuclear equities and technology. That we have seen. We've been able to substantiate that and the ability to interfere with it. But the question is, are they interfering it for good? Well, right now, there's no information to indicate that. That's not from my perspective.
Do you have any idea what this cataclysm is that people like Ross Coulthart refer to? And if you do, is it impending? Has it been averted?
I think I understand what Ross is talking about. I've spoken to Ross at length privately. I know what Ross is talking about from the side of the coin where I work and where I'm interested in the subject. I have no connection to it whatsoever, other than, as I often say, the pop zeitgeist ufology. Now, that's not to say that I haven't studied some of the same things that Ross has, and other people like Grant Cameron and others. That there is a cyclical nature to life on Earth. That there are changes evident in the fossil record and in sedimentary records and things like that. So there may be a great deal of conflation going on here between what we call the entertainment aspect of ufology and the need to invigorate a subject and keep people interested in it, vice the actual nuts and bolts again and the reality of it. Species have gone extinct before. There's no reason to expect that we won't go extinct someday. So when people talk about cataclysm, I think it's important that we don't conflate them with pop ufology. I'd like to leave that to the geologists and to the climatologists and the other people who are making that their specific focus.
Kurt, I'm not sure precisely what you're referring to. I mean, cataclysms have always been part of human evolution. In fact, one could argue we've always been on the verge of a cataclysm at any moment, our species. There have been historical anecdotes, whether it's Nostradamus or the Mayan calendar or even the Bible or the Bible or anything else. Cataclysm, Armageddon, whatever, has always been part of the human storytelling, and for good reason, because you do have these moments in time where things change so dramatically. Case in point, one could probably point to the last ice age, when the Earth was thawing out of the ice age. That was a major moment, and caused a lot of species to disappear because environments change. The land bridge, when that was no longer crossable, you isolated certain genetic species from intermingling with each other. It's always been part of who we are, and always part of Earth, because Earth changes, right? Look at the dinosaurs, right? And that was a hell of a cataclysm, right? When you had a meteor come down and wipe out 90% of animals on this planet. That's just reality. That's not, I'm not sure that's necessarily something we all need to look at and say, oh, that's coming. We've always been immersed in that. Again, you can look throughout history and see where mankind, in almost every religious text, there is some sort of reference to some sort of cataclysmic event, or that has occurred or will occur, whether it's the flooding stories of the earth and the 40 days of rain, or other, pick your story, right? That we have always been telling ourselves, and the things continue to happen. World War III, just another example, right? Nuclear war. It's always right around the corner, and for good reason, because you have a lot of things operating in nature that aren't necessarily in favor for a species survival, and so you have to adapt if you want to survive, and whether that's climate or because of things we do to each other. That's just the reality of life. So I'm not aware of any particular cataclysm story you're maybe referring to, because frankly, pick your story du jour. There's a lot of stories.
Yeah,
out there.
Let me be a bit more specific. So Ross was referring to a cataclysm as one of the reasons for why the aliens, I don't know if they should be called aliens, but those from the future may come back into the past.
I don't know. I really like Ross. You know, I think he is a deep thinker. I really enjoy talking to him, actually, even about these subjects and throwing conjecture against the wall. But I find myself having a really hard time saying, what are we I mean, not to play games, but what are we talking about here? Because if we're talking about climatology, or if we're talking about, as we said, sedimentary record and other things like that of what has happened before, we're throwing in aliens that we can't prove. We're throwing in a historical record that's spotty. I agree that some of these things, when placed on the table together, make a certain amount of sense. But I can't say that the things we're placing on the table make sense by themselves. And so there's a great deal of conflation going on. And I don't want to say that anyone's using their imagination too much, but I think that it would just be my opinion about a lot of fiction and conjecture that I've taken in over the years, which doesn't really apply in any way, shape, or form to the work I'm doing right now. So it's imaginative, and I think it's interesting, but again, I couldn't get there as an investigator because I'm to an extent making up one of the suspects, and I'm assuming a story of one of the complainants to arrive to say that a crime has occurred. It's the fruits of the poisonous tree. So it's if we had like a show about conjecture and we wanted to really dig into that, you know, we can get Graham Hancock or another expert, maybe from one of the ancient architect channels or something like that. I think we could have a really interesting conversation, but it just it doesn't apply other than to my opinion.
Sure.
I'll go also. I'll add, you know, my concern is right now, let's just say hypothetically, we as a species right now, we had the ability to go back in time. My concern is the whole paradox issue, right? You know, there's a saying, if I go back and I kill my grandfather, well, then I don't exist. And so therefore I couldn't go back in time to kill my grandfather. So there's a paradox issue here. And if there's a species that is for some reason, or us, let's say, coming back from a future, and I don't want to say the future because we don't know if there is, you know, the, or perhaps a or multiple. The bottom line is that if you come back and interfere with the past, you may very well inadvertently affect your ability to exist in the future and change things irrevocably. And in fact, you may change things for the worse, not the better. So, you know, I think it's certainly interesting to speculate, but, you know, I think that's why it's tough for us to conceive about going backwards in time. I think we can slow down. I mean, we know through relativity, time can be slowed down, and it can be potentially even stopped to some degree, but to go backwards is a little bit different. You know, you're asking the river to run backwards, and you can slow it, you can dam it up, but to have a river go backwards, it's a little more tough than that. And so therein lies the conundrum. You know, if you go, the mere fact that you go back in time, you know, let's say hypothetically to your time period, which is what would matter if you went back in time, you wouldn't want to go back to some other, you know, other parallel universes time, because you're not going to affect your own paradigm. So, you know, you have to take it with a grain of salt. And I'm not sure that we would want to do that because of the risk you would have to, and then you have the question about matter in the universe, right? So if I take matter from the future and the universe has only X amount of matter, X amount of energy, and matter and energy can't be created or destroyed. Now I add more matter. How does that affect the rest? Does it perturb the existing model of the universe by the mere fact you're introducing more matter into a universe that only has X matter? You know, and how does that occur? And now does that initiate another potential Big Bang? You know, these are the questions you have to ask yourself. It's seriously whenever you're you know, providing a theory about time travel. Again, it's what, like Sean said, it's fun to speculate, but there's a lot more considerations that one has to consider if that was really possible, and would you really want to do it?
Quick editor's quiddity here. For those interested in the details, a positive cosmological constant allows for the creation of energy, and energy seems to only locally be conserved, not globally.
I think we can all take the scene from one of the Avengers movies, Endgame, where they ran through all the different time travel movies, and they were trying to explain, they're all wrong. They're getting it wrong. And they started talking about real physics and the possibility of alternate realities and alternate dimensions and things like that. But we have to ask ourselves again, if we don't have any personal perception of that, if we can't detect it, again, assigning motive is very, very much just opinion weaving. I don't even know if I have a time machine or if there's an alien, what his motive is, what he wants, and agreed with Lou. Again, what are even the mechanics of operating something like, I don't know, it's far beyond my ken.
And just so you know, Lou, you mentioned at one point that the present is thick, for lack of a better word, cigarette burning as the analogy. And for people who are interested in a more mathematical treatment of that, I spoke to someone named Nicholas Gissen, who gave a formalism to indicate that the present time is thick, that you can't pick out a particular point, that as soon as you do, it's almost like honey. So if you're interested in that, I'll put a link in the description.
Yeah, no, and we see that very practically in the world of quantum physics, and even the expression or the description of an electron. Again, for your audience who's probably my age remembers in high school, you learned that an electron orbits the nucleus of an atom, but in reality, that's not what's occurring. We now realize it's called an electron cloud for a reason, because of predictability and the fact that the electron can never be isolated in a fixed position. You can't do it, and in fact, some scientists now are speculating that it is because the electron is everywhere and nowhere at the same time. It is so small that it may literally be zipping in and out and through the very fabric of space-time, and so it's nonsensical to try to predict the position of an electron, because there is no position. It's everywhere and nowhere at the same time around the nucleus of an atom, and that's some of the observations we're beginning to see now.
And let me add to that the past and the future are human semantic constructs. It is always now. It always has been now from the universe's perspective. The past is not something that's sitting next door to us. So, and another way people think of things, when we say that the stars are very far away, the light took a very long time to travel to us, we're seeing the past. Again, that's a metaphor. We're not seeing the past, we're seeing now. And now is those photons are here hitting your eyes, where at one point they were not. And so these are arbitrary concepts a lot of times. So we've applied a linear understanding to something that exists on a much deeper spectrum in a lot of ways, when we talk about going past, going future. And I think a lot of what Lou's talking about is that reality is anchored in now, and in the present, and in the entropic state that we exist in at this moment. And so there's so many variables to that, and we're jumping to motive. I think that's something we just have to keep.
Yeah, I'll go even a step further, Kurt, too, with that, kind of piggybacking off of what Sean said. The whole notion of here and now is almost nonsensical. It's let me give an example. I ask you, Kurt, where are you right now? Let's do a little quick exercise for you and your audience. Where are you right now, Kurt?
Let's say Toronto, Canada.
Okay, where's Toronto? Where's Toronto?
I don't know how to answer that.
Okay, well, where's Canada? Where's North America?
I think I see what you're getting.
Where's our solar system? Where's our Milky Way? There is no here. Okay, we invent here because we have to live in an environment where we are used to boundaries and borders in order for things to make sense. But in reality, in the big scale of things, in the scale of the universe, the notion of here and now is really nonsensical, because that depends on where I am relative to everything else. Here and now only exists. Go ahead, Sean. Sorry.
It's like trying to pick out a specific electron from the electron cloud. It's everything is moving so dynamically at all times that a location is not a concept even. It's only a location in a certain regional area, and you have to have some kind of substrate to measure that against. And we live in a universe that lacks a substrate with snap tube here that we can say we're now 14 parsecs northeast to local globular cluster north. what's that mean? You know, how would you navigate to that? That's something that really digs into my head. How would we navigate to a point in the past? You have to figure out its location in space-time. We haven't found space-time yet to be a thing to measure in that way.
And
So-
in fact, you know, if you look at in the theory of inflation of the universe during the Big Bang, early parts of the Big Bang, and even now, as the expansion of the universe continues to get bigger and faster, you know, scientists are now stating that space time itself is being created, and that's how you have this expansion of the universe occurring faster and faster and faster. And that's, you know, when you look at that, case in point, let me see if I can bring this to a little bit easier to understand. The universe has been estimated to be almost, not quite, 14 billion years old, right? And yet when you ask the scientists how big is our visible universe from end to end, they say it's about 94 billion light years across. Well, how can that be? Because that means the universe has to be expanding faster than the speed of light. Well, not necessarily. What's happening in theory is that actual space-time itself is expanding as well. Think of probably the best way to explain it would be, imagine water seeping up from the bottom of the bathtub and filling up the bathtub. It's filling up from all sorts of little pores. Water's coming out everywhere, not just out of the spigot, but everywhere. It's starting to fill up the tub. If that is the case, then again, the notion back to where we are in the universe is always changing. In fact, when you say to yourself, and it's a little bit scary to do, but you say, I'll be here tomorrow. No, you won't. You will never be here again. And you can't. It's impossible, because the entire universe isn't static. It's moving. And the only way to know where you are is only relative to other people and where they are. And by the way, they're just as lost as we are. So, and I don't mean that just figuratively. I mean that physically. You know, we are all kind of scattered to the winds together, and the only way we can kind of relate to each other is, oh, you're kind of close to me, so I guess relative, you know, you're 6 foot and I'm 5 foot, you know, 9, and we gauge things relative to each other, but we really have no idea where we really are, or even when we are. And that's, you know, something to ponder, perhaps.
We invented time so we know when to meet for lunch tomorrow, but in reality, we just observe entropy. There's a lot of please.
That's okay. I just like to bring things down to a mathematical level for some of the people who are more interested. So the relational view that Lou outlined, you can read more about it in A Relational View of Quantum Mechanics by Carlo Rovelli. And then this arbitrariness of setting one's location, when Lou was asking me where's Toronto and it's in Canada and then where's Earth and so on, that is called general covariance. And that's where the principle of, well, that's where general relativity comes out from. So if you want to learn more, for those who are interested in mathematical details, that's what you can look up. Okay, now I'm curious about the reason for secrecy behind this whole UAP phenomenon. And I'm curious, do you believe that it's profit-driven primarily, or that it's profit-driven by the private sector, or profit-driven by the governmental sector, or that it's altruistically motivated, like Tom DeLonge may espouse or Tom DeLonge believes?
Oh, are we talking, can you identify what exactly are we asking about? What is
there's much that is covered up about
the reason
UFO
for
phenomenon.
secrecy? You're asking about you're asking my opinion on
the motivation behind it.
It's my opinion, just by looking at the simple record that we can distill, that made front page news, that did get reported, that wasn't completely redacted. I think we see a great deal of shock and confusion. And if we're to assume that some of what we all assume about crashes and bodies and things like that, if that occurred, we're still debating what that would do to our religions, our society, our culture, our stock market, all of those things. We still debate that to today, with a pretty split constituency of who believes that we're ready and who believes that we're not. And I think we can see a natural progression of not understanding something, wanting to understand it before they made it public. But then human nature probably, I can imagine, took over. And so power mongering, greed, idea mongering, thought, if that makes sense, wanting to keep, important ideas to yourself. I can see that would have happened already, but I still think that the military that I worked in and the government that I operated in and around was made of just regular folks like us. And this is an incredibly daunting subject. And so I can see where it would have continually been kicked down the road. Now, that's just my opinion, just from looking at what's in the public record.
What do you mean by that? It would have been continually kicked down the road.
No, I've never met anyone who wants to take responsibility for this. And it's one of the things that made Lou very interesting a few years ago when he appeared, was that he had the courage to do it, and he wasn't doing it in the same way everybody else did it. He wasn't asking for your money. And he wasn't on the same nonsensical, the TV shows, I shouldn't say they're nonsensical television shows, but things that are where you sandwich important information in between fiction. It always leaves a plausible deniability. And Lou doesn't mess with that stuff. It's like, look, here's my record. And now we can see the people that tried to silence him. And so it was very, very different. Where are all the other Lou's? We know they existed. Where are all the other program managers? Where are the foreign program managers? They're not speaking up. There's a lot of simple questions as to why, whether they've been threatened, whether they're under NDA. But I talk to a lot of people every day who want to help in this subject, very high profile people. But they don't want their names out there yet attached to it. They believe in it. They think it's real. But they're still waiting for that tipping point to where we stop laughing at it, where it stops ruining careers and ruining brands or changing people's minds about you as an individual.
It's primarily stigma that's keeping them from speaking out, non-anonymously.
I would say that primarily stigma and wanting to. Let me try to make an analogy here. That if I brought if I came back to the tribe around the campfire, and I brought a power saw, what are we going to use it for? It has a purpose. It's for cutting wood. But a lot of the folks in the tribe are probably going to want to use it to go take over the other tribe next door because it's the most powerful weapon they've ever seen. And right there, we may just be talking about human nature. But I think that there's so much of our humanity wrapped up in the answers that we all assume are part of this, that very few people have been willing to take responsibility in any way, shape.
Lou, what do you believe to be the primary reason? For lack of transparency.
Yeah, I'm a little more practical and probably a little bit more less optimistic for our species on this particular question. What if there was knowledge, Kurt, that was so volatile, so earth-shattering, that the mere knowledge of that getting out could predicate an action that could potentially threaten the entire species? Now, what do I mean by that? For just a moment, take off the scientific hat, take off your humanitarian hat, take off your philanthropic hat, and put on a hat of national security. We just talked about the fact that there's no indication that these things have been here to help us. Okay, so there's really only three possibilities: they're benign, or if you will, benevolent, or two, they are malevolent, they're here to hurt us, or three, they're just here to observe us, and they're capable of doing both good and bad like us. Well, if you were to put on your national security hat for a second, let's say you're a general from the 1950s or 60s, and your job is to protect America and all things good and great, and the height of the Cold War, and you've got the Soviet bear across there, and things are pretty tough, right? And nuclear proliferation is a real thing. Now, you have information that there is something here that can outperform anything you have, and really anything you have is rather ineffective from a national security perspective. And there's a thing out there, and it doesn't show that it's being benevolent. So it's only one of two other options: either malevolent or it's like us. And we see this very careful ISR surveillance of our nuclear equities. It's interested in nuclear equities. Well, some may look at that as what we call preparation of the battlefield.
Okay. And let's just say hypothetically, there's a 10% chance, US has a 10% chance that these things are bad, or one day they're going to come here in force, and they're looking at us, right? Remember, you're putting on your national security hat. So forget about everything else for a moment. Your job is to be paranoid. And there's a small remote chance that these things are not good. And maybe there is a plan for these things at some point to come in force in 50 years from now. And if the mere fact you have this conversation with the American people, what's going to happen? Well, the American people are going to start getting prepared. Well, I can tell you in real life combat situations, when we send in long range surveillance LRS teams, behind enemy lines, the moment the enemy finds out that we know, that they know we're there, the element of surprise is over. And so ultimately, hypothetically, imagine a scenario where maybe we had 50 years to prepare for something, but now that the cat's out of the bag, that existential action will happen tomorrow. And by the way, we're not ready for it. We're not prepared for it. We don't have a countermeasure. We don't have a capability to counter this. And so from a very real perspective, a national security perspective, the mere fact that you are acknowledging the existence of something may predicate an action or an act that you're not prepared to have right now. And so I encourage you and your listeners to just for a moment, I'm not asking you to be a national security person, but I'm asking you to suspend your personal beliefs right now for just a moment and put yourself in somebody else's shoes who does feel that way, right? Now, what do you do? If the mere fact of talking about this could potentially cause a reaction that you're not ready for as a country, as a civilization, right? Maybe that's the reason why you decided to only brief certain presidents who have a background in intelligence. Maybe they were former directors of CIA, but the other presidents who are career politicians will be, they're here today, gone in 4 years. Maybe you can't even risk telling them. And so maybe the reason why this has been kept secret so long is actually, in a weird sense, some sort of sense of patriotism by people. And maybe that's how they justify it. And I'll leave that at that as a counterpoint of forcing people to think maybe a little bit non-traditionally. Now, do I think if that happened to ever be the case, that's a good explanation? No. I still think that we have to be honest with the American people. It's like I've said this before, it's like going to the doctor. Just because I have cancer, it's bad news. Don't keep that from me. I want to know, because maybe there's a chance I can do something about it, right? And so, but do I understand that mentality? Sure, nobody wants to give anybody bad news. Now, am I saying that's the case? No, I'm not. It's just you asked me one of the reasons why people would want to keep this secret. Well, that's a really damn good reason why people may want to keep this secret, because the mere fact of not keeping it secret could cause a reaction that you're not ready for yet. There's nothing you can do. You don't have a countermeasure. So again, from a national security perspective, that makes sense. Again, I don't agree with it, but that's understandable.
Earlier, you mentioned the Legacy program. It's still going on, though, but it's called the Legacy program?
Yeah, it's essentially it's an acknowledgement, I guess, that this is a program that goes back to the Second World War, at least. That there have been retrievals since, allegedly, according to Grush. Well, the first retrieval he knows about was in 1933, which is allegedly the Magenta Italy-Italian UAP craft, which was allegedly returned or recovered by the Americans in 1944 with the assistance of the Vatican and brought back to America. And if that's true, that's what Mr. Grush is alleging. If that's true, one can only hope that it's investigated and that people get to the bottom of it.
In collaboration with the Vatican?
Yes, the Vatican interceded to assist in handing the technology over from the vestiges of the Italian government at the end of the fascist Mussolini regime and handing it over to the Americans as the Americans moved into Italy at the end of the Second World War.
So that doesn't mean that there's something inherently Christian about this? It just happened to be where the Vatican is, like there's something geographical about it?
Do you know, it's funny, I've spent a large part of my career revealing the horrible, sordid history of sexual abuse in the Catholic Church, so I'm not a fan of the way it's conducted itself with its treatment of children. But one thing I will applaud the Catholic Church on is that it's long had a very progressive attitude towards the notion of a non-human intelligence. And I think 10 years ago, the Vatican astronomer, they do actually have a Vatican observatory in Italy. He spoke publicly about the notion that essentially whatever species we are of intelligent being, we are all God's children. And I think the Vatican knows an enormous amount about the phenomenon. And one person I commend you speak to is Diana Walsh-Pasulka, who's written a terrific book called American Cosmic. And she's got a new book coming out that I've been privileged to preview. And it's fascinating.
I have indeed spoken with Diana Pasulka. It's a great conversation. Actually, it's one of my favorite conversations on the whole of theories of everything, where we talk about the dark side of the phenomenon, especially psychologically, as well as how to cope with it. It's listed in the description.
And it's fascinating. And I think the Vatican is well aware of allegations that the planet has been shared with a non-human intelligence for a large part of humanity's existence. And I'm told that some of the best archives and information historically on this is stored in the Vatican.
The other word that stuck out to me was with the legacy program, like there's a single one. This to me sounds like this would be a multi-department and a multi-program. So why is there just one?
I think it's a euphemism that's become quite common inside the program, as it's called. It's called the program. That's the euphemism that people have used to it. And I think those of us who are passing comment on it have referred to it often as the legacy program, because essentially it's been a continuing program that never stopped operating throughout the Cold War. And it continues to this day. One of the issues, though, and you quite rightly make this point, is that it's now fragmented. I think the allegations of my sources, not just Mr. Grush, are that this program is now administered across different private aerospace companies. Notably, one of them, of course, is Lockheed Martin. I think those companies should be asked directly whether they have had or have possession of non-human technology that at one stage was in the possession of the US government. And are they going to be obligating their requirements to respond under the new legislation that's coming up before the Congress? It's going to be very interesting to see what they say. Because I think that one of the big issues here is, and I say this as somebody who's trained in intellectual property law, they might rightly think it's their property. Why the hell should they have to account for this to the US government? If they've spent the money and done the work in the last 60, 70 years on trying to develop this technology, what business is it of the US Defense Department or the US government if they were properly vested this material or if they recovered it themselves? Why should the US government have any right over it? I'm kind of on their side on this. You know, frankly, if Elon Musk develops anti-gravitic propulsion based on a recovered piece of technology, why the hell should he have to account for it to the US government? What business is it of theirs if they've been so incompetent as to hand over this technology and invest it into private aerospace? Then I'm kind of on side. I'm a big fan of private enterprise and capitalism. I think the profit motive drives some of the best innovations in technology. If I was a private aerospace company that's responsible to my shareholders, I'd be getting my lawyers briefed and ready for a big fight with the Congress. What business is it of theirs? I'm kind of with them in a way, really. Bottom line is, if Lockheed Martin has a flying saucer hidden in a cupboard somewhere, and if they've spent billions of dollars on trying to develop that technology, why should they be putting up being bullied by US Congress? Business is it of Congress? If some president in the past made the decision to divest the US government of this technology or to take it out of, say, the Department of Energy 50, 60 years ago.
Why would they completely divest themselves, the government completely give this technology up and not say, hey, private industry, you have great technology to investigate this technology. Let's work together.
That's a very good question, Kurt. One explanation that I heard is that there was concerns that the Department of Energy in particular was going to be brought under the control of various regulatory agencies, notably the Government Accounting Office, the GAO. And I'm told that at one stage the GAO was asking some very shrewd questions about monies and expenditure relating to the program, and a decision was made to divest that technology from the DOE into private enterprise. And unless proper contracts were drawn up at the time that required that this technology remained the property of the US government, well, frankly, my friend, if I was a clever IP lawyer, I would be saying, stuff the US government. This is ours. We're one of the world's top aerospace companies. Why should we have to hand this over? I'm kind of sympathetic with them. And I think if they came out publicly and actually said that and said, yeah, we've got this technology, but it's none of your bloody business. Piss off, leave us alone. We're spending the money. We've got the scientists, we're spending the dough. If the US government was stupid enough to go off and fight wars in the Middle East in the last 10, 15, 20 years and not spend money on a Manhattan-style project to back-engineer alien technology, then it's their fault.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we're actually at a very interesting point here where the implications of this extraordinary legislation, where clearly what's going on behind the scenes here is the Congress is pissed off. It's upset that it's asked, it's demanded, it's already required under the NDAA laws that people come forward with evidence of UAPs. And they know it exists. They know that evidence is there. That's what's driving this legislation. The reason why Senator Gillibrand is pushing for aerospace companies or private corporations to be forced to reveal whether they've got objects of non-Earth origin or exotic UAP material is because they've got witnesses who've already told them about it. And if I don't know, let's just say Lockheed Martin, and they've got a flying saucer sitting in a cupboard somewhere, they might think, well, hell, guys, that one there, we recovered that ourselves from, Guatemala a few years ago. Why the hell should we tell you about that? It's none of your business. We're a private company. Free enterprise is what made America great. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
These loopholes characterize the states and perhaps Canada, maybe Australia. Is this something that's occurring worldwide? Because I don't imagine that these loopholes exist in Russia or in China, and I don't see why it wouldn't leak. You did mention that some, I don't recall exactly what, but some parts of this have leaked, but I don't know if it's related to this. Anyway, what do you say to that?
Let's deal with your country. I know for a fact that Canadian scientists are actively involved in working and collaborating with the United States on retrieved non-human technology there. Let's just see if any of your media now go out and ask questions about it. I don't think they will, because they'll be cowed. They won't even go into a press conference. One reasonable thing to do would be to go to a press conference and ask the Canadian Defence Minister, with the cameras rolling, Minister, what inquiries have you done as a result of the letter from Larry Maguire, a member of Parliament who told you that he is aware of a reverse engineering program with which Canadian scientists have been collaborating through your DRDC for decades with the US government? Is she going to answer that question? She should. Now, let's deal with Australia. I've spoken to very senior people in my government who've told me they know nothing about any Australian involvement in reverse engineering, and I think that's true. I think that there have been individual military personnel, mainly from our special forces, who have collaborated in retrievals. I've spoken to people who've alleged to me that they've been involved in retrieval operations. I do believe that it's possible that technology has been tested on Australian territory or over our sovereign waters without our knowledge. And I'm investigating that at the moment. Let's deal with the UK. I think the UK knows a lot more than Canada or Australia. It's been a very active member of the Five Eyes through the Foreign Material Program because there have been retrievals in the United Kingdom and in Europe, I am told. It is alleged to me. I don't know that for sure, but the allegation that has been put to me, and that includes British Special Forces personnel, is that there have been active operations crash retrievals even within the last few years. This has been an ongoing issue. And people may say, oh, well, how come these things are crashing? If these are such advanced technology, why are they crashing so much? Often they're not crashing. They're just retrieved. We don't know the circumstances in which they came to be where they are. But I'm told, it has been alleged to me, that on occasion there have been fully functioning technologies recovered with no visible damage to them. Now, under the Foreign Materials Program, as is detailed in the Larry Maguire letter, which is a secret Five Eyes agreement for the recovery normally of foreign adversary technology like Russia or China, like the latest MiG or the latest rocket system and things like that. It's happening a lot at the moment inside Ukraine. I'm told that through that FMP, the Foreign Materials Program, there have also been very controversial and very secret recoveries of what people believe is non-human technology. But if you're a soldier, a Special Forces operative, and you're cleared to be involved in a retrieval operation like that, the level of knowledge that you have is limited to your utility. You know, it could very well be they've just been standing there with a rifle, making sure nobody comes on scene while scientists and officials move in and remove whatever it is. So it may very well be they have no direct knowledge themselves as to exactly what it is. And they're open to the accusation that what they're talking about might just be a Russian satellite or a Chinese drone or something like that. This is why this needs to be investigated, because one of the things that I am aware of is that there is an intelligence take. There is distribution of Five Eyes intelligence now, and it's become much more routinized than it ever used to be. And within the last few years, there is now intelligence sharing on UAPs within the Five Eyes Alliance. And I've spoken to people in Australia who've told me that they've seen some of this take, very senior people in our intelligence community. And when I've said to them, should we discount this claim of collaboration inside the Five Eyes on alleged retrievals, they've giggled and said, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't put it past the Americans at all. And one of the phenomena that's quite common here in Australia, one of the things that I've reported on as a journalist reporting on the intelligence community, has been, it's been a long-standing practice for Australia, Canada, and New Zealand as kind of junior partners of the Five Eyes Alliance to do plausibly deniable favours for their big brother allies in the US and the UK. And so during the Cold War, it's now public information that Australians, New Zealanders often collaborated with the Brits or the Americans to bug or to tap foreign embassies or foreign adversary countries' buildings. And we did plausibly deniable favours for our friends. I'm told also that we've been involved in retrievals of, and quite rightly so, it's a good thing that we've been doing this, retrievals of Chinese and Russian and North Korean technology. You know, we're keeping tabs on our potential enemies. But I'm also told, because I've had chats with people who've been involved in these operations, that there have been retrievals where what's being retrieved is obviously far more controversial. And I think the Brits know a lot more about this because they've been more actively involved, and there is a high level of collaboration between the UK and the US on this issue. But it's interesting because certainly the parliamentary oversight committees in the United Kingdom that I've engaged with, they're not aware of this. So again, there's an accountability issue here. If British military or intelligence have been involved, I don't think their parliamentary committees know about it. And frankly, I think they should. I mean, I'll give you an example. I did a story in 1994, that's how old I am, about how operatives of our Australian Secret Intelligence Service, our equivalent, if you like, of the CIA, assisted the British government in bugging Kuwaiti government officers after the first Gulf War to procure a trade advantage to win contracts against which Australia was competing. And the operatives that were involved in that operation told me how they were paid cash by the Brits and told not to tell their Australian masters what they'd been doing, bugging Kuwaiti government officers to help the British win contracts against the Australians. And there was a Royal Commission of Inquiry, which essentially is a bit like a grand jury investigation, which looked into this issue. And the whole issue of plausibly deniable favours by our intelligence community to assist our big brother allies, the UK and the US, was brought to the fore. Another incident that I became aware of when I did this story in 1994 was that when the Chinese government was negotiating with the British about the handover of Hong Kong back to China, Australian government operatives were involved at the behest of the British SIS in bugging Chinese government officers in Hong Kong so that they could negotiate a strategic advantage in the negotiations with the Chinese. And imagine the consequences for Australia if we'd been caught by the Chinese and doing that kind of high-level spying. I mean, the blowback would have been enormous. And so I raised in my story the issue of why we were doing these plausibly deniable favours. This is the same thing that's been going on with UAPs, because Larry Maguire, in his letter to the Canadian Minister of Defence, specifically raises how he's concerned that upcoming public announcements will be coordinated between AUKUS, which could damage Canada's credibility with our allies. And AUKUS, it's not a very well-known agreement, but it's the Australia, UK, US agreement. And what it is essentially a collaboration defence agreement, which is essentially targeting providing Australia with nuclear submarine technology. It's bringing Australia into the nuclear world. Controversially, huge controversy in Australia. We're spending $400 billion on nuclear attack submarines, probably the Virginia-class American submarines in the next 20 to 30 years. Now, I know my Prime Minister in Australia and my Defence Minister and the heads of our intelligence services in government do not know about the crash retrieval program, if it exists.
The Australian crash retrieval or the...
No. The US-Canadian crash retrieval collaboration. If I was Australia and I'm about to spend nearly $500 billion on weaponry, which is supposedly the top-of-the-line weaponry in the world, I would expect, as a Five Eyes ally partner, to be brought into the loop on the fact that the US is potentially sitting on vastly more superior technology. I would expect that it would be a legitimate question for my government to be asking, are we being sold a lemon? Are we being sold technology that will be superseded within 5 to 10 years if and when the American government finally admits the truth of what this alleged crash retrieval program involves? Alleged technology that is capable of extraordinary energy from the vacuum, extraordinary propulsion systems that are capable of instantaneous velocity, the performance characteristics manifested in the 5 observables. That's a technology I would want in preference to a nuclear attack submarine. And so this is why this is relevant to agreements like the AUKUS agreement. Are members of the Five Eyes Alliance, who have historically been treated as and patronised as junior partners, are they being locked out of information and knowledge that ought properly to be being shared with them to assist them in making decisions about their future national security? That's why this now matters. I'm not trying to drive a wedge between the Five Eyes partners, but I have had discussions with people in my government in Australia where I've said, look, I know stuff that Canada is allegedly involved in, and you may not want to ask about it, but I think there is the beginning of a realisation now in my government in Australia that they haven't been told the whole story. I suspect, for example, that there are facilities in Australia that have been used for experimentation with some of this technology by the US government as places like Groom Lake and Area 51 became more and more scrutinised and hot. Vast empty areas of Australia and our ocean are beautiful places to practice technology. And in my book, In Plain Sight, I start the book by talking about an extraordinary sighting, multiply corroborated, where a gigantic black triangular craft hovered silently over 2 policemen and a civilian woman and did performance parameters, performance characteristics far beyond known human technology. And that's a technology that has been seen by multiple witnesses that I've since spoken to. Clearly, something was operating over northwest Australia back in the early 90s that has never been properly explained. And clearly, the Americans knew about it and tried to shut people down from talking about it. And so it's funny, and I obviously get frustrated with stories like this one in our national newspaper, where the whole issue of alien conspiracies are mocked, and there really are references to little green men and that sort of nonsense. And it's this kind of belittling ridicule that ignores the fact that there is an abundance of evidence, no longer circumstantial, to suggest that there is something going on. The Pentagon has admitted the reality of the phenomena. It has admitted that there is an anomalous phenomena, possibly intelligently controlled, doing things, showing performance parameters that we cannot explain. Multiple, hundreds, thousands of witnesses have seen objects doing things that are apparently craft, under intelligent control, showing performance parameters that just cannot be explained within known human technology. There is an intelligence source by the name of David Grush who has come forward and courageously spoken out for the first time publicly, saying that he is aware of a crash retrieval program that has been illegally kept secret from the American public. He's also alleged, by the way, bodies, and some journalists seem very shy about even discussing that issue because they're worried and confronted that people may find it so ontologically shocking that they don't want to talk about it. This is real. These allegations are being made. They should be being investigated. That's all David Grush wants.
About that triangle, do you think that we have the ability to operate? Forget about reverse engineer.
I'll refer you to, again, one of the episodes of Need to Know, www.needtoknow.today. I interviewed a former British Special Forces soldier called John Chapman. He's a former British para, very highly trained British soldier. He was literally in combat in Ukraine in the very early days of the battle around Kyiv in April last year.
Mm-hmm.
He was with a group of Navy SEALs, Special Forces soldiers from all over the world, an international battalion that was fighting behind Russian lines. And in the interview that he did with me, he and his colleagues described seeing, firstly, 3 strange lights appear in the sky, in the night sky, and then all of a sudden a triangular craft winked into existence. And the way he's described it, it appeared to be operating as some kind of surveillance and reconnaissance platform. It silently moved above the battlefield, literally as they're getting mortared. They're looking up and they're describing it, they're seeing it, they're absolutely categorical that they saw it. I've corroborated that this was seen. Some kind of triangular surveillance platform was being used on the battlefield, clearly monitoring Russian positions in the very early days of the Kyiv offensive by the Russians. I don't know who that was, but something was taking an interest. And that platform, that triangular object, has been seen by multiple witnesses all around the world. Now, I know people love to dismiss all this as a wacky conspiracy theory, and they love to sort of push the idea that this is just a conspiracy theory and it's pushed by crazy people with little green men agendas. That's no longer the case. This is being rationally suggested by sober men and women at a very high level in the American governments, both in Canada and the US. I've had conversations with people in your government. You know, they privately admit to me that they know something's going on, but they're frightened of asking. You know, it's almost like, oh, well, we kind of assume it's in the national good, so we're not going to push any harder. But I think that's what the people who've been hiding this all these years have been playing on. I think there have periodically been people inside the US government who have an oversight role. One of them is perhaps Admiral Tom Wilson, the Wilson document, as we've discussed previously, Kurt.
Uh-huh.
And
Good memory.
I think people have stumbled across the issue from time to time. And I think they've bought the line that this is a national security imperative and that they shouldn't push any harder. But I'm sorry, it's clear to me now from talking to the sources that I've spoken to, and this is clearly what the Congress is finding out as well, that there have been illegalities, if not criminal breaches of the law. One of the allegations that David Grush made to me in my interview is that people have been murdered, he suspects, to protect this secret. Now, that is one hell of an allegation. And at some stage, he's going to have to put up the evidence to prove that allegation. He's obviously spoken to people on the inside in the program who've told him this. My understanding is that he has testified about this in secret to the Congress. My understanding is that he's also come forward to the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security about this. Now, what's interesting is the Congress going to do its job and ask the questions that need to be asked to investigate that? Is there the political will at both congressional and senatorial level to actually push in a public way for this to be made public? I'm not sure that it is. We live in such dangerous times. You know, we've teetered in the last 24, 48 hours on the edge of a horrible confrontation in Russia that could have resulted in a civil war in Russia. Either way, even though Putin's a thug, it would have been a very bad solution to have open warfare on Russian national territory. We're looking at the moment at the likelihood that there's going to be an intervention, if it can't be negotiated, to stop Iran from developing a nuclear weapon before the end of this year. I don't see how that can be avoided. Military conflict will have to happen unless a negotiated settlement can occur. There is no way Israel or the US are going to allow any kind of
Hey man, am I driving okay?
I think we're barred, man.
It's so much fun. It's Harry and Highfry, screaming in your baby's face. Hit you with mace. Highfry on the case. It's Harry and Highfry. Harry and Highfry. It's Harry and Highfry. Harry got them on the run with custom enemy guns. It's so much fun. It's Harry and Highfry, screaming in your baby's face. Hit you with mace, Highfry on the case. It's Harry and Highfry. Harry and Highfry. It's Harry and Highfry.
Oh yeah.
Oh, a non-subscriber. It's a shame what happened to the last guy who didn't subscribe. You monster.
You monster.
nuclear bomb to be developed by Iran. You've got the continuing nut job in North Korea with his wacky ICBM trials, where he's trying to demonstrate a capacity to launch ICBMs at the continental United States. And then you've got China. You've got the ever-present risk of China. And, you know, I'm being told routinely by officials in my government and in the US government that it's only a matter of time before we're at war with China. 18 to 24 months is the timescale that I'm being told. God forbid, why in hell's name do we think that we can win a war with China? I do not know. But in the context of all of this, do you think the Congress is going to devote a lot of time and resources and energy to pushing for a hugely embarrassing expose to be revealed of criminal corruption inside the military and intelligence establishment? concealing an alleged crash retrieval and reverse engineering program involving retrieved non-human technology for the last 80 years? I don't think so.
In other words, as important as we find it, we're like, this is the most important subject. The government's like, you don't know how close to annihilation we are from other sources. It's not the most.
Yeah. I mean, I'm talking all the time to people in the US government who genuinely want this issue out. But in the scheme of things, they're more focused, quite legitimately, on making sure that Ukraine has enough HARS artillery shells to be able to take out the command structure of the Russian government. I mean, I don't think UAPs are as big a priority as they should be. And that's the tragedy, because as David Grush admitted to me in his interview, actually, I don't think a lot of this is in the so far broadcast interview, but he's deeply skeptical about the reasons why we went for war in Iraq, and Afghanistan. A lot of good men and women have died. They've given their lives for a conflict in the Middle East that was of dubious provenance. Why? I mean, what benefit was derived from fighting that war? Imagine if the trillions of dollars that were expended on the Middle Eastern conflict had instead been expended on a Manhattan-style project where there was collaborative science between men and women in science from all over the world to develop energy technologies and propulsion systems that could revolutionize human civilization. That's what people are talking about. Now, I don't know for sure that technology exists because I haven't seen it. But I have spoken to people who've told me that it does exist. I have spoken to people who've urged me to push for the public disclosure of the existence of this technology. And that's one of the reasons why David Grush has come forward. He's the first of many. But those other witnesses are watching on, and they're seeing how David Grush gets treated. If he's treated badly, if he's treated parenterally and dismissed, then the world doesn't deserve to know, frankly. And I mean, I appeal to one of the things I love about your show, Kurt, is you get a phenomenally well-informed audience. You have highly intelligent people, mainly from science, but also thought leaders who are listening to your show. And they understand that you give people like me the time to explain. And I don't know if I can begin to convey the depth of emotion and frustration that good science-oriented people feel that they can't talk publicly about what they know that's being concealed right now. Maybe they're lying to me. Maybe the many people that I've spoken to have all contrived to lie to me. Maybe it's just a massive disinformation program, and maybe the whole US Congress is being misled to the extent that they now believe credulously that there might be things of non-Earth origin held within private aerospace. I suspect there is.
Manny Ortez asks, Lou once said on a podcast that someone from the Pentagon told him that they knew that this phenomenon are demons. Although Lou didn't seem to believe it, I would love for Lou to expand on that.
Well, Kurt, let me ask you this. What is a demon? Right? I think most people would submit to you that a demon is some sort of supernatural being that is based in some sort of religious doctrine and is usually, malevolent to some degree. But let's look at this from a scientific perspective. All things, by definition, are supernatural until they're explained, until they're normal, right? This cellular telephone I'm speaking to you on, and the Wi-Fi signals 100 years ago would be completely supernatural. And yet, in some parts of the world, actually, if I show a picture, of somebody, then that's still supernatural. They think the soul is locked in the photograph. Everything is paranormal until it becomes normal. Everything is supernatural until it becomes natural. And that is the definition of it. It just means beyond our understanding of what's before us. I can't tell anybody with a straight face that something is or is not demonic, because it really depends on what is your definition of a demon. And at the end of the day, I've seen enough demons in my life in combat and warfare to know that, there really is true evil in this world. A lot of it is man-made, but, I can't discount that. I don't personally believe that myself, but I'm a big firm believer of know thy enemy. If it turns out that these things are demonic, at least we know. I'd rather know than to guess. Do I subscribe to that line of thinking that these are demons? No, not particularly.
What about angels?
Great question. It's exactly the same thing. Angels and demons, supernatural beings that we can't explain, that seem to fall outside the realm of what we consider being normal human behavior and normal human capabilities.
Okay, let me steelman the question. Let me steelman it. When I say steelman, hopefully you're familiar with the term. I think what the person is getting at is that let's presuppose in a certain worldview that there's a deity that created the universe with intent, and one of the first creatures they created were powerful beings that have divine powers. Some of those are angels, some of those are demons, and then humans were created, or let's say the Big Bang was set off, and then humans were created via the process of evolution. So, do you see evidence, or do you have friends within ATIP who believe that those are demons in that sense, or angels in that sense even?
I didn't see that in ATIP, but I did see it in DoD leadership. I certainly am not going to confront someone's spiritual beliefs about something. The word angel comes from the word anhelios, of light, of fire. Think of Helios, the sun, right? The sun. These are terms that have been given to explain supernatural beings and occurrences during our existence. I am, for one, I despite being a scientific man, I am a very much a spiritual. I don't wear my religion on my sleeve, but I don't think that the topic of UAPs or even potentially extraterrestrials is necessarily against the idea of organized religion. When I went to Rome not too long ago, a year and a half ago maybe, and spoke to some very senior academics in the Vatican, they told me that in the 1600s, had you have told people there was no such thing as aliens, that would be considered heresy, because there is no limit to the dominion of God, or the notion of God. And it's only been in relative recent history that we have put these limitations on what God can and can't do. There can't be aliens because we have to be the most divine representation of God. So I find that topic fascinating, especially as it relates to theology and philosophy, and even sociology, our reaction to it as a species. But I did not come into contact with that, and if it was an ATIP, it was kept hidden from us. No one talked about that. No one seemed to have any type of religious aversion looking into this topic.
All right, the next question comes from Bisect Docs. Have we intercepted communication between UAPs, and or has there been communication with UAPs?
I'm not aware of any interception of communications with UAPs. As far as communication with UAPs, once again, and I kind of hate to split hairs here. I don't want to upset anybody, but let's be specific. What does communicate mean? I mean, you and I are having a conversation in English and we're communicating, but if I stand behind a wall and I aim an assault rifle at you, am I communicating with you? Yeah, I am. I'm communicating an intent or a threat, right? If a dog growls and shows its teeth to you as you try to kneel down and pet it, is it communicating? Yeah, it's communicating. It's telling you, hey, I don't want to be pet right now. Don't touch me. So, if a UAP is behaving in a provocative manner, meaning it's obviously knows that we are aware that it is there, and doesn't seem to mind, doesn't seem to try to hide itself. In some cases, it's been perhaps hovering over one of our military equities for a prolonged period of time. Is that communication? Well, I would submit to you, yes, it's probably communication. It's not verbal communication, but it's signaling some sort of intent. Yes, I know you're there, and yes, I know you know that I'm here, and I'm okay with that. And I want you to know that I'm here. Now, What's the rationale? What's the reasoning intent behind it? We don't know, but that is communication. When we do a show of force, and if we fly an SR-71 at 100,000 feet and we don't want the enemy to see us, and if I take a couple F-22 Raptors and I fly off the coast of, let's say, a disputed territory in the South China Sea, I'm communicating with a country. It may not be through dialogue, but make no mistake, I'm communicating very clearly and very effectively my intent to another party. And so I think therein lies the question. Are these things trying to communicate with us? And if so, will we be smart enough to recognize it as some sort of communication versus just two ships passing in the night? I do think that the more brazen that these incidents become, the more there may be an attempt to try to communicate. They obviously, whatever it is aware that we are there and we are aware that they're there.
Are you aware of any more or of any less coarse-grained communication? For example, we can communicate with the cheetah, like you mentioned. We can point a gun at it, or we can show our hostility or our civility. Is there verbal, as far as you know, has there been any verbal or even telepathic direct communication?
I'm sorry, my audio just cut off.
Has there been any verbal or telepathic communication? I know that there's a story about, I think, Zimbabwe, Africa, with aliens communicating with some children.
There's certainly reports of it. Doesn't mean that it's see, the problem is subjective. We don't know for sure. It's the human's interpretation of what's going on. And here is why we have to be so careful. As you know, in a scientific experiment in an enclosed system, the likelihood of human error is increased significantly. And so, we have to be cognizant of that. Is there some sort of real communication, as you say, telepathic communication occurring? Or is it a similar effect to, let's say, taking a hallucinogenic drug and having some sort of experience, right? Mental experience. I don't know the answer to that. The answer could be yes or both or none. It could be that there is, it's just our impression of what's going on, and it's not real, right? Like the near-death experience, a lot of people report it being real. A lot of people say, no, it's just parts of the mind that are beginning to shut down and you start, having these experiences. I don't think anybody really knows for sure, other than the people who've actually experienced it. When you talk to them, they feel very compelled that they've had a real event. And I don't doubt for 1 minute they actually believe they've had some sort of communication. And by the way, that could be the case.
Right.
Again, there's no way to prove it or disprove it. So it's interesting, but we didn't focus on that part of ATIP because it's too subjective. You can't quantify and qualify that data like you can with radar data and photographic evidence, et cetera. So it wasn't particularly useful. Not that I'm saying it's not interesting. It just wasn't useful for our calculus.
As to the connection between psychedelics and aliens, or psychedelics and UAPs, you're unaware of any credible, verifiable, falsifiable data?
Well, look, I mean, now we're getting into the world of consciousness, and I would submit to you, is not everything we do a result of a conscious process occurring in our brain? By very definition, everything I do in life is a result of some sort of willful intent based upon a consciousness process occurring in my brain, just like you and everybody else. So, we realize that human consciousness is an area that we're just now beginning to explore, and we understand even less. Is it possible that human consciousness is part of a universal consciousness, and that we can tap into this? It's not human consciousness is not only for humans. Possibly. I mean, there's people out there who have pet cats and dogs. I'm one of them, where you have a connection with your pet, not because it's just a cat or a dog, but because there's something deeper that you are connecting with, something far more intimate, something far more sacred than just a furry little bag of skin and hairballs. There's something. And by the way, that life form recognizes you as well as a sentient being. There's this appreciation that, hey, we're on the same wavelength. I may not look like you, I may not act like you or talk like you, but we're kind of the same thing. We're both conscious, sentient beings, and we recognize that in each other. And that they also may explain human interactions as well. So consciousness may not be something that is only owned and defined by the human species. Is it possible there's other things? If we can communicate with dolphins, with cats and dogs and birds and gorillas, maybe human consciousness isn't quite so. Maybe it's not so special. Maybe it's indelible. Maybe it's something that's part of all of nature. And when I say all of nature, even beyond this planet, perhaps.
The next question comes from Mick West. I'd like to ask Lou Elizondo, I'll just read this verbatim. If he really thinks this is non-human technology that can revolutionize the world and maybe include contact with aliens and extra-dimensional beings and so on, why is he so concerned with NDAs? Surely for the good of humanity, he should release the evidence that he has.
Surely for the good of humanity. And then he can go ahead and pay for my mortgage. He can put my kids through school. He can come visit me every day and give me soup while I'm behind bars, spending the next 40 years of my life, doing a service for somebody else. I've already put my neck on the line. So all due respect, Mr. West, if why don't you, there's nothing stopping you. Why don't you do it? I've already put my career, my reputation and credibility on the line. I've already foregone my retirement and my pension. How much more else do you expect me to sacrifice? You want me to put myself up on a cross and nail myself to it just because? I think we've come pretty far so far. I think I haven't had to go to jail, and we've come pretty damn far in the last 3 years. So I guess a simple "you're welcome" is probably would be my response.
Are there whistleblower protection acts that you could reveal information under?
Oh, this is part of the IG process. This is part of Congress. There are people that I can speak with without violating my non-disclosure agreement that can further the conversation. And this is what we're trying to exercise. I mean, I've tried to be as clear as I can with our roadmap moving forward without jeopardizing it. But if people have noticed one thing about me, is that I'm deliberate. I don't do anything haphazard. So all the stuff that people are now seeing with conversations in Congress and IG, do people honestly think that's just some sort of coincidence? I mean, guys, look, if you look at what I've been saying the last 3 years, you're going to see a pattern. It's very clear. You're going to see everything I've said has come to fruition, lock, stock, and barrel. We're trying to do this the right way. And as I said before, there's a difference between doing things right and right now. And I'd prefer to do things right. This is a process. I've told people from day one, if you're expecting instant gratification, then, go take up something else. Go take up finger painting. Don't do this, because this is going to be a long-term effort. And it's every day the due diligence of what we're doing, but it's making a difference. Just look at the last 3 years, how far we've come. We have an official UAP task force. We have the government admitting that UFOs are real. We have Congress being briefed at the classified level. They're all coming out saying this is important. We actually have the task force now providing information to Congress in a 180-day report. We have other countries like Japan coming out and reaching out and wanting to share their information with us. I mean, man, how much more do you want in 3 years? So again, forgive me for being a little bit, testy about this.
That's
I think
fine.
a lot
Questions
of
like that annoy you? Do you get them frequently and you're tired of them?
Well, you know what? It's armchair quarterbacking. It's easy for people to sit back. I see it all the time on social media. Just violate your NDA, Lou. It's okay. You go to jail for us. It's okay. But they're not willing to do 1/10 of that sacrifice for this effort. If you ask them, hey, get off your ass and go talk to your congressman, or start doing research and start going out and being a force multiplier for this effort. They want, I'm too tired. I got too much go. I'm too busy. Well, I got my family to take care of. Well, so do I. I'm no different. Why am I being held to a different standard? Why am I have to be, the person coming out there and just say hell to everybody and wind up having to go run and hide in some foreign country and never come back to my country? I love my country. By the way, my non-disclosure agreement I took was a promise I made to the American people, not my government. And so I think it's really disingenuous to say, well, you can just break your promise this time for the truth. No, I can't. That's like saying, well, you can cheat on your wife only this time, or you can cheat on your family this time. It won't matter. Yes, it does matter. Every time matters. It's a promise. That's what a promise is. Either you're a man of your word or a woman of your word, or you're not. Otherwise, and they're called principles, and people fight and die for those principles. And I've seen people fight and die for those principles. You know, they're not just something that you conveniently throw around. Oh, I promised to do this, and then really later on say, no, I don't really promise. You know, that's not the way promises work. Those are the kind of people that don't survive in combat because people don't have your back. You know, you swear an oath of an allegiance to do the right thing. That's what this is about. You know, I don't understand people who can just say, hey, go ahead and break your promise this one time. I mean, what are you talking about? You'd never trust me again. I can't break this one time because the one time I do, then I could do it 1,000 times. And at that point, I might as well throw in the towel.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I understand. Lou, let me push back. I'm on your side, man. So let me just be friendly and push back. With regard to breaking a promise, to me, this seems like the difference between, as Jesus said, the spirit of the law versus the text of the law. So do you see an obligation to the spirit of the law rather than the text? So the text says you have to obey this promise.
Well, he also said follow the law of the land too, didn't he? And so, you know, the law of the land here is that he took an oath and a promise to the American people. And I'm not going to violate that promise. It's you can't break a promise to fulfill a promise. It doesn't work that way.
Please, let me push back. Gently. Okay. This is something I've been thinking about. Sometimes trust needs to be broken in order for it to be regained in the long term stronger. So, for example, you mentioned cheating on a spouse. Sometimes one has to come clean and say, I did cheat, in order for the relationship to eventually be repaired, even though that in the short run it's going to be far worse.
Wouldn't it be better not to cheat at all and not have to do that? Yeah, you're right. You need to, if you cheat, you need to admit you cheated. But isn't it better just not to cheat? And you don't have to worry about that.
I agree. Okay, so in this analogy, the cheating would be, let's say you had some piece of information that says that our world is vastly different and potentially even dangerous or wasteful on behalf of the government. Do you see a sense of duty to the citizens to break your oath? I know you said that it's the oath with the citizens themselves, but you understand where I'm going with this.
But you don't have to. There are mechanisms in place that you don't have to break that oath to fulfill a promise. That's what I'm trying to say here. It's not an either or.
It just takes more time.
By the way, it's a lot more. Yeah, it takes more time, but it's the right way to do it. That is the correct way to do it than just going ahead and I won't be able to live with myself doing that. No one will ever take me seriously again. Nobody could ever trust me if I break that promise just that one time. That's not the way it works. So, you know, I think the proof is in the pudding. And honestly, bottom line is I'm not going to break it. So people can keep asking me all day long, and they're wasting their oxygen because I am not going to break that promise. I will not violate my non-disclosure agreement.
Got it.
By the way, I'll tell you, if it comes to the point where I have to actually stop doing this to maintain my promise, I will. I will disappear. You'll never hear from Lou again. If the option in between comes down to me having to speak or having to and break my promise or being quiet, I will be quiet. I will not break my promise. And if people can't accept that, then, fine, talk to somebody else. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I'm grateful that you're not quiet right now, and thank you for speaking with me. Lonesome Space Cowboy asks, I just have one question, pretty subjective, but I'd like to hear his take. If the general public knew and saw what Lewis knows and has seen, what would the world look like for the next week after that? How would the public react? So this is, you can surmise.
Wow. What a thoughtful question. Boy, I have no idea, Kurt. That's I would need to think about that.
Okay, we can get back to that question.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a good question. I don't want to just throw out an answer.
Right.
I want to think about that, and I might need even a little bit more time. I will for sure get back to you on that, but that's going to take some thought.
Great. I'm going to take a question from the audience. So Jenshi says, Tom DeLong says that the occupants of the UAPs are called the others, in quotation. Do you know anything about this?
That's what he wants to name them, My German Shepherd is named Hercules, but you can call him whatever you want. I mean, it's a name, right? You can. Is he calling them the others? Do the others call themselves others, or I would probably ask Tom that question. I can't answer.
Here's something I heard when I was looking up some interviews with Bob Lazar. that the aliens refer to us as containers, or at least he read that. He can't substantiate it. Have you heard this, and what do you make of it?
Not a clue. And who was that? You said was that Bob Lazar? You said?
Yeah.
I can't speak for Mr. Lazar. I've never met the man. I don't know. He was not part of the HeadshotH4rry effort, and therefore I can't expound upon that. I wouldn't even know where to begin with that. I have no idea.
Between you and I, this is like a foray for me because my background is in physics and math, and I had no idea that people were so divisive when it comes to Bob Lazar and just individuals in this UFO community in general, that if you say you believe them, then you're ostracized, or if you say that you don't believe them, you're also ostracized by a certain subset. Do you have views on Bob Lazar, whether you find him credible?
I've never met him. I don't know his background. I don't know his story. I do know George Knapp. He's very credible. I don't know anything more than I guess George Knapp may have helped break the story at one point. But I don't know Mr. Lazar. And out of due respect for Mr. Lazar and his family and those his friends, colleagues, and those of the community, I don't have a comment. You know, it's that's part of the problem. People offer a lot of what they think instead of what they know. And so when you mention someone like that, people automatically, well, I think this, I think that. Well, okay, I respect that, but the question is, what do we know? And right now, I don't know a whole lot about Mr. Lazar, so it's not fair for me to really provide any type of opinion one way or the other.
You're watching this channel because you're interested in theoretical physics, consciousness, and the ostensible connection between the two. What's required to follow some of these arguments is facility with mathematics as well as discernment of the underlying physical laws, and you may think that this is beyond you, but that's false. Brilliance provides pellucid explanations of abstruse phenomena such as quantum computing, general relativity, and even group theory. When you hear that the standard model is based on U1 cross SU2 cross SU3, that's group theory, for example. Now, this isn't just for neophytes either. For example, I have a degree in math and physics, and I still found some of the intuitions given in these lessons to vastly aid my penetration into these subjects, for example, electricity and magnetism. Sign up today at brilliant.org/TOE, that is TOE, for free. You'll also get 20% off the annual premium subscription. Try 4 of the lessons at least. Don't stop before 4. And I think you'll be greatly surprised at the ease at which you comprehend subjects you previously had trouble grokking. Links are in the description. Pulsating Shadow asks, how frequently do abductions happen among civilian/military personnel? And is there substance to the rumor of human mutilation? I also want to ask you about cattle mutilation at some point, but that's that.
Well, abductions is something we didn't really look at in HeadshotH4rry because it's, again, too subjective. We're relying on the human being to give us data without anything else really substantiating that, unlike radar data and gun camera footage. I'm aware of a lot of those reports, but I don't have a comment either way. I simply don't know. And as interesting as it may be, it wasn't overly helpful to the perspective of our efforts in HeadshotH4rry to the specific calculus we were working on. Remember, what is it and how does it work? That really didn't come into play. Now, as far as human mutilation, that's another topic that I'm completely unqualified to discuss because I simply don't know. Certainly, if that is the case, then we are dealing with a potential threat, possibly hostile intent. Because from where I come from, as a former investigator and special agent, that's a crime. First of all, it's called kidnapping. Second of all, it's called assault. And third of all, it may even be, in extreme case, it could be considered, first degree premeditated murder.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know anything about that really. I'm aware of cattle mutilations a little bit more because I've spoken to some veterinarians and some doctors. There's a lot of prosaic explanations. I think it's fascinating. I think it's interesting. But I'm not a certified medical doctor nor a coroner, so I can't look at a cadaver of a bovine of a cow and say the lips were removed with surgical precision without any type of heat ablation or cauterization, and yet it was a perfect clean cut. There's no bleeding. I don't know what can cause that. I don't know if there's a natural process that can explain that. I haven't seen one, but maybe there is. Could it be predatory behavior of coyotes eating that part of the meat that is most rich in nutrients or accessible? I don't know the answer. Or is it something else? You know, there's a lot of people who say there's perhaps something else to it. Again, I don't really know.
This one comes from Lady Shar Reacts. Mr. Elizondo, do you think there was another craft under the water that was causing the UAP disturbance that Commander Fravor reported?
Great question. Exactly what we're trying to figure out. There's some other stories that are going to come to light, some other incidents that are going to be, I think, fairly riveting when people find out, you know, that what's occurred in and around some of our military operations. It's possible there could be something underneath the water. It could also be like you said, a reaction to the technology we employ by what's ever on top of the water. We don't know yet. I think we're getting a little bit closer to answering that. Of course, if we can get some sonar data to validate maybe there's something in the water at the same time as we see something in the air, that would be very helpful in substantiating that.
Amjad Hussein, who actually sponsors the podcast with his company Algo, asks, are any alien bodies in possession of the U.S. government?
So, Mr. Hussein, again, great question. It's a question that a lot of people want to know, and it's a question that I can't answer because I have been privy to that. I do not know if there's any type of biological organisms that are in the possession of the U.S. government. I do believe, as I've said before for the record, that we are in possession of material. I won't elaborate into more than that. But as far as having biological specimens, it's something that I can't answer. I don't want to mislead anybody. I don't want to say I think, because it doesn't matter what I think. What matters is what the facts say. So, forgive me, sorry.
No problem. Look, man, I'm having a blast, man. Thank you so much.
I've been burning the midnight oil, man, so I do apologize.
Well, man, I know you have a hugely busy schedule, and so even for a modicum of your time, I'm immensely grateful. And personally, I'm curious what's going on at Skinwalker? Did ATIP study that? And I know you don't like to espouse, but what do you think is going on there? Sub-question, let me say before I forget it. And then I wanted to know, is there a connection between Bigfoot and UFOs? Because there seems to be a confluence of that at Skinwalker, at least.
So I worked with colleagues that were focused on the OSAP and the Skinwalker phenomenon. What I can say is that they are very convinced, and I think I am too, that there are things that probably go bump in the night that probably need further explanation. But that was not my portfolio, and I don't want to speak to that because I simply don't know. That was done at a time with the tremendous efforts of Mr. Bigelow and the former director, OSAP director, and a lot of folks from Bigelow Aerospace. And the data was very compelling. I'll say that. It was absolutely compelling. And I think Mr. Brandon Fugel now and others have recognized the validity of some of that data. But that's all I'm prepared to say about that. As far as Bigfoot, I'm going to share something with you, and I hope that this doesn't turn anybody off.
It's probably going to turn me on.
I had the great honor and privilege of speaking with some people from the First Nations of Saskatchewan, Indigenous people, of the Lakota and Dakota bands. These are individuals who are fiercely proud, have an incredible heritage, and have nearly 10,000 years of oral tradition in this continent. And they have an incredible connection to the land. And I was asked by someone there, and I'm not going to say who it was, but a very senior individual who was associated with the First Nations people. And he asked me, he said, I want to ask you a question, Lou. Have you ever seen Sasquatch? I said, no, sir. He said, I'm going to ask you one more time. Are you sure you've never seen Sasquatch? I said, sir, I've never seen Sasquatch. And he said, well, that's good. Because from my people's perspective, Sasquatch is a spirit that protects our women and children, and a spirit of the forest. And if you see a man see Sasquatch, it means your heart is impure. And I wasn't prepared for that. I was like, holy smokes, sure glad I haven't seen Sasquatch.
Interesting.
But yeah, that was their take. Very, very interesting.
But who among us have pure hearts?
Well, that's a whole other question. I don't think any of us really do have pure hearts, but the fact that they see it that way, I found very, very interesting. It's very unique perspective, and I think if anybody has a right to have a narrative on Sasquatch, it's certainly Indigenous people. So I found that, again, I can't tell you whether or not that's true. I can just tell you what was told to me. But there you have it.
As for Skinwalker in general, you just think your statement is there is something that's going bump in the night, or you think there is. Nothing more can be said about that. I'm hugely interested in Skinwalker.
Kurt, at some point,
more is to be revealed.
Yeah, I don't want to go down any rabbit holes prematurely. This is a very complex universe we live in. And it's a system. And we're learning more and more about the reality of life and the transition of what birth means and the transition of what death means and human consciousness and human spirit and whatnot. Suffice it to say, we probably really don't have a very good handle right now on understanding what lies beyond our five senses. I've said this before. We have five fundamental senses for which we judge our environment. If you can't touch it, taste it, hear it, smell it, or whatever, it doesn't exist. And yet the reality is 99.9% of the universe lies well beyond our ability to sense these things. We have Wi-Fi signals coursing through your body every moment of every day. We have cosmic radiation coming from the cosmos. We've got neutrinos that are flooding your body from the sun. We've got cellular signals and radar signatures that are at the local airport. And all these are real. And I tell people, if you want to know the reality of the universe, look at a night sky one night and look how pretty it is. Now take a radio telescope and look at that same night sky. Look at it through infrared. Look at it through ultraviolet. And you're going to see things you've never seen before. And so by definition, 99% of our knowable universe, we can't even perceive. And then when you look at the scale of the universe, and I've said this before, if you look at, I was corrected recently that the visible galaxy, the visible known universe is about 90-some billion light years across, even though it's only been around for 13.7 billion light years. We think that the actual the seeable universe right now around us is about 97 billion light years. And as big as that is in terms of us being this little tiny minute thing stuck in the middle of it, there is equally that amount of space, relative space inside every one of us. If you look at an atom, which is 1 × 10⁻26 inside the mole, compare that to the human body, we have that same amount of space inside every one of us. There's a whole universe inside of us. And so the scale in which we live, unless something is 50 feet in front of our face, we'll never be able to interact with anything that is an order of magnitude above us or below us. We can't even see the cells in our bodies without a microscope. So there are these realities all around us that constantly that exist and that we are part of, and yet we cannot interact with. And by that definition, 99.9% of the universe falls outside of the realm of our perception. So who's to say that all of reality needs to fit neatly within the very narrow spectrum of the electro-optical frequency that we call visible light, when we know that that's not true? Same thing with acoustics, same thing with electromagnetic, same thing with everything. And I think it's foolhardy for science to presume that everything can be explained through the fundamental five senses and the scale in which we live, because we know that's not true. Look at dark energy and dark matter. Most of the universe can't even be seen.
All right, even the fundamental forces. Who knows if there's more?
Forces, right. Strong force, weak force, electromagnetism, right. So I think we need to remember, if you are truly a scientist, we must remain open to the fact that we are judging our environment through a very, very narrow lens. It's like sitting up on the bleachers, watching a football game at the very, very highest part of the bleachers and watching the whole game through a soda straw. You're going to miss most of it, So that would be my 2 cents.
The basic puzzle, as I understand it, and again, I'm new here, is that there is zero convincing direct evidence where there's a chain of custody with the data, And it's not only a question of a few seconds of video, but very detailed, multiple sensor data. Everything sort of fits in some kind of a way that you could actually say there's essentially no way of faking this.
Yeah,
there's almost none of that. To my knowledge, there is no convincing proof in the public sphere. So that's the big thing that argues for the fact that this is not about UFOs or in the sense of aliens and little green men and sentient intelligence. The thing that goes in the other direction, though, is just how much indirect evidence there is that something has been going on, and how willing we've been to destroy people who've been willing to poke at this. And if you believe that the direct evidence argument is effectively a pretty good argument that nothing's here, because so many of us have cameras, it's kind of amazing that nobody ever captures something that's really, really convincing. That doesn't make sense to me. If you believe that story, you've got a big problem with the level of indirect evidence. If you believe the indirect evidence, you have the reverse problem. For God's sakes, why is there no absolutely crystal clear data set that has slipped into the public's hands? So whatever your resolution to that puzzle is, I'm usually in the position where I come up with too many explanations. This is one of the only topics I've ever met where a creative brain can't come up with a single explanation to fit all these data points.
Well, I think the reason for it is that there isn't a single explanation, and I think it's a mistake to try to look for one. I think there's a lot of things that explain both the actions of government and the military and the various interested parties like, To the Stars Academy and people like that. And there's a variety of explanations for the sightings that people are having, the evidence that arises, and trying to kind of shoehorn it into either one big cluster or one big cover-up. Perhaps there's a degree of both in that. Perhaps the government does use things like UFO stories to allow them to be out there, at least for distractions from other things. And certainly, we know that there's a variety of different interesting parties within the government. There's infighting, there's a degree of incompetence, which I think, is kind of endemic in there. There's corruption, there's kind of, there's backdealing, there's people who are doing things for their friends in government. And there's a variety of things. And I think it's not going to be simple if we actually figure out what's going on with this whole UFO thing. I think you're going to be looking at hundreds and maybe thousands of different data points, and there won't be like one big smoking gun either way.
Wait a second. Let's just take one category of UFO. So we have mylar balloons and swamp gas and disinformation campaigns and experimental aircrafts and drones and non-friendly nations, blah, blah, blah. Let's just take everything that is a normal sounding explanation that can account for this. And let's take various claimed UFO encounters and attribute those to those explanations that we're all prepared to accept include some of the sightings or experiences. Is there anything left over, in your opinion, that's really unsettled? Because it's a question of overlapping explanations for, it could be the Chinese, or it could be the Russians, or it could be the Iranians, or it could be swamp gas. It's like, I get that those are all the same style of explanation.
I mean, if the government says they have 143 unsolved, or 142 now, they just said the chief scientist just said they solved one yesterday. Those are actually cases that are unsolved, that they were unable to determine what they actually are, and the likely explanation is simply that there isn't enough data. So there's definitely going to be lots of interesting things out there. They probably fit into one of the categories of things like airborne clutter or atmospheric effects or heavenly bodies or planes or misidentifications, things like that, but we can't determine what they actually are. But what we don't have is what you said earlier. We don't have something that's unambiguously unusual, something that demonstrates advanced aerodynamic capabilities, or something that seems to defy the known laws of physics.
But we certainly have lots of unresolved things.
Now, let's
But
get
I
back
don't
to
think
your
that necessarily
position,
means anything. I think that's just something that's inevitable. And I think that when we have more detailed inspections of data sets, it's just going to resolve more things, not resolve, it's going to bring up things like that. Artie Loeb's new program, the Project Galileo program, he's trying to set up these telescopes and these sensors which will detect when something's there, and then they'll zoom in on it, and then they'll take photographs of it. And he says maybe they'll see the made in outer space sticker on it. But probably what's going to happen is just you're going to get more blurry photos. And they will be undetermined. So it's inevitable.
So let's get back to your superposition argument. We all agree that it's going to be a superposition. That's not the interesting, if it could be Iran or it could be China, that's a superposition of different explanations. No one says that all drones have to come from one country. The key issue isn't superpositions of different mundane categories. The key issue is there anything at the moment that argues in your mind for an exotic explanation? Time traveling humans, visitors from another galaxy, et cetera, et cetera.
Not in my mind, no. And I'm curious as to why individual people, that's part of my interest actually, is trying to figure out why people believe what they believe. Why do people believe weird things? Why do people think that time traveling humans from the future is actually a reasonable explanation? Why do they think that trickster spirits is a reasonable explanation? I know there's some fairly serious people who use the term trickster as a kind of an explanation for UFOs. There's some kind of trickster from another dimension who's come over. Jacques Vallée, I think, is a big proponent of this, and his colleague, I forget his name now, but they talk about tricksters. What is it that actually makes people who are at one point serious scientists go over to thinking that essentially poltergeists from outer space is a reasonable explanation for things? I don't say that I mean, that sounds like I'm mocking them, but that's actually the type of things they did. It does sound like I'm mocking them. Yes, I know, but that's an unfortunate.
So look, I don't want to trap you in, Mick. I don't want to trap you in language. Sounds that way to you.
Well, it's just real quick. I want to address that point. I'm not mocking them. I'm essentially trying to accurately describe their positions. And it's unfortunate that with a lot of these things, if you talk about, say, flat Earth, if you try to describe the position, it comes across as ridiculous. When someone is using tricksters from another dimension as an explanation for UFOs, it comes across as ridiculous, but it's actually what they say.
But let's try this carefully. Let me imagine that you and I are living on North Sentinel Island in the Andaman chain in the Indian Ocean. And I say, I can't help but feel that there's a bigger world out there, and that every time something tries to contact us, there's a force, an unseen force that stops them from making contact. And we've become really belligerent. We keep throwing spears and shooting arrows at anything that approaches our beaches. But I have this feeling that a power exists that is screening all contact, and that there's an entire world of people like us and dissimilar from us who want to contact us. And you say, oh, really? You think there's like a federation that really cares about us and stops us from being contacted, and they're tricksters in the sense that they prevent landings so that we will think that we are isolated and alone in the world? And I'm trying to describe India, and you're making fun of the fact that I'm trying to describe India. I don't have the word India because I've never spoken a word of Hindi, or I don't know that I'm probably an Indian citizen according to the world. But North Sentinel Island has one of these problems, which is it's got effectively an unseen force called India that acts in some sense as a trickster to make sure that they're not in good Copernican position to be able to observe the world. And here I've got Nick West talking about this in terms of what sounds ridiculous because it is ridiculous. And the answer is no, it's not ridiculous at all.
No, it's not. But if I was on North Sentinel Island, I would be pointing out all the evidence that we have for this thing. We see contrails from jets flying overhead. We see boats. Occasionally people come and they land on the island and there's trouble. So we've got a lot of evidence that these things actually exist. If they were in a completely isolated island in the middle of the ocean and they were hypothesizing about something with no evidence, then that would be a different thing. See, it's all about the evidence. They have evidence on North Sentinel Island for the hypothesis that you proposed.
And I believe that we have evidence both for and against active visitation by intelligent life that we do not perceive as any of our own civilization.
But not very good evidence. They have very good evidence on North Sentinel Island because they can actually see people. They can actually see things like planes. They can see boats.
Very often in science experiments, I've watched people throw out the outliers because they have a feeling that you're allowed to throw out the outliers. And sometimes the outliers are bad pieces of information. This occurs in, the Tau Theta puzzle story that Richard Feynman tells about the asymmetry of the weak force. And sometimes, sometimes it's real information. Sometimes it's an artifact of the environmental setup.
Well, what outliers do you think are being thrown out of the UFO sphere? What outliers do you think are being thrown out of the UFO sphere? We don't have amazing videos that are just being thrown out because they're...
Well, I think you and I are disagreeing about something more fundamental. My feeling is that there's a sort of debunking energy versus a scientific energy. And I kind of like debunking, to be honest, when it's your great aunt's poltergeist in her second home. There's a story about a kid who committed suicide in 1913 and now haunts the house. And I don't want to have to deal with that stuff scientifically. I don't want to have to write an NSF grant and get the University of Puget Sound involved or whatever. There's a role for debunking, and then there's the problem of the debunkers. And I think we have to actually talk about debunking as kind of an antisocial negative movement. I want to... Sorry, let me know.
I think that's ridiculous, though. I think it's ridiculous because, I identify as a debunker. I've said there are problems with that term. So unless you're talking about somebody else, I assume you're talking about me.
No. I'm talking about there's a movement of people, right?
All right. So do you see me as being part of that movement?
Well, you've been curious in my mind. You're certainly, and again, I'm not angling for anything in particular. I'm not a takedown artist. I don't love interpersonal conflict. It feels to me like in the world of debunkers, and I've now met them in multiple fields, you are one of the most disciplined and, to be honest, one of the most charitable that I've met. Now, so this isn't principally about Mick West. The problem that I have with this as a movement, first of all, skepticism doesn't pay very well. I've talked to Michael Shermer about this. It's very hard to do the yeoman's work of skepticism and make it entertaining. So the problem with most of the skeptic movement is that you start off trying to say, look, I'm just trying to keep the crap out of science so that we can have a conversation that's not always cluttered with somebody's ghost stories or whatnot. Okay. So that's very important, particularly with respect to religion. Religion always wants to intrude. Then you get into this problem, which is you have to spice up your skepticism because it's not really tremendously entertaining. So that's when you typically get snark, you get condescension, you get stigma. And all of those things tend to chase good people out of these discussions, much the way good people are chased out of politics. There's an idea that politics belongs to people who don't mind having 5 private investigators scurrying about over their life to interview every ex-boyfriend or girlfriend, to dig up any dirt to be printed on the front page of the New York Times. My feeling about this is a lot of us who would like to run for office, like to see other people run for office, are very angry that the political crowd is taking this over. And it's like, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. Well, the same thing is true with UFOs. My feeling is I want to hear from a lot more people. And one of the things that I want to hear from a lot more people. And one of the things that I want them to know is that there are smart, caring people who, as long as they're not telling some BS story, and as long as they're willing to reconsider their views, don't need to be debunked, because that
Sure.
stigma is antithetical.
I agree.
Antithetical to science. Well, just be careful what you agreed to, because I don't want to.
No, it's, it all sounds good so far.
Okay.
Nick, why don't
except
you-
for the implications.
Why don't you recapitulate what Eric said so that we can see if there is indeed agreement?
Well, yeah, I think Eric is saying essentially that there's a certain type of criticism of various fields, and we're talking about UFO in particular here. The type of criticism that is identified as the debunking community that has a stifling effect, like a negative effect, the chilling effect, which prevents discussion because people feel like they're being attacked, they feel like they're being ridiculed, people don't like that. A lot of people involved have a deeply emotional connection to it, and so they're not going to come forward if they feel that they are going to be ridiculed. And I agree that that is a problem. And I think in the broader sense, it's been a problem at the government level, in that historically the government has basically completely ignored the UFO problem, the UFO issue. If you look at what the FAA was doing, say, even just 10 years ago, they basically said, call this paranormal hotline. It was a UFO hotline, but it still went to a site which also dealt with ghosts and things like that. So there has been this kind of ridicule of the issue. And I really don't think that I, or indeed most skeptics who actually look into UFOs are really part of that type of ridicule. We actually investigate cases in great depth. We do the math, we do the work, we sometimes go out and do the field work, we do recreation experiments, we try to figure things out. I've interviewed lots of eyewitnesses, and I do it with the greatest respect, and I trust that what they are telling me is what they believe to be true. So I would really welcome people to come forward with evidence.
Why would you trust that? I would imagine that some of those people are not to be trusted in their attention.
Trust is simply my default position.
That's
I
fine.
usually assume from the start that people are going to tell the truth because that's been my experience, that most people do. Now, that has burnt me in the past a little bit. Like people will do overtures to you and then they'll turn around. But most of the time, you catch more flies with honey. I'm not trying to catch flies, is probably a poor analogy, but it's I'm naturally a nice guy. When I talk to people, I empathize with them, and I understand that it's a difficult thing to talk about. Well,
let me ask you a question. I don't have the sense that there's any real reason for any animosity between you and myself, to be honest, at all.
No.
Why do I have the takeaway of what are you doing in my timeline again? In other words, I would imagine that in a slightly different world, universe A prime rather than A where we live, you and I would be naturally allied on this topic. And
we're scientists, scientific type people who have a natural skepticism of things.
Okay, so I didn't come looking for you, and then multiple times you've sort of entered in, and you're talking in specific about Lou Elizondo and somebody who I think I've never mentioned the name, Chris Mellon. I hope
Chris Mellon.
Can't remember everybody's name.
He's the government official who's part of the whole invisible college type thing.
Okay, so what is it that you perceive me as doing that needs to be sort of minded?
Well, you make bold declarative statements about this, that this is a huge deal. I believe this was the thing where I started to interact with you, that you thought it was like a huge deal, that either there are some kind of advanced technology flying around that we don't know what it is, or there's some kind of big cluster starting with Harry Reid. I can't remember exactly what you said, but I think you were something along those lines. Yeah. And I think at the time I was basically saying what I am saying now, that it is more complicated than that. And the reason I interacted with you, and I probably wouldn't with just some random person, is that you have reach. You've got a lot of followers. You've got a very popular podcast. You've written books. You're quite well known, and people take what you said and you become a hero within the UFO community, and they listen to what you said. So I feel it needs addressing.
Eric's written a book. I haven't gotten a copy.
It's a secret invisible book. But
sorry,
okay.
Nick, I didn't mean to.
So Mick, I stand by my statement. This is a huge, big deal. And I don't mean this UFOs. I mean, this decision tree has no boring branch.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of, in a little way, coming around a little bit more to that than I was at the time when I first disagreed with you.
First of all, I really appreciate you saying that.
Yeah, well, it's
not in a victory lap kind of a way, just in terms of evolution.
Yeah, I have no problem changing my opinion when new data arrives. Yeah, let me explain why I've kind of come around a little bit. I think it's really being the increasing looks behind the curtain that we've been having, I guess, over the last year, and actually culminating just a couple of days ago. And you probably didn't have a chance to look at it. I sent the email yesterday about Travis Taylor, the chief scientist of the UAP task force. And he's someone who was hired by the lead of the UAP task force to be the chief scientist, and he contributed to this UAP report that we're all familiar with. But he's also the chief scientist on a TV show, The Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch. And he's also been a visiting scientist on other things like Ancient Aliens, and he had a TV show called Redneck Rockets, I think, or Backyard Rockets Scientists. He's really very unexpected as the choice of someone who wants to be neutrally investigating UFOs. Because on the one hand, he's at Skinwalker Ranch on TV, basically promoting the idea that there's some kind of weird interdimensional tricksters coming through and doing weird things at Skinwalker Ranch. Whilst at the same time, he's supposed to be soberly investigating the evidence and writing UAP reports and briefing Congress. It really doesn't make any sense. And I was flabbergasted when the news broke a couple of days ago that he was in fact the chief scientist.
Do you know this person?
I've talked to him a little bit online, but I don't know him personally. No.
So I have spoken to Eric Baird, who is out there on that Skinwalker Ranch History Channel project, and I've spoken to Brandon, who I know a little bit, who owns the ranch.
Yeah. I've spoken to Brandon too.
Pardon me?
I interviewed him for my podcast. I interviewed Brandon for my podcast, so we're kind of friendly on Twitter too.
Yeah. I have to tell you that part of their problem is that they believe, and I don't think they're lying to me. I could be wrong.
No.
I'm going to be careful about this. I believe that they think they've seen enough weird stuff that it's effectively almost impossible to keep this air of detachment going. Yeah. And if you look carefully on Travis's statements, he basically has gotten to the point where he's like, we've seen so much weird stuff here. I never would have believed this 2 summers ago, but this and that. He's still careful to say we don't know what's going on, but he's certainly decamped into a position where he's saying, I've now seen so much weird, inexplainable stuff that I cannot affect the same position of studied neutrality that would occur before I tutored my Bayesian prior.
I need just a few minutes. I'll be right back. just going to continue where we left off.
And this is not necessarily a knock against him. In other words, if I have been told by multiple people who do not strike me as charlatans, I only wish you'd seen what we have, because we're wasting time in this conversation. Now, I have noted on social media that I am tired of being told that I'm going to be shown something, and then, like Lucy in the football, I never managed to make contact with the football. And as a science, as a PhD in STEM, I feel duty-bound to report that I have been spun up several times only to be wound down and told that it's got to be deferred because of some meeting or some change in plans. So I have no idea whether this outreach is a form. Now, I have noted on social media that I am tired of being told that I'm going to be shown something, and then, like Lucy in the football, I never managed to make contact with the football. And as a science, as a PhD in STEM, I feel duty-bound to report that I have been spun up several times only to be wound down and told that it's got to be deferred because of some meeting or some change in plans. So I have no idea whether this outreach is a form of disinformation in which well-meaning individuals are constantly put in some sort of Tantalus-like situation.
Was one of those invitations to go to Skinwalker?
Oh, I've had multiple invitations to go to Skinwalker from Brandon.
And have you taken him up on that?
No, I haven't, and for reasons that you may find amusing. One of the things that I did was consult with some people about the safety issues of this UFO stuff, and they said things that I wasn't really prepared for. One of which a particular individual said to me, there is absolute tissue damage that we can record that comes out of stories of encounters, and you make what you want of the encounter story, but it is completely consistent with our biopsies and our understanding of what cell death has occurred, which I found really interesting. I mean, here I'm talking to published scientists.
It sounds like evidence.
It sounds like evidence. But my point would be whether or not I understand that as aliens, or whether or not I understand that as that there's a uranium deposit, or who knows what. I don't know enough about secret weapons or geology or who knows what.
Yeah.
You know, I do know that I've been warned that bad things happen to people who get too close to some of this.
Well, it doesn't stop them filming a TV show there. Yeah, Brandon actually invited me.
It may not stop me from going out either.
Yeah. No, Brandon has invited me. Maybe we should go together and then we can compare notes. Brandon has invited me, and I have not. I recently reached out to him to try to take up on him, but he's been like busy and hasn't really got back to me yet. But you know, I would still like to go to Skinwalker, and if you're interested,
I'm potentially willing to consider it.
Off air, I asked Mick if he would be willing to engage in so-called CE5, that is Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind, if someone offered to perform it with him, and time was sufficiently limited, travel paid for, it was done by someone known for their consistency in this regard, etc., as this is a technique which purportedly reliably induces quote-unquote contact. Mick responded, I would go. I think there are probably no supernatural phenomenon or visiting aliens, but if I'm going to criticize something, then it's only fair that I try to fully understand what people are experiencing by observing them experiencing it, and maybe even get a sense of it for myself.
There's some topics I would love to actually hear your take on as an expert, because I'm not one. One thing I found very distressing about this whole topic is I was willing to reconsider my UFO position separately from attendant positions, which I don't really want to get into. So the first thing that's very hard to separate off is this cattle mutilation claim. right?
Yeah.
So in other words, you think you just want to talk about actually, I'll go in later to the issue about why I'm interested in UFOs for scientific reasons. But assume that you just want to talk about UFOs, you get into cattle mutilation, and then you get into progressively weirder and weirder sounding stuff that I'm not excited about. The least exciting thing for me is this remote viewing stuff. Right?
It's interesting from a historical perspective.
Say more.
From the actions of the government. The government did research into remote viewing, and in reaction to the Russians doing research into remote viewing, I believe back in the 50s or 60s, Project Stargate. And this was a real thing. So I think, even though it's something that sounds kind of somewhat ridiculous, it's something that's actually bubbled its way to the top in a way that, UFOs are bubbling their way up now. It's something that Men Who Stare at Goats, the film, is based on real events. So these things, they don't sound interesting and they're a bit silly, but they had consequences.
If the door is open for UFOs being a real phenomenon, whatever, let's place brackets and just say it's an extraordinary phenomenon, then why does that not open the door to other extraordinary phenomenon, which is also attested to by high-ranking individuals, and there are government studies such as remote viewing? Why is it provoking an unfavorable reaction from you?
I don't know whether you saw my interaction with Hal Putoff on the topic of predicting the markets.
Yeah.
So
why don't you?
Well, no, it was a bit more subtle than that. His claim was that he was able to predict the markets in order to effectively replace a bake sale or something at a local school. And by getting 10%, he could make somebody else, I forget, $260,000, and he could get $26,000, which is all he needed. And then he stopped predicting the markets.
Yeah.
The typical energy around that would go like, dude, if you could become rich, why wouldn't you do it?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's not my energy. My energy
It's
is
the
different.
evidence.
My energy is, if you could do this reliably, you could settle so many debates by proving, like, assume you don't care about money and assume whatever, this, that, and the other thing. You do care about credibility, and you could increase your credibility by inviting people onto your private jet to take you to your private islands, et cetera, by just doing this relentlessly. And then that conversation didn't go anywhere. Now, if you notice in Jesse's cut of that interaction, I stayed on that point doggedly, and he cut a lot of it out, but you see him say this thing where he says, like, I think we've addressed this issue. But I was always trying to be polite. I was not trying to take Hal to task in a way that let him look ridiculous. I find this claim disturbing. Like you, I don't want to let these claims in if they cloud our judgment. It's very important to me that we not have nonsense claims. I don't want to say he's a liar. I don't want to say I believe this to be true. I don't know what to make of it. I'm probably backing off of it before I do more damage. I don't like these other claims, Kurt, because the cattle mutilations are the ones that are closest to sounding like UFOs. And the remote viewing sounds like a different force carrier. In other words, if you imagine that you and Kurt, where are you currently? Toronto?
Toronto, yeah.
And Mick, you are in?
Sacramento.
So somehow we're all having this conversation on a screen in real time almost. And this is only possible because of photons and electrons. Imagine that there are new force carriers like photons that can be used to transmit information that can go through, I don't know, seawater or who knows what. It's possible that you could get a new physics to explain remote viewing, and that microtubules are, antenna in the brain, and blah, blah, blah. It's not completely outside of the realm of possibility, but it's also pretty far-fetched, right? And it's important to be able to say, this sounds like total nonsense, without necessarily needing to destroy somebody in the process.
Yeah.
And it sounds like nonsense.
I think your polite, your polite questioning of Hal Puthoff was the right thing. You were pressuring him there, and it's not really about why don't you use this to make loads of money, because you could very easily give a reason why you don't need the money. It's why don't you demonstrate this amazing new physics or this amazing new phenomena to science? If remote viewing was actually a demonstrable thing, it would be one of the most incredible revolutions in science in ever, really. It would be, as you described, perhaps a new force of physics, an entirely new understanding of consciousness and the brain. It would be a big deal. And yet Hal Puthoff is just like, I kind of got bored of doing that and took too much time. I wanted to do other things. It seemed ridiculous.
I couldn't understand the answers that came back.
Yeah.
Mick, do you see remote viewing as equally far-fetched as taking UFOs seriously as some extraordinary phenomenon?
I see it as equally unbased in evidence. If it's something that could be done, it would be huge. And to that extent, you can understand why people in the military, perhaps people with a little bit of magical thinking, went for it. If you hear that the Russians are doing something and they're having success doing something, obviously the intelligence wasn't quite as good as you might like. You're getting these things out of Russia, then why not stick a team on trying to figure out whether it's real or not? But neither the Russians found anything nor the Americans.
Let me come up with a more plausible explanation. We know that, for example, Leon Theremin, who discovered capacitance as a musical instrument, which bears his name, was in the Sharyashka prison system, which is these country club prisons for like STEM geniuses to work on Soviet projects while in prison. And he came up with, if I'm not mistaken, a means of watching the vibrations of a window pane and using it as a microphone so that you could tell what was going on in the US Embassy, for example. And, I believe there was also a plaque that was a listening device. Imagine you had lots of ways in to listening to the Americans inside of the Russian embassy more broadly. I would easily think about developing remote viewing as an explanation for how could they have known that, right?
Yeah.
It could be a fine cover story because you would actually be able to tell what conversation somebody was having in private.
Yeah.
As a result,
it's like they're using magic to explain away their own incompetence in a way. That plaque that you referred to was on the wall for, I think, several years before they discovered it had a microphone in it. And so they know that secrets were getting out. And rather than actually go down the actual real route of like sweeping their embassy for bugs, they started perhaps, this kind of magical thinking that remote viewing was real and we should investigate it.
So in such a case, I would understand why there would be a story. And this is one of the reasons that I think a lot of these stories got formed in a time before the internet. And so the problem with a story like this is that it was easier to keep brittle structures of narrative together before there were so many people chiming in and you could crowdsource data or understandings of what was going on.
And that's what's happening, I think, to a degree now with whenever the secret evidence comes out, it gets examined by a very large number of people and quite often gets resolved. And when that happens, it essentially reveals the incompetence of the people who have been looking into it. Like there's this green triangle video that's been knocking around for quite some time.
This is your lens aperture point, or
and it's basically been 100% conclusively shown that this is just an artifact of the camera, and that the vast majority of the green triangles in this video were just stars. And yet we have statements and leaks that say that they thought that these stars in the sky that appeared triangular were actually some kind of flying craft, and even some kind of flying triangular craft. But when it gets released, and especially the high quality video, when that gets released, it's pretty much apparent what it is to people who are familiar with these things. So, someone made the argument that perhaps, they're not releasing this data partly because they don't want to be shown up. They're afraid of the things being solved and them looking stupid, which is kind of what happened with this green triangle thing. The lead scientist of the UAP task force, Travis Taylor, he didn't think that they were stars. And then I kind of explained it to him in a bit more detail, and now he's changed his mind, and now he thinks that they are. But for years, the UAP task force was laboring under this misapprehension that these flying things were green triangles when they were in fact identifiable stars that we can name and show on a star map. So there's a real issue there of cover your ass, which might be cooling things down a little.
Well, one of my questions is, why do we not have our best people on this? And this was my point, I think, where you and I came in contact in some sense in Twitter, where I was saying, if somebody is claiming that we cannot control airspace that is sensitive from a military perspective,
is that what they're claiming, though? I mean, they're not claiming we can't control it. They're claiming that we occasionally see things in there that we can't identify, and we haven't determined that they are under control by an intelligent entity. So it's more of an issue of we have clutter in our airspace and we don't know what it is.
You and I have heard different things. I have heard that we cannot control our airspace, that these things are not that uncommon, that these are actually much more frequently found near sensitive military installations and exercises.
And that they can potentially turn off and on nuclear devices?
Well, these are claims beyond. How do I even put this? One of the things that you don't know about in this world until you actually start talking to people is which of these stories are highly conserved through people who don't seem to even know each other, right? So, for example, let me just take two sets of triangular pyramid-like issues. There is apparently a configuration of a craft. Like, people who chart these things say that a lot of these UFOs look very dissimilar, but that there are clusters of things that seem to be highly conserved over decades. One of these conserved things is supposed to be a flat equilateral triangle with three lights in it, slightly recessed from its vertices with rounded points. Okay. Then you have this thing with the fact that the way that these lenses open and close is with, some sort of, and Nick, you'll have the right terminology for these sort of interlinked
it's
sliding
just the aperture, the leaves of the iris.
I didn't have the word leaf. So that somehow the leaves create triangles, and then you have this confluence between people who claim to have seen a very conserved triangular craft and something that shows up as a triangular blotch of light. And then you have people who are willing to swing at any pitch because they're willing to say, oh, well, that's that thing that was spotted over Belgium, or was it Montevideo, or who knows what. I have heard many of these stories now from pretty sober people.
Yeah.
And I would never have heard any of these stories until I was willing to make myself stupidly vulnerable to this topic, saying, geez, I thought this was all BS. Having now opened myself to that, I cannot explain how many highly conserved stories I've heard from various people that don't show any interest in being public, don't seem to be happy about the fact that they have pieces of information that distress them. It's pretty weird
But I think, this is something that has historically been the case. And I think it perhaps might tell us something more about people than about what's going on up in the sky. There was a famous ufologist, J. Allen Hynek, who used to be a debunker for the government. And his job was really to investigate things and figure out what they were and explain them to the public. But over time, he became convinced that there was something to it. And he largely became convinced from the eyewitness accounts of a number of people. But on the way there, he did a lot of research into how easy it is for people to make mistakes. And he interviewed a lot of people who were very convinced that they saw something, but he also managed to resolve what it was that they actually saw. And this is something that we see time and time again, that people are deeply convinced that their memory or their perception of an event is very accurate, and they did in fact see some kind of equilateral triangle block out the stars. But sometimes it can be resolved if you actually have enough information into something like a blimp or a plane or a flock of birds.
You ever
whatever
heard
it might
Brandon's
be. I mean,
story?
Brandon Fugel.
Yeah.
Which one? He's got a couple. There's the lost time one, and
yeah, where there's suddenly people seem to be paralyzed, and right over the mesa, not very many feet from his head, is a giant floating metallic structure. I mean,
yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, where does that come from? It's is there something there, or is it, did he imagine it? Is it a dream? Is it a hallucination? Is there some kind of weird gas in the air that's making him do these things? These are valid questions, I think.
He told that story at a dinner I was at to maybe there were 12, 15 people at the dinner. At the end of the dinner, we walk out, and I'm standing around with maybe 10 of those people. Brandon is not in evidence. And we talked about many things. And I said, well, what did you guys think of the dinner? And nobody brought up the fact that a businessman who seems to be ostensibly normal, oriented towards family and real estate and all these things, just described an unfakeable encounter. I mean, it could have been that a small amount of very weird DMT got into his kombucha, but on the other hand,
probably not.
I just don't know what that story corresponds to. It's too vivid, too clear.
Yeah.
It's too unlike other things.
I think that the reaction you described there is interesting to me from the other people, but perhaps also from Brandon himself. I always I'm reminded by a thing in medicine called la belle indifference, which the beautiful indifference, which is a medical term for people who have essentially somatic injuries, like they believe that their hand is paralyzed or that they're blind in one eye, but that they're not. But they're kind of indifferent to it. And it's that kind of inexplicable indifference to something that you would think would be a big deal that you see quite often in UFOs. And the people who see them, they're getting on with their lives. They, oh yeah, I saw a UFO once. And if I saw a UFO, that'd be the biggest thing ever, the most amazing thing in my life. And even if someone told me that I trusted about, told me a story, that would be, whoa, that is amazing. And why is this guy talking about this? You would think there would be some kind of reaction, but it's almost like there's a little, I don't know, attention blindness or something.
Have you ever had a near-death experience, like a really?
I have not, no.
Yeah. It wears off really quickly. Like right after you have it, you think, oh my God, I'm so happy to be alive. You make all these plans of what you're going to do. And in 2 weeks, you're just back to normal.
Yes. I've had things like that with an illness where during the illness, it's the worst thing ever and your world is collapsing. And then you get better and it's like, whatever.
So I understand that people can screen this out, but what I'm trying to say is that by making this stuff outre, stuff that cannot be discussed, pushing it outside the Overton window, we're screwing up the science. And I don't do many of the, look, I really hate interpersonal drama. And so in general, I avoid these like imagined dust ups because I was never looking for a dust up with you, which we share too much in common. I'm worried that you're screwing up the Overton window when we need to be dragging it more open so we get more information. And the idea that this can be debunked before it's really understood speaks to me of how I would handle faith healing, where somebody's trying to separate older people from their money by claiming that a laying on of hands can replace their health care.
I think again, you're oversimplifying it and saying I'm trying to debunk the whole subject. I'm sure if it was faith healing, that would be a valid argument that I would be trying to debunk faith healing, because I think faith healing.
So would I.
Yeah, perhaps other than a placebo effect is nonsense. But UFOs, I think, represent a variety of different things. And I think there's a possibility that some of them are, perhaps interesting technology from other countries, and a very small possibility that it's aliens, and an even smaller one that it's
Let's talk about that
another
small
dimension.
possibility, because the door is open. So let me get my foot wedged in it like a good encyclopedia salesman from days of old. What if?
What if aliens were real? It
doesn't have to
depends.
be aliens. Could be us.
Yeah, no. If there was something there in terms of advanced technology, that would be very, very.
Why do you say
interesting.
technology?
Because if it's not technology, it's going to be magic, and I think technology is kind of the thing to come to first. You're talking about the perhaps like some kind of weird government cover-up type thing.
No. Let's slow it down.
Okay.
I'm mostly interested in this ultimately because of science, not technology. I don't think that I know anything about there's no reason that this has to involve new science. But if I saw somebody explode an atomic weapon before the neutron was discovered, I'd search for the neutron.
Sure.
So
the
neutron was discovered in 1932, which I keep thinking about. My aunt is older than the discovery of the neutron. What's interesting here is, assume for the moment that slim possibility that you and I both acknowledge exists, that we could be looking at alien technology, but it would be built on science we don't have, not technology, because people keep freezing Einstein in, which has become very distressing to me. You cannot go faster than the speed of light within Einstein's construct. But Einstein's construct is the map, not the territory. And we don't know whether a better map allows us to do things that are prohibited on this map, but not necessarily with a better understanding of reality. So if this were technology based on new science held by some civilization that we don't know anything about, could be us from the future, could be somebody from neighboring galaxies, who knows what, it's hugely consequential scientifically. And one of the things that causes me to, despite wanting to get on with you and understand each other better, also sort of push back relatively forcefully, is I don't want that window stigmatized anymore. It's like, it's enough.
Sure. Well, I think with the technology versus science question, I'm kind of in the why not both camp. New science is great, and new technology would indicate new science, but new technology is also an implementation of that understanding of those scientific principles, which in itself would be useful and interesting.
I should be clear about why I'm saying it this way. There's a general tilt away from science towards technology. And there are two hijacked conversations. One is that every time we end up talking about this, it goes to the technology discussion, because markets have been hot and science, in particular physics, has been kind of stagnant for a long time. And that means that people inadvertently start thinking about new technology from old science if we don't actually keep talking about science. The other thing is that Elon has more or less taken an imperative, which is that humans figure out whether we can stop sharing one planet and one atmosphere in order to diversify our risk, and turned it into a conversation about SpaceX and Mars. And in both cases, what we're doing is we're taking away from a very real conversation, which is we've got a potential situation with a dictator who's invaded a neighboring country as if the 20th century had never happened in Europe, of all places, right next to Article 5 territory. This is extremely dangerous. And if human beings don't take the message from COVID and from Putin in Ukraine, that we better try to figure out whether we can spread out, because anything like an airborne respiratory virus or radiation can cover the planet very quickly. We're in trouble. So it's very important to me to prop the window open to is it possible to leave this place? And the chief reason that we are unlikely to be able to leave this place, and thus we are likely to die in relatively short order due to our technological prowess and our lack of wisdom, is the Einsteinian limit on travel. Now, it's very hard to prop that window open because people have frozen Einstein in and Elon in. And those two individuals have changed this conversation. The Einsteinian contribution means we always talk about is faster than light possible, which we shouldn't be talking about. We talk about wormholes. We talk about Alcubierre drives. We talk about time dilation and multigen. We talk about uploading into silicon. All of these things are useless, right? On the other front, Elon has focused us in the diversity conversation to diversify from all on Earth to all on Earth plus Mars, as if we're going to terraform Mars before Elon turns 60. And both of these are very dangerous conversations when we have a very narrow hope of asking, should we be looking to figure out whether there's something beyond Einstein, which gives us possibilities beyond Einstein? So this is one of the reasons I'm most interested in the Overton window here, which is if Einstein's restrictions persist to the ultimate theory, we're in a lot of trouble. It means we're probably not going anywhere, and our only hope is to stabilize this planet, which I don't see much hope in doing given how powerful we've become. And we have to get away from technology and from rockets and from Elon and from Einstein if we're going to actually turn this into a legitimate question, which is there anywhere we can actually go? Or, as is likely the case, we're stuck here. And
I think
really
again, why not both camp there? It's obviously we need to develop our technology, and yes, it would be great if we had more adventurous explorations of physics. But I don't really see how what I'm doing in any way narrows the Overton or expands the Overton window. I'm not sure which way
I want people who think they have UFO data to be welcomed scientifically and not stigmatized and made to feel as if they're aberrant freaks.
Works for me. If people have UFO data, I personally am very happy to look at that data. I'm not just going to dismiss it out of hand. I'm going to analyze it. No, I guess the question you're raising there is, should other scientists be looking at this with some degree of seriousness? And yeah, there's an issue there. There is this stigma in science. But I think that stigma is largely well-founded because of all the ridiculous stuff that comes along with the UFOs. And I think if there was some good evidence, then people like the UAP task force would have actually brought it forward and actually done something with it.
Where are our top physicists?
I don't know. You're a top physicist. Well, you're a physicist. I don't know where you are in the world rankings, but
I'm actually a mathematician, but I don't know anybody in the top physics community who knows what the hell's going on here.
Yeah, well, nobody knows what's going on. So it's not like, they've been given the evidence and they've studied it and they've determined that there's nothing is going on. It's that the evidence isn't really very good.
But is the fact that our top people don't have the evidence indicative of something?
I don't know. I think, from my perspective, I think it's more likely that the evidence doesn't rise to the level where you would be able to justify bringing in outside people. Now, if it's something, like the Manhattan Project, where they brought in a whole bunch of scientists, then there's a lot of motivation there. There was a lot of reason to believe that, the race for the atomic bomb was a very important matter of national survival. But with UFOs, the base level of evidence doesn't really seem to be there. We don't have this huge push that would be justified if there was actually this evidence of new technology or new physics out there, which would be worth trillions of dollars. Instead, we get these stupid little programs with $22 million.
Well, it doesn't make any sense. It seems like they might even not really be they almost might be decoys for relatively small amounts of money. Are you familiar with the history that brought in the great topologist Solomon Lefschetz and Bryce DeWitt and Peter Higgs and Lewis Witten together, where there were two very weird efforts, one nakedly anti-gravity by a guy named Babson.
No, I'm not very familiar with that, but I've heard you talk about it before, the kind of secret gravity research.
Yeah. So there was a very weird thing whereby in the 1950s there was, like, if you look at Feynman's popular books, he talks, there's a story called Any Questions, where he gets a black eye in a bar that was frequented by bookies and prostitutes.
Yeah.
What he's actually talking about is that he was going to Buffalo from Cornell to an aerospace company to deliver lectures. And there was this weird confluence between aerospace, what's known as the golden age of general relativity, and all of these top scientists that's never made a whit of sense, which almost certainly seems like there was some sort of program run through a couple of individuals named Babson and Bainson, which is extremely confusing, to bring a small cadre of leading scientists to discuss something that sounds like anti-gravity in the guise of discussing general relativity anew.
Right.
And I would dearly like to know what that program actually was.
Yeah.
And I would like more of us to be talking openly, because we know, for example, that Solomon Lefschetz was affiliated with this crazy gravity research foundation.
Is there a bunch of like classified documents about that people have been trying to get, or is there just nothing there? It seems to me like
David Kaiser at MIT, the physicist and historian, would probably be the best person to answer that. I've never gotten at this, nor have I put in the time or the energy. I've just noted that for some reason, suddenly in the 1950s, general relativity, which had been asleep since the late teens, wakes up as a field. There's a conference at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, which Feynman attends, which all of this seems to be spurred by two individuals, one of which creates what's called the Research Institute for Advanced Study, to make it sound like the Institute for Advanced Study. The other is something called the Institute for the Study of Physical Fields at UNC, North Carolina, Chapel Hill. And there's some weird thing between the Martin Aircraft Company, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, a bunch of these sorts of things. And I never even heard anyone talk about it, to put it all together, until I talked to Kaiser, and I said, am I losing my mind? He's like, no, this is this really weird history where just to put a weird period on it, the top mind in theoretical physics is the son of the leading anti-gravity researcher from the 1950s. It's a very bizarre state of affairs.
I guess you got to try to think what might have actually happened there. And from my perspective, it kind of, the most likely hypothesis, I'm just floating this out there, is that there was a research program into something that was quite extraordinary, but it didn't pan out. In the same way that Project Stargate was a research program into remote viewing. This is obviously a bit more hard science, but it was something they thought, oh, the Russians are going to be looking into this type of thing. We too should form a working group, maybe two working groups, and try to figure out if we can figure out what they figured out. And they look into it, but the same way that Stargate, nothing happens there. But it's classified, stays classified, and it's a mystery. I mean, no technology that we know of is anti-gravity. Nothing apparently came from it, unless it's this weird parallel track of science that is going on.
Anti-gravity may be a head fake, which means that it's really just post-space-time physics. It's now become very fashionable in theoretical physics to say that space-time is the problem and that it's doomed as a concept, and that what we're looking for is the successor to Einstein's sort of fabric for reality. It may be that anti-gravity is a really bad name for something to make it sound junky, but what we're really talking about, and particularly the presence of lefshets, is very interesting here. That what we may be discussing is a post-Riemannian or pseudo-Riemannian understanding of space-time, just a geometric replacement.
Yeah, and I heard you talk on Brian Keating's show about how you thought that might be kind of related to UFOs in a way, and that whatever the UFOs are kind of represents someone who has access to that higher level understanding that's above space-time. Yeah.
Or it could be that it's all nonsense and it's all disinformation. I mean, look, I'm very open-minded about this. I was in a discussion with Sam Harris not too long ago, and he said that one of the characteristics that he had noticed that differentiate us is that he tends to be very closed on the way in relative to my openness on the way in, but that he notes that I don't tend to slide all the way down the slippery slope to say, yeah, it's definitely aliens. And what I'm trying to do is really to keep that possibility open, that what we're talking about is we're talking about a science program, not a technology program, not a defense program, that has technological and military and security implications. See,
yeah, I'm all for keeping everything on the table, and this is part of my general philosophy of investigation.
I'm glad to hear that.
Is that I would keep, like, some kind of advanced technology, new physics, or aliens, or even things like say the simulation hypothesis. Perhaps these things are a glitch in the matrix. It's a possibility. It doesn't seem like there's any good evidence for it, but it's something that, why not consider that? Why not have all these things in the mix? Because if you're closing off various things, you might close off things by accident.
Okay, so look, there are minor branches of the decision tree that I find so remote as to say that I really don't want to spend time on it. But what I'm asking...
Spend time on it?
What?
You keep it around.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, do you see any banal branches of this decision tree that are still alive? I mean,
yeah. Well, I think that there's a very big branch of the decision tree that does not involve, extraordinary flying craft. I think there's a large possibility. There's a large possibility that all the UFO encounters have essentially simple explanations. And in those simple explanations, I would include things like experimental aircraft by the US government and perhaps occasionally experimental aircraft by other governments. But the vast majority are going to be things like airborne clutter, people misidentifying things, people having hallucinations from stress, like fighter pilots who have been in the air for a real long time, things like that. And I think that is definitely the avenue of this decision tree of what things might be that I go down. And I think it's likely to be a decision tree that has very many leaves. That's probably not the right way of putting it, because it's still like you end up at one leaf, but you don't. There's all these different things. You're going to end up at a branch that has lots of leaves. And all of these things are contributing to what we actually see. People see things that are optical illusions, like this triangle thing, like a DC-8 looks exactly like a triangle because it has a light on each wingtip and a red one in the middle, and it looks like a triangle with 3 lights on the corners and a red thing in the middle. So that probably accounts for a bunch of those. There's lots and lots of different things. And then there's also this other layer of it, which is this government, the pressure from the invisible college, these people who are really into it, and the government, people in government who are either somewhat corrupt, they're getting kickbacks or whatever, and people pay them to do things, or they just have interest themselves. There's all these complicated layers of things going on that doesn't really involve some vast new hidden parallel track of science or a defense department like science program or aliens or time travelers or anything like that. So I would keep those things as possibilities, but it seems like to me everything is probably going to be in this big old branch over here.
Okay. Airborne clutter. like I have this feeling that we're well beyond airborne clutter. Not to say that
I do not. It's the number one thing that they list on the UAP report. It's also the one thing that they actually solved was a balloon, and it's something that Scott Bray mentioned in the hearing. This is something that comes up as a problem over and over again. People see airborne clutter; it's too far away.
Okay, they mentioned 4 branches. They mentioned airborne clutter. They mentioned atmospheric effects. They mentioned our technology, and they mentioned the technology of others. And I've gone through this in terms of the first 2 are things unintentionally in the air. The next things are
no. The first one includes drones, which actually is an intentional thing.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's not airborne clutter.
Yeah.
Right. So the point is that the first 2 branches. The first question is things that are unintentionally in the air, or clutter and atmosphere. Right. The next branch is things produced by sentient life that are intended to be in the air. And that branches into us, not us, and then other. And other, therefore, is alarmingly interesting because it's not airborne clutter. It's not unintentionally in the air. It's intentionally in the air. And it's not us, and it's not anybody known to us. So my question to you, Mick, is do you believe that there's enough Mylar balloons, swamp gas, Venus on the horizon, et cetera, to effectively remove just about everything from candidacy?
I wish you wouldn't say swamp gas, because that's kind of, it's a red herring and straw man.
Let me throw it out.
It was used to explain one case in the 50s or 60s, and it became like a joke in the same way that seagulls have become a joke.
Look, I just got here.
But no, I don't think it's all
seagulls and Mylar balloons. Can I say that?
Yeah, I don't think it's all airborne clutter. Seagulls, Mylar balloons, like plastic bags and drones are the things that were in the airborne clutter thing by the government. That does not explain everything.
I mean,
I think there's even categories that they haven't listed there, like distant planes, which are a huge source of UFOs.
My sense of it is just from people coming forth out of the woodwork to me, the stories I've now heard of encounters are so far beyond plastic bags and seagulls.
Yeah.
That and again, I'm not, if you told me that there was like a huge theater troupe that was out to convince us that this stuff was real, sure. But I can't process. I don't think there's enough Mylar balloon in the world to explain all the weird stuff going on.
No, I don't think they're all things like that. I mean, there's a bunch of other things as well. There's just simple optical illusions. Like a lot of what people see, they see at night, and they describe things like large things moving overhead or giant craft. And people's perceptions of things can be completely off from reality. And I think you've got to really, this is kind of a sore point in ufology, is this huge discrepancy between the eyewitness testimony and the recorded evidence. Things like videos. A lot of these encounters happen during the day, and people will describe seeing things in daytime, but somehow they're always too surprised to actually take a video. Or when they do take a video, it doesn't really show something like what they were describing, because they say, oh, it was a little bit further away now. So I think eyewitness testimony, whilst it's an important part of the equation, you really have to take that with the possibility that a lot of it, if not, I wouldn't say all of it, but it depends what we're talking about, isn't really very reliable evidence. And the fact that it's not backed up with hard evidence, with data, with recordings, is a problem.
The major point in favor of the debunkers is the fact that we've never gotten good evidence. I've ceded that to you from the beginning. Now, the thing that I'm surprised by is it feels to me like you're trying to take a twin size fitted sheet of explanation and fit it over a king size mystery, and the corner keeps popping off, and you're pointing out that you can fit one or two corners And my claim is that I think that ship sort of sailed, and I don't mean to be rude about it. Wait. Let me just get it out. I think that we're still in range of some serious disinformation. And to your point, yes, I understand very well that we can pile up different explanations. There are mylar balloons and confused sightings of seagulls and et cetera, et cetera. But my claim is that that works well enough for a twin-sized bed. There is a real mystery here. And the real mystery is what explains this amount of indirect evidence with this little direct evidence, where I only find out about the indirect evidence when I'm willing to put myself in a position for debunkers to ridicule, which is to say, I'm not dismissing this out of hand the way I was 2 years ago.
I've got a hypothesis on that, which is one I think I've shared before, but it's basically kind of like, the cream rising to the top. And what I mean by that is that I've talked to people who are air traffic controllers, senior air traffic controllers. I asked them, how many times do pilots report UFOs or talk about them? Whilst they're actually flying, so it's not like they're worried about it when they get back home. They see something and they will ask, what is this thing over there? How many times do you get genuine reports of UFOs? And this guy, senior air traffic controller for like 10 years, he didn't have any. I think these things are pretty rare, but if you take something that's pretty rare, as you know, like law of large numbers, and you spread that over even the 380 million people in the US, you're going to get some hits. You're going to get people who think they saw something and become convinced that they saw something when they actually didn't see exactly what they thought they saw. And what we see is this cohort of people, this large group of people, of hundreds, perhaps thousands of people, who are really just a minuscule kind of tip of the spear of all these possible sightings. These are the best ones. We've got this 144 sightings from the Navy. These are just the ones that have risen to the top. And it looks like a lot. You say, we've got 144 cases. It's 144 cases out of millions of hours of pilot training.
But if I ask you to just live inside your own construct, what are the 5 that have risen to the top of Mick West's "that is a puzzling, disturbing story" for which I do not have an explanation? Like, if you were to have to give your own assessment using the cream theory, what is the top 5 that have troubled you?
Well, anything that's not resolvable. But there's 2 points to that question. One is like, my personal experience is I've never seen a UFO, and you've probably never seen a UFO. I don't. Maybe you have, but most people haven't seen a UFO.
1988.
So what we're talking about,
I briefly saw a tiny speck of light that was traversing the heavens, stop and reverse course. I had no idea how high it was because you can't tell distance, and it seemed like it was a satellite, but seemed like too late at night. It would never have risen to any strong level of interest because I'm not a sky watcher, so I don't know what's normal and what behaviors things have. Certainly, I would never call myself an experiencer. That's not even a word that I knew. But my question to you is, assume that you and I have never seen something. I assume that Kurt has never seen something that is dispositive. What are the top 5 things that you've encountered that, like, specifics, man? Not
it's like, what it's difficult because I've got this general theory of ufology is that all UFOs exist in the low information zone, which is where it's too far away to determine what things are, and the things that I've been unable to resolve are things like that. I guess the number one thing would be the Commander David Fravor's encounter with the white Tic Tac, which is backed up to some degree by his wingman, Alex Dietrich, who saw something from above. So they have this compelling account of an encounter with a flying Tic Tac that they got into a kind of a dogfight with. And that's kind of a difficult one for me to explain what it is. I don't think that's some kind of alien craft rises very high to the list of possibilities, but I don't really have a very good set of explanations around it. And I would, honestly, I would struggle to to find more cases that are similar to that in my own personal
So
experience.
that really far and away, what you would say would be, that's number one, and there's nothing in second place.
No, I mean there's lots of eyewitness accounts that sound incredible. You can go back through history and look at these things. Like there's the like, say, if you take the Robert Salas Maelstrom Air Force Base in Montana accounts on face value, that's bizarre. Nuclear weapons being shut off whilst a UFO hovers outside the gate. But I think that when you examine the story, and it doesn't really hold up to scrutiny. But I don't know. I mean, maybe you can send some people my way who have very convincing accounts, and perhaps I would.
Well, we brought up the Brandon story, and to be honest with you, that one flipped me out because it's like there's no part of me that wanted to call Brandon a liar, and there was no part of me that wanted to call him. It didn't sound like a Burning Man, I've been up for 3 days dehydrated on every psychedelic known to man story, and it didn't sound like anything. And and to be horribly honest about it, the TV show that's built around the Skinwalker Ranch thing has the effect of turning anything that happens on that show into something that can be lampooned because it's being somewhat sensationalized as a commercial product. But clearly they have shown on that show things that are their attempts to say, oh, look, there's a UFO right there, right?
Yeah.
Multiple. Well, you shake your head.
The UFOs they show are things like little white dots in the sky that aren't doing anything spectacular, and they're probably planes or birds or something like that. They really haven't shown anything convincing.
You had this point about the low information zone. Assume that I've understood.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, what they've been trying to claim is that they've triangulated something in the general sense of triangulation, not the specific sense.
Yeah.
Where they're showing extraordinary readings here, and I don't know how they're doing their baselines. Like, I don't know in general, if you pass current through Earth, how unusual that is. So I can't watch the show and learn anything as a guy who's too far removed from what they're doing out there. But I think what I am trying to say is I have now been compelled that I've had so many weird conversations with grownups who are putting way too much specificity on this once they get over the fact that you're not coming to get them and make fun of them. They're seemingly like always looking over their shoulder because they don't want to be considered kooky.
Yeah,
it's a little bit like
you.
What?
This is how they get you. This is oh, sorry, go ahead. Good.
Has Brandon told any of you that he's in possession of high information evidence, but he just can't release it for whatever reason?
Not in terms of secret evidence. He keeps saying that they've got loads of terabytes of data, and that they have some things like actual specific triangulations with 2 cameras with known angles that they've done. But I keep asking him, and he keeps promising, and he never delivers.
So, to me, it sounds to me like you're saying that there's only one really top drawer incident that is meeting your levels for saying that's really interesting. And what I'm trying to say is there are people who've come forward which I can discuss, like Brandon, and there are people who've come forward that I won't discuss that sound quite a bit like this, making claims that seem entirely inconsistent with sober military, just the facts kind of straight ahead orientation. And in particular, I have a pretty good sense of when people are limelight seeking or people are limelight avoiding. And a lot of these people seem like limelight avoiders.
Like Bob Lazar?
See, I have almost no knowledge of Bob Lazar. No, I'm not kidding. It's not like
I understand.
Yeah,
but he
I
presents
vaguely know
himself.
who Graham Hancock is and something about Chariots of the God. I don't know anything. This is not my world.
No, Bob Lazar is, I guess, a divisive figure in the UFO community, and a lot of people just think he's a fraud, including me. But he presents himself as very much limelight avoiding. even though he has ended up on various shows. But he always says like he's very reluctant to talk about it. And if you talk to him, apparently people who have talked to him will say it's very limelight avoiding. But I do not want to kind of draw parallels between those and the people you've talked to, because they're completely different people. But being limelight avoiding, I don't think is necessarily a factor that increases my confidence in somebody's story.
Yeah, but to be pushed back rather forcefully, when you have a secret that is deranging your life, there's both an urge to purge and an urge to avoid. And you see both of these things in certain people, which is that they're trying to get back home to normal. They've been exposed to some piece of information. To be blunt, war used to create divisions where somebody had seen war and somebody hadn't. And how do they live under the same roof now that one of them has seen something that the other can't even imagine? So if this in fact breaks you out of polite society, it's entirely consistent to have somebody with a basic limelight avoiding personality who's going to keep going back to the well, because at some level they're trying to say, I'm not crazy. And I just to be very clear about it, part of my desire to stick up for people out here is that I watch the power to silence that comes from stigma and shame, in particular stigma and shame as entertainment. And the idea of laughing at people, like the use of the words clown, buffoon, debunk, LOL, ROTFL, most people can't stand up to this. And it really bugs me that an entire group in the world thinks it's completely okay to destroy an individual who dares raise a voice. And that's the non-science reason I'm out here in UFO territory is that, which is I can't stand basically bullying and gaslighting of people who've seen something, who want answers, who want to ask questions. And then somehow it's like there was a secret meeting where everybody decided the truth and you weren't part of it. And the basic attitude towards people who engage in this kind of gaslighting is F you. Science has your back. These people don't belong in our minions, in our community, and they have to be driven out. Peter Daszak is in a very serious position trying to orchestrate the idea that only racists entertain the lab leak hypothesis. Everybody should want to know what the hell he was doing in the Wuhan Institute of Virology with Defense Department funding. Conversely, when we turn over to the UFO community, the issue is I don't want people who've seen something or who have data scared anymore. And it's very important.
Who are they scared of? I mean, you keep talking about this debunking community, but who exactly are you referring to? I mean, I'm not a person who mocks people.
So that just comes across to me as playing, I'll be blunt, that comes across to me as playing dumb. No, I think that lots of people are.
No, it's a genuine question. It's a genuine question because there's not very many UFO debunkers out there.
I think it's a really disingenuous sounding question.
During our time at ATIP, we were focused primarily on the nuts and bolts of this, and what our military eyewitnesses and collection capabilities were telling us. At the time, we didn't really have any reports of quote unquote shapeshifting. Now, cloaking, that's a different story. We do have some information that indicates that these things do have an ability to try to evade some of our sensors, and for example, radar. You get these nonsensical, what looks like spoofing or radar jamming occurring. You have, the low observability portion of the 5 observables is that includes things like active camouflage and cloaking and again, low observability. It's hard to see, and so that. There is information that we have that pertains to that.
Okay, speaking about cloaking, is there any evidence that suggests, UFOs are associated with orbs, at least anecdotally? Firstly, what's the reason for that? And then second, is there any evidence that that suggests that these orbs may be more plentiful than we think, perhaps around us, whether in homes or outside cityscapes, just cloaked.
Yeah, the problem with orb, the word orb is you're not going to get a common definition from most people. Everybody thinks an orb means something else. Some people think an orb is a little plasma ball. Others say it's much, much bigger and intelligently controlled. Orb is kind of a general catch-all. When you say is an orb related to UFO, well, by definition, it is a UFO. It's unidentified and it's flying, or it's it's in our atmosphere, and it's an object. It's something. We don't know what it is. So by definition, an orb is a UAP. But the question is it a UAP in the sense that we're talking about UAPs, whether lenticular type shape or maybe a cylindrical shape or a triangular vehicle? I think the jury's still out. There does seem to be some information that suggests that orbs, as you call them, are sometimes associated with other UAP sightings, that there are UAPs in the sky and then you see these little balls of light. The problem is it's a very generalized term. We now know for a fact that things such as ball lightning are real. Is that an orb? Well, yeah, at times it looks like an orb to me. Other times when you have large amounts of energy being released into the atmosphere and the environment. Let's talk about tectonic movement, for example, where these titanic forces right underneath the surface of the Earth, creating this plasma effect in the atmosphere, where you get these different colors shooting into the sky, and again, orbs, if you will, being reported and seen and even captured on camera. But that's an orb that I think we can all agree is probably being manufactured naturally. Now, are there orbs that are intelligently controlled? Well, we did talk about that at ATIP. One of the questions were, when you look at the different shapes and sizes of vehicles, orbs tend to be almost like I guess in a vernacular sense. Think of a UAV. Think of a drone. They tend to be described as being much smaller, highly maneuverable, different colors, sometimes red, sometimes green, sometimes yellow, sometimes blue. Is it possible that those colors are indicative of mission set, right? Is it are the blue ones doing certain things where the reds are doing something else and their purpose is something else, where the yellows and whites are doing something else? It's certainly plausible. I don't dismiss that at all. The problem is we just don't have enough information, because it appears that these orbs tend to be small, that it's really hard to argue the case that they are being occupied by any type of biological organism. Now, it doesn't mean that they're not. It just means that, we haven't seen that yet. We don't know what these are. Are these perhaps some sort of unmanned reconnaissance capability that are kicked out? Not much different than we use drones ourselves, right, to do certain types of reconnaissance missions. We don't know. It's certainly possible.
The reasoning behind my question is that Tom DeLonge, I recall, was saying one shouldn't do CE5. I'm going to get you to explain what CE5 is. But anyway, one shouldn't do CE5. And when one does it, often orbs are associated with it, and one thinks, oh, that's great because I'm inducing some contact. And Tom said, be careful. One shouldn't do that lightly. So that to me implies that there's something nefarious or potentially nefarious about these orbs.
Well, I mean, look, I'd say the same thing. Don't mess around with electricity unless you're a licensed electrician. Be careful, because you can get zapped. That's true with anything. That's not just orbs. That's electricity. That's swimming pools. That's everything. I can't speak for Tom. I don't know what Tom meant by that. But I can tell you that general word of caution, I think, is appropriate for just about anything out there. If you don't know what you're getting into, just be mindful. There are potentially things that go bump in the night, and it's not all necessarily good or bad.
It's not all sunflowers like your cup.
Well, anytime you go snorkeling, look, I'm an avid scuba diver. Been scuba diving my whole life. There's always a remote risk when you go scuba diving in some of these beautiful coral reefs. You know what? There's a risk you're going to come up against a shark. Now, not all sharks are going to do anything, but if you're carrying a bag of fresh fish that you wound up spearing and are now bleeding out of this bag and dead, chances are you may attract a lot more attention than just a curious shark. You may be attracting a hungry shark. And now you got to kind of pay attention. So, you know, I think that's wise advice on just about everything that we do. You know, I live here in Wyoming, where a lot of people like to go splunking and you know, adventuring into caves. But again, you know, you have to have the right equipment. Be careful when you go into a cave. You know, make sure you've got light. Make sure you've got, you know, gear that can get you in and out, and rope and whatnot.
Okay. Now let's get to some of the audience questions. This one comes from Stephanie Highfill. Is there information being recorded or being encoded into less mainstream information media channels that can be parsed out, John Nash style, like A Beautiful Mind, that could help us arrive closer at the truth of this phenomenon?
So I'm going to need your help, Kurt, kind of detangling that question, because I'm not familiar with the reference. But when you're saying encoded, can you repeat that question one more time? I want to answer it, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding the question.
Okay, just deciphering. Essentially, with someone of sufficient intelligence can decipher that there are different drops being placed by, let's say, disclosure people, the government.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Breadcrumbs. What I refer to as breadcrumbs.
Right, and that one can decipher it.
Well, you know, I've always left breadcrumbs every interview I ever do, except for the last 4 years. You know, I think people can now go back through a lot of what I've said in the past and come back and say, oh, so that's what he was referring to. Now we know, because certain people have come out, whether it's, you know, Jim Lakatsky in his book or other folks. You know, I think I can't speak on behalf of the government and other people. I suspect that what I can say is I think that we are at a point now where we don't have to leave the breadcrumbs that we have been in the past. I think the time has come for us to be even a little bit more straightforward and a little bit more clear. You know, the difficult part is when you're dealing with security clearances and NDAs, which everybody hates to hear. You know, that's becoming a 3-letter word that I think is probably going to be etched somewhere on my tombstone, and people are going to be throwing tomatoes at it, you know, from here to eternity, because they hate it, and they don't, but they hate it because they don't really understand what it means and why you have them. You know, those NDAs definitely get in the way of having a complete, transparent conversation. But I also think that we are having it. I think we've come a long, long ways. And as far as answering this specific question, as far as leaving breadcrumbs, I can't speak for anybody else. I don't know precisely what the government, because the government isn't just this one huge, if you will, monolithic enterprise. It's comprised of people, and those people, each of those people have their own interests and their own desires and their own agendas. And so I can't speak for them. I can only speak for me. I think certainly if people were to look at all the talks I've given, and really look at them and listen to them closely, they will see that a lot more has been said than might necessarily be acknowledged.
Okay, this one comes from Ross Coulthart. Since you left the DoD, have you been warned not to talk publicly about certain things, and if so, what?
Yes, I have been warned. I've been warned, first of all, not to discuss classified information, which I've heeded thus far and will continue to do so. I've been threatened. There were individuals in the Pentagon that did not like what I do and how I did it. And so once Secretary Mattis's public affairs officer, Dana White, left, they started to change the narrative a little bit. I was told that I would be labeled crazy and that they would come after my security clearance, which they did. They actually did try to do that. And they were true to their word. But fortunately, I had some friends and allies that knew exactly what I was doing beforehand, and you know, it wasn't quite so easy for them to be able to do that. But to put it simply, yeah, I've been warned.
So you've been warned. Have you ever gotten in trouble? Ross has a sub question. Have you gotten into trouble for acknowledging that the U.S. has recovered non-terrestrial materials?
Well, they're watching me very closely. They're trying. There's elements that are trying to get me into trouble. So that's why I walk a very fine line. I walk right up to that line, but I won't step over it. because they're waiting for me to screw up. They're waiting for me to say one word that I shouldn't say, and in order to use that against me and silence me. So yeah, I mean, I have gotten in trouble. They tried to come after my clearance, like I said, and unfortunately, I had to seek legal counsel to protect my constitutional rights to do so. It seems that they've backed off a little bit for now, but I'm not fooling myself. I know that there's still wolves circling just beyond the limit of the fire that I'm standing next to, waiting for an opportunity. So I'm very mindful of that. But I'll also say that there's some really good elements. I've had an opportunity, sometimes through the worst of adversity, you get a chance to see people at their best. And I've learned that there are people on the inside that really do want to have a conversation and that want to see things done right. And these are senior people. Some of these are very, very, very senior people. And they were willing to put their professional careers on the line to defend me and protect me. That means a lot. That makes me feel good, because I've always been that way. I could have called people out by name 3-4 years ago just to defend my credibility, and I never did. People are now realizing that a lot of those people are now finally coming out of the shadows, and my life could have been a lot easier had I called them out to defend me, but I didn't, because I made a promise to them that I would never reveal their identities until they were ready to do so. That's just the way I am. I mean, to me, principles, mean everything. Either you're a person of principle or you're not. Doesn't matter how bad the going gets. You got to stick by your word. So it's been a mixed bag for me. Make sure we tell Ross here the full story, that even though I've had people coming after me, I've also had a lot of people rally around me. And to me, I'd rather I focus on those folks. Those are the folks that it just makes you want to do this even more, because, they're willing to get your back.
And are you allowed to say those folks' names?
They haven't come out of the shadows yet. They're in the process, and we'll let that play out. But I think it'll be quite obvious when they step out, because people are going to go, "Oh, that person? Oh my goodness, I didn't know that person was with Lou." So I'll leave it at that. Another breadcrumb, right?
Right. There are many people who have super chatted. Don't worry, I'm going to get to them. I have a follow-up question to what you just said, which is there are wolves that are watching you like a hawk. Is there another reason outside of national security that they don't want you to disclose what you may disclose, or they're worried you may?
Yeah, I mean,
what is their worry outside of them?
There have been, forbidden truths, we can call them, if you will. There have been forbidden truths in the history of not just our country, but many countries. Truths that could upset a balance that's been around for a long time. Let me give you case in point. Let's say there were some people that were doing their job by running a UFO program in the past, but because certain things happened, presidents were no longer briefed, people in Congress were no longer briefed who should have been, and now they're running an operation that's considered rogue, but it's still an important mission. Turns out, all of a sudden now, let's say hypothetically, the cat's out of the bag. What's going to happen to those people when the government realizes they were running operations, for better or for worse, without any oversight, without any legal oversight, right? Who's going to be held accountable for that? The fact that they did not brief legally like they were supposed to certain members of Congress and committees and oversight committees and their chain of command. That's potentially criminal action. Let's say, I've said this before, let's say you have two competing companies. You have Aerospace Company A and Aerospace Company B. And Aerospace Company A, for whatever reason, gets a favor, and some sort of really exotic, game-changing material is provided to that company to do an analysis. Meanwhile, Company B, who is competing fairly, doesn't get that material. Turns out Company A now starts getting a lot of contracts, defense contracts, and becomes a multi-billion-dollar company, while Company B, who never had the advantage of having that material, goes into bankruptcy. Hundreds of people lose their jobs, and stockholders lose their investment. Keeping in mind that both companies are supposed to be treated fairly and have fair competition when it comes to U.S. government contracts. Now what happens? Where's the liability? And by the way, now these companies are doing good things for the United States, but they got there because they had an unfair advantage, competitive advantage, potentially. Again, I'm not. This is hypothetical, right? Where's the liability there? You're talking to trillions and trillions of dollars worth of liability. And who made those decisions to do that? Who's going to be held culpable for that? The Security Exchange Commission would not be very happy to know that two publicly traded companies that were competing for a contract, one had an unfair advantage, the other went bankrupt. That's a problem. That's a real problem. And so you're talking about big money interests. You're talking about things that are going into that gray world that go beyond just government interests. You're talking about banking. You're talking about some of the biggest names on the planet that have a lot to lose or a lot to gain in hindsight. So, I think we always have to be careful that governments have always had interesting ties to certain interests, and that's true of all governments. That's not just the U.S. That's everybody, and we need to be mindful of that. Because you could be putting some people in a very uncomfortable position. And I'm aware of that. And that's why I've been very delicate how I approach this topic. I'm not trying to beat anybody up. I'm not trying to expose anybody and say, gotcha, see there. I'm trying to have the conversation in a collaborative, meaningful way where everybody wins. Nobody has to get burned, right? It's not a zero-sum game. I'm not...
Hypothetically, do they view it like that? Like there's a potential where everyone can win, or do they view it somewhat zero-sum?
Well, I can't speak for them. I can't tell you what they think. All I can tell you is what I think and my approach. And my approach is to say, look, guys, we're not trying to expose anybody. It's not a witch hunt, despite what you may see on social media where everybody wants their pound of flesh. That's not going to get us anywhere. We need to be adults about this, and we need to have a conversation that if you really want the truth to come out, you better be willing to compromise. We're not gonna sit there and put people to be eaten by the lions just to satisfy someone's ego or beef that they might have with somebody else. The truth is more important than that. This is not about see, I told you so, or being vindicated. This is about having a conversation that can affect all of humanity. And we have to be willing to set aside some of that, if you will, and understandably so. You've got lots and lots of decades worth of people covering this up. I know there's a lot of animosity and resentment as a result of that by people saying, you've been lying to us for all this time. But we got to be willing to put that aside if we really want to move forward, in my opinion.
You're referring to animosity from the general public, or animosity from some of these wolves?
No, general public who want their pound of flesh because people have been covering this topic up for too long, knowing that it's real and lying to the American people.
Potentially, how long is too long? Potentially, is it centuries? Is it decades?
Well, there's information that goes way. I live here in Wyoming, and I live next to members of the Crow Nation. And if you've ever had a chance to talk and really engage with indigenous people, first of all, they're very, very private.
What up, Ace?
Two, they have an incredibly rich history. Their oral traditions and oral history doesn't go back a few hundred years. It goes back millennia. In fact, when Europe was facing its dark ages and mankind almost went extinct in the European continent, and we were burning books, indigenous people over here were experiencing a golden era. That wasn't the case over here. And the way they look at nature, the way they look at this topic, UAP, is not like we look at it through Western eyes. In fact, they don't view it as a threat at all. In fact, they don't view it even as paranormal. They view it as normal, as part of nature, their natural environment, as real as the lakes and the sky and the trees on the mountains are. And it's just accepted as part of the greater universe. And I think there's some beauty there. They're not held hostage by their fears. In fact, they embrace it, and that goes to show that you don't have to view this topic as an either or. It doesn't have to be viewed as a threat or as some sort of saving opportunity for our species. It could just be a natural part of our existence. Again, do I subscribe to that? I don't know, but I certainly think it's another perspective that we should consider. If that is the case and they're right, then we've been dealing with this for millennia. I can tell you that having a chance to talk to some people in the Vatican, they describe these flaming Roman shields in the sky that would follow them from battlefield to battlefield, what they call the eclipse, which is the shape of the Roman shield. That's documented. That's there. In fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I haven't read it from Jacques Vallée, but from my understanding, Jacques Vallée even wrote a little bit about that. But I've seen that evidence myself. There is documentation of these strange things in the sky going back a long, long time. So I don't think it's necessarily modern. Maybe our understanding is a little bit more advanced and maybe consider that modern, but I don't think we're dealing with a new phenomenon. I think we may be dealing with a new recognition and perhaps, hopefully, at some point, a new understanding. But I don't think this is a new phenomenon to mankind. I think we've been faced with this phenomenon for quite some time.
You mentioned millennia, which is thousands of years. I'm wondering, potentially tens of thousands, potentially millions, or do you think it's cut off around 9,000 or so?
Well, that's hard to tell, because we only, as a species, Homo sapiens sapien, have been around roughly for 100,000 years. And we only really gotten into written language in the last 5,000-6,000 years, really. And been gone from, hunter-gatherers to more of an agrarian type society, organized society, which is, if you take 100,000 years and you compare the last 5,000 years, really only the 5% of our entire time rummaging around on this planet has been in somewhat of a civilized fashion. And then if you look at that to the context of, it's been, only in the last 1,000 years, 2,000 years, we understood, the Archimedes steam engine, right?
I'm building. Well, I should be building a moon, but right now I need to build a full circle because my initial design is not working. So I'm just gonna build a full circle, which is a lot easier. What I was trying, and then I'm gonna half it, basically. I was trying to get some measurements to see how wide and how big I need to make it. Shit, I'm gonna die.
We really didn't even fully appreciate it until the Industrial Revolution just a couple hundred years ago. So now you're talking at 0.2% of mankind's time on Earth. We've been industrialized, we've been civilized. So how much of our own history do we really know? Well, we can go back 5,000 years pretty easily. 8,000 years, things start to get a little murky, right? And anything much beyond that, we really have no clue about. And the question is, have we as a species been aware of this phenomenon much longer? Well, let's look at what we do know. The general consensus is that the American population, when I say American, I don't mean United States, I mean North America, South America, Central American population, really began about 20,000 years ago with during the land bridge, when you had a migration coming over the land bridge and settling this part of the planet. But in reality, it turns out now that a lot of scientists believe that there were many migrations, and many migrations before that primary migration 20,000 years ago. In fact, there may have been multiple migrations going back, perhaps even 100,000 years ago. So is it possible that our society was aware of these things, maybe even interacted with these things in a certain fashion? Sure, it's possible. Absolutely, it's possible. I mean, most of our history we have no idea about. It's like spending an entire day and having amnesia except for the last 5 minutes before you go to bed.
Right.
Where the hell was I? What was I doing? What did I eat? Who did I speak to? What did I say?
What I'm wondering is, what you're referencing is written history, and I'm curious about archaeological evidence that you're aware of.
So
or that potentially exists.
Interesting. Yeah. So let me give you a real world example, and I'm not going to either refute or defend it. But again, I live here in Wyoming, and there is a legend here called the Little People, the Paiori Mountains. And for generations, the indigenous people have reported what appeared to be this fearsome pygmy warrior tribe of humanoid type creatures that lived in the mountains. And for many, many, many years, it was completely considered myth.
Folklore, right? Yeah.
Folklore. And it turns out that scientists began uncovering artifacts up in the mountains that to some degree reinforced the notion that there was some sort of small hominoid type creature living in the mountains. They found small tools. They found, small bones that appeared to be coming from some, human-like creature. Now, I don't know the details thoroughly. I haven't had a chance to really explore it or study it. But that part is true. That people are now beginning to look back and say, "Well, wait a minute, is that possible?" Because we're starting to find archaeological evidence. So it's interesting. Here, I can walk up into the Bighorn Mountains, and they're pulling out spearheads that are 11,000 years old. Now think about that for a minute. 11,000 years old. If that spearhead could talk, what people did it come from? What were they hunting? What did this place look like? Environments change in the blink of an eye. Look at the Sahara Desert in 5,000 years. There was a lot of wildlife living in the Sahara region before it became a desert. And that was in recent human history, by the way. We were inhabiting the planet when that happened. There are drawings on the side of rock walls that illustrate alligators, crocodiles, if you will, and animals that live not just on the savanna but in the wetlands, all cohabitating there. So this Earth is very dynamic. Every time we have for us it seems like a long time, but every time we have an ice age, every roughly 10, 15,000 years, the entire topography of Earth changes. The climate changes. Animals change. People change. Right. I think it's very possible that there is potentially some sort of archaeological evidence. The question is, would we recognize it if we saw it? And that's another big question we have to ask ourselves. Let me ask you this as a scientist, Kurt. If I said to you, Kurt, you have a task. You can make it out of whatever you want, any material you want. Your goal is to, in 1 million years, you have to create something now that will last 1 million years to prove you were here. What would you do? How would you do it? Think about it. Go ahead. No. Let's. I love you, man, but we're gonna have this mental exercise right now. I think it's important. And by the way, it's not a trick question, and I'm not playing gotcha. What would you give me? Just some examples that you might throw out there to say, okay, I would make something out of this or out of that.
There are some meta materials that seem to be harder than diamond. So whatever's our hardest material, it would be made out of that. Also, just so you know, I don't classify myself as a scientist. I'm more of a hobbyist, let's say. So that's what I would do.
Sure. So you'd find some sort of hard material that would outlast just about anything else on Earth, right? Where would you put that material? Where would you put it?
Orbit is one place.
Okay. And hopefully a non-retrograde orbit, right? So geosynchronous, and hopefully nothing would perturb it. In 1 million years, chances are something would, but okay, hypothetically in orbit, good. Here on Earth, it's really hard to make anything that lasts more than a few thousand years. You can even make the pyramids and look at them now and say, wow, those things are 5,000 years old, and they don't look so great. And probably in another 5,000 years, you're not going to look good at all. And they might last eventually till you might have a little hill of sand in 100,000 years, but that's going to be about it. And that's made out of rock, right? Mount Rushmore, same thing. It's going to be gone in 10,000 years. You won't probably even recognize it. It'll be too worn. Even mountains in millions of years become deserts, right? Time moves on. Then you have the subduction zones of Earth that eventually, if you wait long enough on the surface of the planet, it all gets recycled anyways. It's all going to get sucked down into the mantle and get spit out the other end and as new land. So So nothing is indelible on this planet. It's constantly changing, and to create something that can last the sands of time, so to speak, is a lot harder than one might think. The few examples we have here on Earth that are man-made, you can look to the pyramids, you can look at things like Stonehenge, but that's a blink of an eye. Those were just made a few thousand years ago, and they're not going to be around for a whole lot of time. That's just not the way Earth is. So if we're trying to find some sort of marker, chances are you're not going to find it buried in the earth unless it only happened maybe the last 5,000 years ago or so, right? Even some of the most dramatic examples of terraforming. Let's look at, for example, the meteor impact crater in Arizona. It happened 60,000 years ago. That's already filling in. In another 100,000 years from now, you may not even know anything ever happened because of the processes of Earth and what this planet does. It's constantly erasing what's on the surface, and it's constantly burying what lies beneath deeper and deeper and deeper until eventually it gets recycled. So, that's a hard question. What would last long enough for us to go back and say, wow, this is an indicator of alien life on this planet 100,000 years ago? What would you have to do to achieve that, to accomplish that? It's a lot harder than one might think. And then again, would you recognize it? One might say, well, DNA is a perfect example. If you wanted to do something that was enduring for humanity, that we could look back 100,000 years ago and say, yes, that was absolutely manipulated by an intelligent life form. Well, deoxyribonucleic acid may be one way to do it. You can put coding and sequencing in there that will perpetuate over time, and yes, you'll have some degradation over generations. But in essence, you could do something that way. And basically, it's a biological marker, right? So we have to be careful when we say we look for evidence, because evidence isn't just necessarily a spearhead found in the Bighorn Mountains from 11,000 years ago. It's not necessarily a pyramid sitting in the middle of the desert. It could be far more sophisticated than that. You said put it in orbit, right? Well, what if we put that, rather than in orbit, we put it into the human body? So anyways, that's I know it's a very long-winded way to answer that question.
Yeah, let me ask a quick follow-up, and then we'll get to super chat questions, audience questions, and so on. Are there places that we should be looking for evidence that you feel like we're not? So, for example, I mentioned archaeological investigation sites. The reason I brought that up is some people say craft were found. Okay, but you're also saying there may be other markers, maybe, possibly, biologically, for example.
Near-Earth celestial bodies like the moon, where you don't have atmospheric friction, you don't have the tectonic processes that we have here on Earth that are constantly recycling. Someone might want to put something on the moon. If you want to, reminiscent of what was it, 2001 Space Odyssey, right, where you have these monolithic markers. That's certainly one way to do it. You could put something where you don't have those same processes occurring, where maybe you might be able to extend your time twice as long for leaving some sort of archaeological evidence. The evidence could be right here, could be right in front of us, could be within genetic sequencing. It could even be more obvious than that. It could be the very fact that we're alive and we're on this planet is an example of some intelligent life somewhere making a decision that life needs to exist on this planet. We need to be open to all of that. We really do. I think we need to cast a very wide net. And this is why we say all options have to be on the table until they're not on the table, because you may be surprised. Something that's super, super intelligent probably isn't going to build a pyramid that's only going to last, 20,000 years. They're going to do something that's far more enduring, something that will really be, no kidding, maybe in
I understand.
years.
It's not easy to do this full time, and this is a place where I have almost no knowledge in, Lou, as you could probably tell by the sophomoric nature of my questions.
Kurt, I don't think anybody does. You're not alone, brother. You think I do? You think if I have all the answers, don't you think we'd be where we are today? No, I've got more questions than answers, but that's okay. You know, my fear is when people say they do have all the answers. Those are the people that I don't trust, because I know they don't. You know, I've been in this for a long time for the U.S. government, and I damn sure don't have all the answers. You know, so no, don't worry about it.
Holy shit, we got through it. That was 11 hours. Both yesterday's stream and today's stream. We were able to listen to all of it. That was 11 hours. 2 minutes shy of 11 hours in total. Holy crap. Good though. I would say 90% of it is pretty good. The 10%, you know, it is what it is, but pretty good. A lot of good information in there. A lot of names worthy of looking into. A lot of information there. This looks about the height I'm looking for. I'm measuring right now. If anyone out there is wondering, I'm measuring, dog. Yo, the splash for this stream, for this particular stream, fucking rules. Yeah, sorry I haven't been checking chat or whatever. I just wanted to listen to this, get through this podcast, because it was a compilation. Obviously, fucking 10 or 11 hours. No joke. I'm gonna need food. Minecraft food. That is. That'll do. So the real test, seeing if this fits what I want to do. You should be able to tell just by the height. I don't need to put the width. Yeah, it's about the height. Yeah, perfect height. Yo, shout out to Ace. Sorry, wasn't really chatting today, but this goes out to Ace. There you go. There you are. Ace. Hey. Well, shit. Between yesterday's stream and today's, a long lot. That's a lot. But I will leave a link to the podcast in the comments. I will pin top comment. See that Kirby? I should basically make that Kirby what I'm trying to do over it now. Cause that's pretty much the shape I'm trying to make. Let's go take a look real quick. I need a tool. Wow. Probably be easier to see during the daytime. I'm like, there's a fucking man on my roof. I don't know why I put that up there. This is the first house. When I first started this world, this tiny little hut, it's the first house, and it had windows just like this. And I told myself, I gotta put stuff in these windows. That's how it all started. There's Mob Ranch over there. Ah, lovely. Walt Disney used to sleep at the park. He had a spot above the fire station. That's what that spot is right there. The first house. Okay, what do we got here? Pretty much exactly what I need to make, except I need to make it over there. I should be able to see it from here. Yeah, there it is. That's a good height. It'll be inside Peach's dress, I can see. You'll be able to see it. I feel like maybe it needs to be this big. Like I pretty much just need to copy this. Minus the Pikachu. But it's Kirby! It's Pikachu, okay? You don't know shit about Pokemon. Kirby was a Pokemon before Pokemon existed. He's the original Pokemon. I wish I could just copy paste. I don't even like the position of this one. I've moved it back. I've moved it up. I've rebuilt this thing like so many times. It actually took a really long time to make that. Because I kept remaking it. But position is everything. So I wanted it to be seen in certain scenarios. I think crossing this bridge is the best idea of it, or the best example of what I was going for. Like position wise, this is about as close as it gets. I could move it over a block or two. Probably just one block. I'd move it over, or two, and then back and up. I really want to move it, but I feel like it's too close. It needs to be higher. And further away. Pretty much just further away. If I just pushed it back, it would look great. But it does look good in here. Alright. Well, since it's like almost 3 a.m., I'm gonna kill the stream. I cut the stream. This was just like today's stream and yesterday's stream were kind of just impromptu. I wanted to listen to that lengthy podcast, and I'm glad I did. Did it in 2 sessions on the stream. Like I said, I hope you learned something. If you're curious about something, look into it. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully Highfry comes back. That fucking guy, dude. He hasn't been on in, I want to say 4 days. The scarecrow I tried building did not work. It looked like trash. So now he's just chilling on top of there. Oh, creepy. Creepy. Looks like Wolfman. But anyways, I'll work on this. Pretty much putting this over there. So hopefully we see this right there. Alright, folks. Have a good one. Peace out.